Friendly. Nobody's as nice as Gibbs. Look how magnanimous that guy is. She didn't invite him to this thing, but Gibbs is invited him. There it is. What a nice guy. The nicest. So nice. Destiny Rose is so lucky to have. What a wonderful friend like Gibbs.
I need your honesty, no baby, don't lie to me. Yeah, yeah. Are you gonna stand 10 toes if the folks give time to me? Yeah. Baby, when shit get real, I need your loyalty.
This time, this place, misused, mistakes, too long, too late. Who was I to make you wait? Just one chance, just one breath, just in case there's just one left. 'Cause you know, you know, you know I love you. I loved you all along. I
Who's going crazy?
Bobby Babkins. I see. It's attention. Yeah, I have a bunch of cowboy hats. I don't know where the other one is. I thought it was right here, but it's gone.
Look, I like my bitches red bone,
That's that.
jello, light skin, yellow.
That's right.
Hello, I'm the king of New York, mellow.
We're gonna get Tyler in here in a second. We'll have Chai in here. We have picked up, we'll be warming up. We still got our 14 minutes. I'll go join him in a second. I want to listen to the new fucking Ice Cube song before we get everybody in here. Hey, did Sadie did all right? Welcome to the shit show. It's gonna be wild. I am like, I'm wondering if fucking what's his name's gonna even show up.
Where the love go? It's a struggle.
We will do an impromptu bullshit panel
in your mouth, though, with a heave-ho.
because there's a lot of shit to talk about.
West Coast, bitch, is the dosage. I can't overdose on no whole shit. A minister this bitch shit. I've been a minister since an infant.
We'll get in there with Tyler as soon as this song ends.
Hall of Famer like Jimi Hendrix. So you can vomit on that bullshit, or you can choke on your own spit when your boys in the pool.
My horoscope says
I'ma rob you first. I'ma do the funeral and drive your hearse.
Class
I'ma love your mama before I still her purse.
is
I'ma hunt your bitch 'cause
in
I'm the curse.
session.
Check my verse. In reverse, he's spazzing out.
That's what it says.
Nurse, she passing out from vast amounts.
Oh, it matters.
I'm cashing out, bitch.
It matters quite a bit.
They know.
They're gonna mute all this when I stream. There is an app that'll remove it for you. If you want, so your VODs don't have it. I don't have it on here, so this is all gonna be muted. But that's okay, because when I switch to the actual show, I won't have any copyright. Now, the other way around this is you do like EDM remixes.
I got a bag
Like
of
your
tricks.
dicks. Like got hit with a bag of dicks.
This right here is the master mix of Bloods and Crips, so don't resist or smack your ass like Will did Chris. Give a demonstration in front of the nation. Smack. I ain't playing. If I had to leave your motherfucking ass right where you land, smack. Leave me alone. You might live longer if you
Mind your own.
Watch your tone. I'm too damn grown for this shit. Sticks and stones.
Sorry, guys. I'm grabbing my new thing. We got new thing. We got upgrades on the stream, guys. Upgrades. I figured out people like the props. Y'all like the props, it seems. So we keep buying new little props. You know. That's something Modi was right about. Modi taught me that. Modi's wise and many moons when it comes to church. He needs to evolve to the modern times. And he'll be fucking taking off to the moon. Because that's my boy. He's going there.
The CEO with an EPO can pick any flow, any money, mo.
But look what we got. Now we have other colors.
Motherfucker is the grand wizard. I take that shit, wipe my ass, then I flip it.
I have now found a way to talk on panels without having to talk.
I give it to you vivid. If you's a bigot, you probably won't dig it. If you's a hoe, you probably get triggered like one of these internet bitches.
Yeah, but you can. There's okay. All right. First, there's an app. There's an app. I don't know where Skyana's at, but I can ask her the app. Just type in my Discord and at Skyana. And she'll be able to tell you what the app is called that removes the music from your VODs, and then you can it'll take the VODs out so that you can do it. She's the one to ask about that. There's like 2 or 3 different apps, but just at Skyana in my Discord, or it's at 404 in my Discord. And when she's not feeling bad, she can get to you. She's not feeling good today. But that's who can tell you that. Let's go get Tyler in it. Well. Hey. If it isn't my favorite leftist.
I'm not a leftist.
Are you left to center?
Left to center, yeah.
Then you're a leftist. How does it feel? Sorry, we're not playing your special Snowflake Destiny game where you all get your special label. We done with that around here. That's not happening.
Turn mine on as well. Where are the contestants?
We're early. They're gonna be here in 10
I
minutes.
guess you're right.
I got. Guess what? Everybody likes the props so much. Well, we got more props. I now have multiple colors for the dry erase board. I keep getting these new props. Oh, you'll like this one a lot, guys. Should we debut this tonight? I mean, I debuted it the other night. I got one that I'm waiting for later that I'm going to debut on Thursday. Oh, we also got the Pepe Bishop hat.
There we go.
Do you like the Pepe Bishop hat?
I feel like I should like say a prayer or something to you.
Oh, le gusto santos. I don't fucking speak Latin. I can do it in Spanish though. Oh, yo soy enfermo de sol and de necesito un de Corpus Christi.
No, thank you. I'll take A5.
Corpus Christi. Uh-huh. I'm going to cause some drama. That's what we're going to do. Cause some drama. Oh,
Since I'm the left-wing judge, I have to get in the mindset, so I gotta smoke myself so fucking retarded.
yeah,
I think voting Democrat's a good idea.
yeah, there you go. This hasn't been a good idea ever, but, you know, you got bamboozled back in the 90s, you know. A lot of people did. Trump did. But, you know, Trump is the God Emperor now, and even the God Emperor makes mistakes.
Let's not talk about the GOAT bill, all right? We don't need to cause a rift. He's the GOAT. There's a reason for it.
Yeah, the first black president, I agree. Played jazz music, cheated on his wife. You know, what more do you want? Well.
Hello.
If it isn't one of our right-wing females judges. How do you like the Pepe Le Frog hat?
I'm indifferent.
Yeah, indifferent. You know what?
I'm indifferent.
I'm indifferent to you.
What about that?
What do you think about that? Yeah, I've been different.
I'm indifferent.
This guy's got the right. He's dancing with his dog. That's what we should do.
He's very, very peaceful. Stop beefing me and look at him play with his dogs. That'll calm you down.
Yeah, I don't think you know me that well if that's what you think's going to happen.
Yeah. Just go get your cats. It'll be fine.
My cats know that when I'm fired up to stay away. I like to throw things. They've figured out don't be in grabbing range. Not because I throw them on purpose, but because I just start throwing things. Oh, look at that cute dog. Yeah, turn your camera off in your stream. God.
I'm trying to.
Don't act like it's your first time.
Yeah, but normally I don't stream when I go on other people's shows.
How much you would have bet this guy pusses out? And then we're going to have to just fill the air with 2 hours of us talking about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I think we can do it. Chai's audience will get their daily dose of politics. Gibbs Nation, thank you for joining us for Gibbs Nation. Appreciate it, Super Scott. Woo! I found you another Dota guy yesterday. You can play with Real Scumbag. Get him back in a streaming debate, Joy. Y'all can stream Dota together.
Who's this?
You and Real Scumbag can play Dota together, and you can get him back into streaming, and he can introduce you to all his people. He's well networked. He just no longer streams. Sad day. Frankly, it's a travesty. Real Scumbag needs to stream more. We need more scum in our lives.
I agree.
Gotta happen, folks. Gotta happen.
Frankly, There's not enough scumbags in politics.
True. What if Scum came back and became a political streamer?
He would represent everything I hate. Actually, you know what? Scumbag has turned conservative. Did you know this? He didn't know this. You want to know how? Because the motherfucker was on Talking to Modi's the other night, and somebody asked him to donate. He's like, I'm working 3 jobs. I was like, oh, wow. Who's made that argument before?
Who has?
This guy right here. In the fucking
really?
Pope's hat. Yeah. I'm like, I fucking worked 2, 3 jobs going up my whole life. And nobody handed me shit.
True.
Except for ass whipping. Some people handed me some ass whippings. Got a lot of those. So I'm always laughing when these people get mad at me on these shows. They're like, I'll beat your ass. I'm like, you can beat my ass. It won't be the first time I had my ass beat. And I've had it by much, much worse people than you. I promise.
You can't hit the Holy Father.
I'd punch him right in his mouth.
You're the Holy Father. You got the hat.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. I'd punch him right in his mouth. Sadie, where is Pentumble? Crack the whip on him. He's like Jack Doherty. Let's see how many people are in Jack Doherty's stream right now. 570 with.
Yeah, but why isn't my webcam like turning on? Do I have to have perms for here?
Your webcam's on.
Now.
Oh wait, I have mine like hiding my own. My bad. Duh.
Yeah, it's because you have to do this bullshit that all the drama streamers have to do with the words on the screen. You and all the drama streamers. Oh yeah, and I guess non-fun. It's like all the young people and like
With
drama
the
streamers.
words on the stream. I just have my chat and I have my socials.
Now the social's fine. It's actually very nice.
The chat. Well, we could have a shared chat, and then why does that matter? Do you not have chat on yours for the show?
Yeah, I got chat in the chat slot, not on my thing. Because listen, there's one thing these people need
I
to be
don't
looking at.
have a chat slot. If I gave you a chat slot, then you would not see like.
What do you mean?
Okay,
You have a
this-
chat in your
this
stream, don't you?
much.
Don't you have a chat in your
This much
stream?
right here. Boom.
Don't you have a chat in your stream? Like your stream has a chat, like room on the side?
Oh, like just let them read it themselves.
Yeah, it's okay. You do what you want. It works for everyone. Pentuple has a whole fucking screen of
I
us all in the
know, so
background.
why are you judging me? All I have is this.
I judge both of y'all. Listen.
All I have is this.
Hey, it's all right. I'm just gonna roast you for what I want to roast you for. I do like the alternating socials thing. That's pretty cool. You have to teach me how to do that. That thing right over there on the top.
I did this too.
Yeah, that's scary. It's like Medusa. No, not Medusa. The Hydra.
I set that up the other day.
Liberation Day is today.
I took the day off to celebrate.
This doesn't even really work because I want to show what you guys are doing. I don't want my chat to just stare at me the whole time. That's pretty weird.
So what you do is you screen cap, you pop this window out, and you screen cap this window. Or window capture the window.
Oh, that
And
is so smart. Thank you, Gibbs.
Yeah, well, oh yeah, I guess he doesn't have perms. Let me move him in.
And so instead of a cam, you just see my...
No, what you do is you put your video on in Discord, and then you screen cap, you pop that window out of the app, and then you window capture that app in your Streamlabs or OBS.
I know.
There you go. Yeah.
It's fine. I just wanted to do the thing where my social was there.
You can still do that. You turn on
it.
Snapcam and you make that the camera that's your Discord what captures. I already know how to do this. I just do
We're
two.
gonna have to talk about this later because I need help, Gibbs. I need to be shown.
Okay, how did you have your camera in here earlier? Put your camera back on how you had it on earlier. Okay.
Well, hold on. Now I have to deactivate it on the main.
Okay, put your camera on however you had it on earlier.
Okay.
And I'll tell you how to do this. This will take you 2 seconds. Turn it on here. Then you pop out this window in Discord. Make it full screen. This goes for anybody. Okay, cool. Now that it's popped out, you add in your Streamlabs or OBS.
Okay.
You add a window capture or screen capture slot and pick.
I get that, but like, how do I How do I get it to say my name?
Okay, how did you have it before saying your name?
Cams.
Yeah, how did you have it?
I did virtual camera,
Yeah, so you do that again.
but then I can't stream it and show the whole
Yes,
thing.
you can. Well, you'd have to stream all 4 of us. But your camera in here would have the chat.
We're just come on. Is everyone here? Are we still missing people?
We're missing the guy who wanted to do debate.
Who I'm debating.
The
My
one who
debate
wanted
opponent.
the one who wanted to do debate in the first place. If not, then we're just gonna
What is his username again? Ellen DeGeneres?
yeah, whatever. If not, there are things we can all talk about.
We can
Like
just still
Liberation
go
Day?
through the topic.
We can
go
celebrate
through it
Liberation
anyway.
Day.
Yeah, we're ready. I came as a unbiased holy father today to bless this debate series match.
So you said no PowerPoints.
Listen, did I show y'all? You haven't seen Tyler saw. I have.
What's up, Kai Bunny? You're the one that told me that one time to tell Gibbs he was a bitch, right? That was you in chat?
That was her. I got new
Oh,
dry
it's not.
writers.
Chai?
I
Chai,
will
my
hate
bad.
you every time you message
No,
me.
I'll say it. I'll say it right. I didn't know.
It's okay.
Chai Bunny. Chai. Did you get it right the first time, Tyler?
What, right? What are you talking about?
How do you say her name?
Hi, buddy.
Kai. It's not Kai. It's Kai.
It's gonna be it. Now we know.
That's funny.
Yeah, we just lost one of the dry race markers. Oh well, that's fine. We got 4 more. I'm so excited. This hat's not staying on, by the way.
It looks like chai tea.
It
Oh
is.
my
That's
god,
well.
you're playing. You're playing like you weren't listening and you were listening.
I wasn't
You-
listening, but
not-
that's how chai tea is spelled, and I used to be a barista when I was
Yeah.
a teenager. So
Yeah, you
You-
just
hold on,
have S
can we
tier
talk
Riz
about-
all
can-
the time.
Can we talk
Uh-huh.
about? Can we talk about what he just said? Can we just talk about what he's? You
my
used to
mom
be.
owned a coffee shop.
You used
Yeah.
to be a barista. Okay, that might be slightly more excusable because we believe in American business for American business ownership. But if it was anything other than that,
I also worked a hot dog cart outside the business for her too.
I like that. That's good. Doubling up. Because after they get their coffee in the shits, they're definitely gonna need something to refill it.
Yep, Papa's hot dog will fill you right up. That's what I used to tell them all.
Yeah, Papa's hot dog. Where is this guy? Let's just tag him in the general at Ellen. Where are you? Yeah, this is working out better than I anticipated because this is gonna count as a win with a forfeit. We'll have 2-0.
I'll take the W by forfeit. I'll still go through my open. I'll go out there and take some half court shots just for show.
The Wagner guy? Yeah, the Wagner guy, bro. What about the hot dog stand for the Wagner guy?
What are you guys talking about?
Who knows?
I was still handling a glizzy. They don't sell glizzies at coffee shops.
What do you think about the Pepe hat?
I like it.
Sadie, I don't have to monitor the
You know what
dogs
hat you're
because
gonna like even more? Are you ready for this?
my baby would never hurt a fly.
So, I got 2 hats. They accidentally sent me the wrong one, so I had to get them to send the right one. We got another MAGA hat. Yeah, but guess what? We also got.
You got one of those. Oh, I'm jealous.
Yeah,
I'm
buddy.
jealous.
I can't wait to break it out in one of these debates. I'm gonna just be like,
Oh, that's a new hat. That's awesome.
yeah, Trump was right about it. And then I immediately look more country when you put these on. I don't know if you noticed this. Look how much more country I look.
I have this hat.
Oh, boy, let me tell you, them down there gators over there, they're a real fucking problem. We gotta clean them up. Goddamn great. This is a real issue down here, these pots. What is that?
This is my hat. It helps me stop losing my hair, allegedly. You think it's working?
Have you ever heard of, Bosley? Why is my camera reversed?
I'm preparing for the debate using red light. Brainwaves activated.
I'm gonna just go ahead and say that this motherfucker bitched out.
I'm going to give him 10 minutes. That's okay.
All right. I'm just gonna be the first one to call it. I will eat my words. More than prepared, but I'd also like to be the first.
I still
one
have my
to-
open.
Yeah, you can give your open here shortly once he's.
I reached out to him.
Yeah, good. We all messaged him. He's ducking after all that shit talk.
Well, I reached out and I was like, hey, I'm one of the judges that's on the show tonight, and I was really looking forward to hearing what you had to say because I've heard rumors about you, but I've never actually seen what you've done,
How do I get
and I
this
was
right?
really hoping you would still come on the show. Maybe I should send him a selfie so he knows I'm cute.
No, he's gonna call you a vapid whore. Is what he's gonna call you. Like, yeah, because he said something about. So I had like Hot and Streamy on one night as one of the judges. I don't know whose debate it was, and he was like, "Oh yeah, look at Gibbs over here just trying to milk hot bitches for fucking content," and I was like, "Duh."
Dude, I tried it. It's harder than it looks.
What?
Just like putting girls in front of a camera and making them be entertaining.
Yeah, it's.
Although you're actually working with like streamers, so it's different. I was working with that Jennifer chick. I was just like,
No,
yeah, for an hour,
I've
and
done
she was
both
like,
though.
I can, and she is funny. I will say she is fucking.
No,
hilarious.
I've done both. I've had multiple girls. I had like a local model like come in one time, and then I had a female Christian author that came in, and then I had another girl that was like a real estate agent, like 3 or 4. And they're all like super hot. Oh, and then I had a Hooters calendar girl. She came in and was on one of them. That was good. And yeah, those have been really good on YouTube for me. Like as far as views, they've been hit me like
okay.
they've hit like 20 views.
Oh, that's pretty good. That's not bad.
Real good, you know. So I don't know.
It's funny how most duds are actually such duds that like, I mean, 100 views is like pretty incredible in my opinion, at least for me. When I see 100 views, I'm like, hey, I caught something.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, my
caught the
YouTube
wave
is
a little bit.
trash. I've done like no promoting on it though at all. So, but like, I
Mine's
was
the same.
I was thinking that I definitely was of the mind. Oh, we put like a 10 of 10 baddies in person on the stream. It's just I'm gonna make it, and that's not what happens. Just like for whatever reason.
I'm just here to be a judge, so like I'm not really here to be content right now. I'm just here to like judge.
Yeah.
Right now. And like when I judge you, that'll be the content, okay? So like until then, I do already have some pre-planned things though if someone disrespects me.
Oh yeah.
I've been passing judgment
Wait,
this
do you
whole
want?
time.
Do you want me to like to like get it out? It'd be kind of like,
Not necessarily for you, Pentapple.
all right, it's for Gibbs.
I kind of forget it right now because I smoked weed earlier. So I have to remember too, but I did come up with some things.
Bangers.
By the way, I'm going on a panel on Gibbs right after this, and then I will be a contestant person.
Or you're doing the outnumbered
I don't
panel?
know. I just know there's women, and I'm on it, and that sounds fun.
You know what I realized today
Dude,
while I
I
was
love
driving? While I was driving, was like this is like basically the Twitch poll version of whatever. Like because it's like different women sometimes, and they're all just like bringing issues, and they all aren't talking about it. Except I'm not over here like, yes, well, that's because you're a dumb bitch. I don't know. I thought that was kind of funny. This guy has been talking so much shit. He better show up.
I hope so. We're all here.
Oh man,
I wouldn't show up if I was him, to be honest. The topic is like so one way. Like I don't know how he's supposed to argue. My open is just kind of like setting up like maybe a way to answer the question. I think you'll like my open. I think we'll do it anyway, right?
yeah,
We'll do it anyway.
yeah.
Oh, for those who want to know what I'm wearing on
it-
my head, it's helping me prevent my.
You
hair
know what it
loss.
looks like, right?
It looks like a Islamic garb or something.
Yeah, like the what are they? What's the group?
Some sort of foreigner.
I
Thing.
can't think of the name of the group. The Black Panthers. They always wear those.
Oh. Yeah, really? I don't know.
Yeah, they have like the black kind of. I don't know. They're like the military hat kind of, but like some of them wear that too.
Didn't, like,
There's more
forget,
settings. Look
right?
at this. If I press it, it flashes.
Samuel Jackson's hat. There you
Which
go.
makes me smarter.
Like he didn't like get the time mixed up. Is he in a different time zone than like you?
He knows the time zone, Shine. This guy has done debates before, like on other channels. So like this is not like he's just like a total noob to Twitch. He just is like I mean he's known, doesn't have the best rep. So like whatever. But we'll see where he's at. I'll message him on a different fucking social and see if that helps.
I don't know. I don't really take anyone's suggestions or recommendations on other people generally, unless I hear they're a snake. I heard that both Gibbs and Pentuple were lol cows, and the person that said it hid the debate behind a paywall that you guys just did on Monday. So,
yeah, I mean, who's the lol cow there? I mean, that one of the one Pentuple got me was like, I was like the clip. I was like, yeah, that's not usually the lol cow that's getting you know. I'm just saying, somebody's the lol cow. Let me look at my messages here. Go on. So, how's everybody's day?
It's good. I was looking forward to doing this. Like all day, kind of actually. Like it's pretty cool.
Beef prices near record high. Big fan. It's all coming together exactly like I planned. Guess who's also grained independent? This guy. You know who other ranches aren't? The ones around me.
I feel like if he shows up at this
Expansion.
point, I'm already gonna need a good explanation without docking points. I'm so serious. Like, why aren't you here on time then? Like, what is going on if you're not here yet?
He has till 5:50. That's what we gave the other person till last time. So 20-minute, and then we'll let Pentuple do his opening.
I am enjoying Tariff Day.
Oh, it's Liberation Day, bro.
Liberation Day. I'm enjoying it. I think it's funny. The same. There's an argument that maybe this could be a part of the topic tonight, maybe, but not really. Just making a point. But the Democrats were like, "Stop pointing at the weather when we're talking about climate, you stupid like MAGAs. Like, don't point at the weather." They're like, "Look at the stock market today," and I'm like, "You think we're gonna like judge the success or failure of tariffs based on how the market reacts the day of?" Like, that's just not even logical. And it's as stupid as saying like, "Oh, the weather's bad today, the climate's bad." Right?
Yeah, that's a good point. Actually,
How do you understand one and not the other?
I haven't used that point at all, but that is a good point. Like, oh, the day of impact is not really a good indicator because people are all like, it's all speculative.
Well, it's like, here's the thing. The real answer is going to be when we're going to another election in a year. Democrats going to campaign on taking off these tariffs after they've been in place for 2 years. If we have manufacturing coming back, if we see positive movements in the direction Trump wanted, are they going to campaign on removing tariffs that are evidently working? I mean, it's like, if you're against them, just let them like play out, see what happens. But like, if we can point to them, be like, look, they didn't want to do these tariffs. They were campaigning and freaking out when we did it. And look what happened. Like, manufacturing started coming back. If we actually got these positive movements, it would be just discrediting. They didn't have to discredit themselves. They could have just watched and saw what happened. They're not changing it by spurring out and freaking out about it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with a lot of that. I mean, the other thing is, so for those of y'all that don't know, I have like a group planning chat for my Thursday shows, right? And 3 of us are in it. Chai's not, but 3 of us are in it. And so what I was asking about the other day, we were talking about beef prices, and beef prices are at like record highs. And so I wanted to ask our 2 leftist economist people at the time, which one of them here is Tyler. He's like Senate lefty. You know, I know y'all think that he's a right winger now, but you know, he never
claimed him.
We've claimed him just because y'all want to listen. We'll take the '90s Dems. They're center left, but they want to be on the winning team. We'll take it. Come on down. But
With
like
the second overall draft pick, MAGA headquarters selects Tyler, average debate enjoyer.
But we were in there talking today, and I was like, beef prices way up. I'm grain independent. Beef prices have been going up because of the grain. Now we got the tariffs going down. And so I'm like, non-fun. Is beef going to go up? You know, he's been acting like, you know, we don't understand economics over here. Gibbs intimately understands the nuance of macroeconomics leading to microeconomics gains. And grain prices going up even more, and beef prices going up worldwide because of tariffs. And I'm grain independent. Oh, buddy, guess who's going to be? Cattle barons are back, baby. We are back. It's so nice. And I knew exactly what I was voting for. If y'all didn't, that's y'all's fault.
Dude, I voted for more than we've gotten so far. That's the thing. I voted for more than we've done.
I haven't lied about a single thing on one of these things. I tell people straight up why I was voting for shit, and people are like, okay. But I knew what was going on. Well, time. What about you, Chai? What did you vote for?
I didn't vote.
Wow. That's...
Exciser.
Was that was that a political statement that you didn't vote, or just?
I just
Have you
think
voted
it's always
before?
the worst of two evil. No, I've never voted yet either.
But you were in the military, didn't you get like the
Hey,
when you were
no,
in the
that's where it
military?
starts, though. That's where
Well,
the MAGA journey starts.
well, hold on. In the
When you realize that
military,
they've been playing us.
did you not have just like a thing you could like sign, fill out, and just send in? Like, isn't that a whole thing? The mail-in votes for the military.
I just didn't. I was like really like young when I was in the military. Like I didn't know anything. I didn't even care.
That's interesting. You're just ready to go and
You
do.
do realize like I'm just now recently starting to give a fuck, right?
That's how a lot of my friends are. Like Poses was here last night in chat. He was like, "Yeah, I didn't care about politics till like this year, and then I realized how much money they're taking from me."
Well, to me, I'm just like, oh, that's a man thing. Like, why the fuck do I need to know that? Just find a guy that's into that shit. Why do I?
Beast.
That's a man thing. God, I love Chai
It's a
so
weird
much.
thing. I don't really give a fuck. But then I'm just like, all right, I'm on this online space, and like, my friends are into it, and I listen to my friends, and like, now I'm starting to learn, and now I kind of want to learn more because I'm addicted to learning, and I do have opinions on things. I just don't know how to articulate them that well yet. So we're gonna start practicing.
Why is my camera all of a sudden mirrored?
But yeah, also, out of the two, like, if you actually want to know my take on like the recent election, I know it sounds unfair that I'm saying this, but Kamala will never be my first woman president. That is not the one that I'm gonna have. As a woman, I wouldn't vote for her. That didn't make me want to go vote for the first president for the first time. I'm sorry. Which like just the way she portrayed herself from what I saw wasn't the best. I don't really like Trump. I'm not his like super big number
Banner.
one fan.
She's
But
banned in my
between
chat.
the two, I feel safer with him. If I were an active voter and I already did
Banner.
it a lot, I would probably go vote for him if I already voted before in the past. But because I've never
Banner.
voted, I didn't want to go, do the. I was gonna wear a daddy's home shirt at Thanksgiving. It just didn't come.
Hey, but Daddy's still home even after Thanksgiving.
Yeah, but like I don't know. Now I kind of want to learn more because I'm just like, all right, if I did lean more this way, why? But I do feel like most elections are the lesser of two evils.
That's where I started. That's where I like, but I don't know. I would say that's like the energy that started the MAGA movement. Maybe Gibbs and Tyler would agree with that. If you go back to like 2015 or 2012, I guess I should say, and you look at like Mitt Romney and stuff like that, it's like that was definitely like two sides of the same coin. You know what I mean? Just Republican system versus Democrat system. I do see Trump as like, if your desire is getting away from that, that's why I'm so excited about him. And now that we've defeated the Republican Party, we just have to watch the collapse of the Democratic Party, and eventually everything will shake up. And there'll always be factions, whether you have them like established as parties. That's why I think that like we could get rid of the two-party system, but we'll still always want like two general major candidates in the general election. What do you think of that?
He's never really like have a true shot.
Well, like I think that we've got to address our election process in the primaries if we want to really talk about like that sort of system, because ultimately the reason we want two major candidates in the final race isn't because I think each party should be entitled to one. Like that's why that's like the aesthetic of why we have two major candidates, but in reality I think we should have two candidates because you do want the winner to win a majority of the electoral college, not just like the most, right? So it's hard to do if you have 3 or 4 or 5 candidates. But the problem is that those two major candidates shouldn't just be like one granted to each of these parties. So I think we have to do something with the primaries and then figure out how to whittle down to 2 major candidates for that like final general election. But as far as like, should these parties that are like private, especially the Democrats who have super delegates and, fuck with that process all the time, like should they just be entitled to each one? Like why not have a third party actually get the votes? But it's because you literally can't. The parties are just not, they don't have the infrastructure to get you there. You literally can't get there. It's impossible. So it's
why
like,
do you think both of these parties keep putting up representatives that really don't represent anything ideal?
Well, I think that a lot of them coming into DC probably do, but then I think there's an old viral video of AOC where she wanted to vote a certain way on some bill, and they showed her getting like a stern talking to from Nancy Pelosi that was like, you have to vote this way, or you're not going to get any money for your primaries. Like this is what the party's like basically demanding you vote for, and it was like this thing. This must have been maybe her first or second term. that this happened. But I think that what happens is ultimately like these people get elected as Democrats or even as Republicans, and then there's sort of like within this system, and it's like you don't get to really like if you go against the system, you're not going to get back in there. They're going to pull all your funding. Like there's just ways that I think they're controlled, which is why a lot of them go in with these like bright eyes and genuine intentions, but then just get there and realize that like it's almost impossible to actually.
Yeah, I
do
mean,
anything.
I think that
Like,
there's always been factions, though. I think that the difference is that the Trump has like kind of brought together like enough of his own outside support. Like he's got the technocrats, right? They have the money of their own to match like whatever. And then there's like Texas has always had its independent street. Texas has like the oil money. So they're like, yeah. And then we also have like the Koch brothers who have their own thing going on. They're not Texas though. But like we have like the old oil money. So you see the old, like Texas has its own independent slant. They're probably like 1/6 the Republican Party, right? Like power wise. So like they go in there and they have that independent slant text zone. You have like the MAGA who's like can work with those people. You have like the old school neocons who've like kind of like gathered around DeSantis in Florida and made Florida their bastion. And you see this, but I think MAGA has this advantage that it appeals to like the average worker and it appeals to like the religious right and like the disenfranchised like middle America. Sorry, I was struggling there. Just walking around here trying to do something. I think that's
that energy of like fuck the system and fuck the two parties and they've been playing us against each other. That's what I really feel like the MAGA movement started in. Like that's what attracts people to our movement. I think is once they realize like this is a very populist anti-establishment movement. Like we are the counterculture.
Yeah, but it's also not classist. Like I've seen the left try to describe it as classist, where it's like, oh, Elon, he's not representing these low level workers. He's bad. Or like even like at my level, right? I'm like I wouldn't call himself like rich, or like maybe if you took me and my whole family into account, we'd be somebody. But like they're like, oh, you're a landowner, you're an elitist, you gotta think. But I'm like, no, not really. It's not that they're like it's the poor against the big. It's like people that are just like common sense, like it feels like we're like, why is shit like this is not how it works in the real world for everybody else? Why is the government the only case where this shit's working out this way? Like you know what I'm saying? It's like very like I don't know. It's appealing to people across all classes.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's funny that they'll point at billionaires and say these are billionaires. They couldn't possibly be in touch with the working class. When a lot of the billionaires are pointing at are billionaires because of how much influence they have over like giant corporations with tons of employees. I want to ask these people: do they think that like famous athletes, famous musicians, famous actors like care more about them than the richer business people? It's like what makes you think that like these celebrities that you like? These athletes or singers or actors or something, they make, $400-500 million net worth. Like, why would they give a fuck about you? But they're the ones that they get all the like looks and people look to them and then they're pointing at the billionaires and they're like, oh, look, it's the billionaires. They're bad. And it's like, you guys are worth like hundreds of millions. Just because they're richer, they're bad. What's your guys' incentive to give a fuck about the rest of us? You made all your money acting. You made all your money playing basketball or baseball or football or something like that. It's like, why would you think that person cares more about you than the guy who made more money in conjunction with the working class? Like these athletes and actors, like they don't give a fuck about us. But the owner of like the CEO of Walmart, he does care about the Walmart employees. He has to. Like that's how he makes money. That's the only reason he gets to the size he is.
Walmart may shut down a lot of mom and pop businesses in a place like small towns sometimes, but like it also they're like anchor stores, right? Like you have this catch-22 from the left where they'll complain that it's a food desert because there's no Walmart or no supermarket within a certain amount of time. Then when Walmart moves in there, they complain that they shut down the local economy, stifle small business because a lot of those things that were replaced by Walmart, little small delis, the whatever shops are closed down. But then Walmart also provides like education for all these people. They pay for school, they pay whatever. Yeah, Walmart maybe does some bad things too, but like you can't have it both ways as a lefty, right? Like you can't say they're the cause of all these problems and then turn around and say, oh, they're the cause of food deserts because they don't want to put a store there. Like, what do you want? Do you want them to be there or do you want them not to be there? Like they offer only bitching, no solutions.
Yeah.
All the time.
You remember when they said, $6 billion would solve world hunger? And Elon was like, write up exactly how that happens and I'll do it. And they were like, fuck.
Well, yeah, exactly. He was like, I'll give $6 billion right now. However y'all want. Y'all
Like,
tell me
write
the
up
plan.
exactly how to do it, and I'll put the money there. And they're
I'll
like,
fund
oh,
it.
okay,
He's like, yeah. He was like, you give me the people. You tell me the people. You give me the plan. I'll pay for all of it right now. $6 billion flat blank check. Like, and what happened? Now they're burning his cars.
yeah. Yeah, that's probably where my debate opponent is. Someone said that in chat that he probably got picked up for keying a Tesla today. Hey, but are we in official 2-0 territory now?
Yeah, it's chime
official.
back.
Rack it up.
Yeah, I think we are in official territory
By
here.
default.
What was? I don't even know what the exact subject was.
Actually,
You guys have
I'm
argued about
voting
how.
for Ellen
You saying that?
So I would just like to put that on the record.
Wait, what'd you say?
Damn,
Chime?
we have to go to a chat vote still. We didn't even debate. Put the chat.
All right, go to a chat vote. Chat, what do you say?
Chat's gonna vote against me. Don't do
I'll
it.
put the poll.
Do not do it. No, don't do the poll. They're gonna vote against me. They're gonna do it out of
No.
memes. and
Well,
I'm gonna
it really
lose.
doesn't matter if chat votes against you since you were 0-2 with the judges.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Well, unless they,
I can't believe this.
unless they do like they did with Modi on my show, where the judges were like, "What?" So I had a $200 prize one time, and for like a roast show, and so we get down to the final three, and it's Modi, I think it was Earthly, and Scumbag, and the guy's like, "Oh yeah," and so it's final two, and it's like Modi and him, and he's like, "Okay, I should win." The guy, first judge, Scumbag. Second guy, Modi. Third judge goes, Modi was absolutely dominant performance tonight. He did the best I've ever seen anybody do. He just roasted the shit down for whatever straight. And that's why I vote for Scumbag. And I was like, and Modi's like, totally screwed him. It was so funny. Pentuple.
Yeah.
It's like chat is
I'll put
3-0 in it for Ellen. That's what Landon's telling me.
I'm him.
Ellen wins 3-0. Best thing the leftists can do is not show up and speak.
I don't know, man. I keep telling people content does not meet guidelines.
You can, but they come as a combo package. You can't just pick one dog.
No, I can't put degenerate in the name. Apparently. All right, guys, get your voting in. Get your voting in. Don't make it official. Then
This is unbelievable.
we can also hear.
I'm gonna lose.
My guess
My
is
chat.
Ellen spent the day in bed crying because of Liberation Day, but
Shy's gone. Is that what just happened?
She'll be back.
Yeah, she's got.
Who voted for Ellen? You guys, I know you're gonna do it. I already know what's happening. It's Landon. I know it's Landon. Should I just save my notes in case he wants to challenge me again?
I wouldn't
know.
accept.
It's just a
This
bunch
is-
of lists.
Yeah, do not accept after this. Say you're not going to participate.
Yeah,
Because
he
it's
gets an
bullshit.
0-1.
Well, I
by
choose based on the topic.
He gets an
I choose
0-1
based
by
on the topic.
forfeit, and like this is the thing: if you're like a no call, no show,
I'll take another forfeit.
if you're a no call, no show, you're definitely not getting another chance, right? Like you're gonna have to like wait a
Ooh,
significant period of time,
blacklisted.
but or a significant period of time. But versus like Portland is burning, he like messaged me like hours and hours before. He's like, "Hey, I have like an emergency that's happening today." Yada yada yada.
Right.
Like that's one thing, you know. And like I could plan otherwise. I just was like, he can't show up.
I had Sadie in case. I had Sadie
If
ready.
this was
in
a
case
work
I didn't get
meeting,
home.
If
I'd
this-
fire Ellen.
If this guy shows up with like a doctor's note saying I was in the hospital, okay, maybe. But he's still forfeited.
May not have just called him and sat
I was gonna say
there
we're
in
30
an
minutes out.
empty Discord call yelling at him because I felt like doing it to see if he'd show up while I was mid yelling at him. He
That's
didn't
funny.
wake up.
I don't know. What was the topic? What is the actual topic you guys were debating? Because you guys argued
Well, the
about a ton.
topic that I came prepared for was basically like this is why I said earlier it's like it felt like a one-way debate topic that I wouldn't
Yeah,
have
I picked the
suggested,
debate.
but I accepted.
I suggested it.
Yeah, so it was our Democrats hypocrites, right? So I wrote an opening statement, and I'm not going to get into do the whole thing, but I'll just say that my opening was basically most accusations of hypocrisy leveraged across the political aisle can be settled by identifying an additional or a missing variable that differentiates and explains the quote-unquote hypocritical standard. So I have 5 examples that I came up with today, and I won't go through them right now. This is what I was going to do, is I have 5 examples of pretty major instances of hypocrisy from the Democrats, and then I wanted him to respond to each of them by trying to explain why it's not hypocritical to hold that position. I'll just give the first one: to be preaching about democracy and then replace your candidate after the primary. Like, this is a hypocritical position. How do you explain and justify the party doing this? How do you, blame people for thinking that the party's hypocritical for doing this? And then, there's other examples, but that's like how I felt the debate was going to go, just because, like, how else do we argue this? Like, obviously I think they're hypocrites. He doesn't think they're hypocrites because he's a Democrat. So it's like, let's, choose a few things, explain why this isn't hypocrisy. And then honestly, maybe he'd even be able to convince me if he had a good reason, like why it's not hypocritical. But I think there's plenty of examples, which is why I instantly
What about the
accepted the
DNC
debate
is a
topic.
private party that can pick their candidate however the hell they want?
That is true, but I don't think they present themselves that way. Do you think that most Democratic
No, they
voters think of
They
them that
don't,
way?
Oh,
but
Shy.
they are.
You also our conservative female tonight backed out, so you have to be our only conservative now. So now I hope you're excited.
Okay.
Woo!
Can't
Nope.
wait to
Get
Yeah.
Sadie on. Get Sadie on. You need Sadie.
Or Sadie,
I
actually,
believe-
Sadie, you could come on if you want to. We need another.
No, I think that
Yeah, that's a
Gibbs-
great idea. Actually, if I switch
Gibbs
out
is
Abby
supposed
for
to straw
Sadie,
man. Gibbs is supposed to straw man the opposing argument and argue as a straw man. Gibbs is how we're supposed to do this.
yeah,
That's what they're-
I was supposed to do that, but guess what? I'm not going to do.
oh, breaking his own rule.
Listen, I reserve the right to do whatever the fuck I want because I don't answer to any of you bitches. None of
This
y'all
is
pay my
the
bills.
example Trump set. Set the rules and then break your own
Listen,
rules.
if Skiztech comes in here right now and like says, Gibbs, you do it, I'll do it. Skiztech pays bills around here. But like the rest of y'all, like, fuck off. Maybe I would even maybe let Majin say it, because Majin or like Kyle has spent a lot of money. But like, you, no sir.
USMCA all over again. Here's
Admiral
this trade
Gibbs
deal. We're
is
gonna
the
pull
one
it
of
out
us
from
that could-
underneath you.
Admiral Gibbs is the one that could identify most with OnlyFans models.
I love-
You pay my monthly sub, you get what you want.
Exactly, bro. OnlyFans models are based, bro. Like, I love them. They're fucking. I don't subscribe to any of them, but
He has subbed to my Twitch channel.
yeah, Twitch channel,
Go
sure.
on next week, Sadie. Go on next week, Sadie. You're doing
Well,
this outnumbered show every week, right? I love that idea, by the way, Gibbs. I
Yeah.
want to give you props for that. That's such a brilliant fucking idea.
Yeah, I don't know what, bro. I got another one. I stole another idea, guys. You ready for this next show we're about to do? I'm planning it. You ready? Have you ever watched Pardon the Interruption on ESPN?
Yes.
We're gonna do that. I'm gonna get 4 people,
Ooh.
and I'm gonna give out points for how good the things are. And at the end, whoever wins gets the monologue for like 10 minutes or 15 minutes or something.
Is
Ooh,
Pardon the
I like that.
Interruption,
That's
like,
good, right?
interrupting
Yeah, I don't know
people?
exactly
I'm
whatever to
really
call it.
good at interrupting people, like I'm doing to you right now.
I see that. But that's a good idea. If you've ever watched Pardon the Interruption, it's a great concept. And the guy
Like,
is
is that
clearly
what it's
biased.
about?
Yeah, basically. And like,
Yeah,
so
I'm
say y'all
keep
3 were
interrupting
talking.
you for the bit, by the way.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah,
It's a good bit.
it's a good bit.
But you're not gonna steamroll Papa Gibbs.
I'm funny.
It's a good
You
try.
can do it. It's
I think
okay.
you're funny.
Oh, by the way, Pentuple, didn't you say earlier it's kind of hard to find funny women that are attractive? Is that you who said
Did I
that?
say that? That sounds like something I could have
Or
said.
You said it was like
Did I
a
say that?
normal person.
We're still
that was
looking.
anyway?
Wait, what?
We're
I
still.
don't know. I just remember someone earlier saying it's kind of hard to find like funny women to get on things. Like, and then you were like, "Well, Gibbs, you have streamer friends, so I guess it's a little easier."
Oh, right. Yeah, sort of.
Yeah,
I was saying like
Kinda talked about that, right? And I have a tip for you. You just go look through the gaming section or the art section, and you find a female that you like watching, right? And you focus on the personality, and then you invite them to something that's intro level to get them comfortable and see if they'll like it and see if maybe they want to come on. And then you ask them if they'd ever like to branch out and just come talk about a couple things, and they can help pick the topics to make them comfortable. And that's how you make friends that are interesting, that are women, and get them to do.
oh
things.
no, I don't want to be friends with women.
You want to
I send them-
other streamers,
Just
get them on your show.
I send them pictures of my
Just
dick.
You know.
I send them
No,
pictures
no,
of my dick. and then
I appreciate the
insult
advice.
them.
That's good advice.
Yeah, that's the top
I was just
floor
making a
method or
joke because
whatever.
Gibbs
Or
was
Destiny
like,
method.
like
And
people
if you
were.
ever want to run a show and you want women to come on your show, you have to have a woman friend to reach out to them. 10 times easier.
Well, at least one.
Yeah.
Jen.
There you go. Jen can reach out.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you for following. Yeah, I gotta say, I don't. That's not the method I do.
Well, yeah,
Oh,
Gibbs, but
true.
you're also different.
Yeah,
Okay?
I just walk in and be like, hey,
I'm
puta.
sorry, Pentuple, but you're not Gibbs, you know?
Yeah, he's much taller and into gayer sports like baseball. He
I
didn't
think
hear me.
Pentuple comes off less, like, no, I wouldn't want to call him reserved, but I would say compared to you, he's
You're
kind
so
of reserved.
you're so much more reserved. That's the word that we use to describe Pentuple around here. Reserved. I gotta
Reserved.
reserved. Pentuple, would you do you
What is
think?
that?
Yeah, do you think that
Reluctant,
reserved is the
like,
word?
You just hear the energy Gibbs gives off. Like, it's just a different energy. A different
Calm. You're
vibe.
very calm. He's very calm, collected
Yeah.
individual. That's what
And
Pentuple's
then
known
you
for.
freak out. I don't know. Am I
I don't
correct
know.
commenting on you? Do you freak out? Do you crash out?
I don't think Pisca's audience would agree.
Is Sky drunk, Leighton, or what happens? Does he crash out?
I think I don't know. I mean, I crash out to be. I don't think I've ever really actually crashed out. I would like crash out like to be funny or like.
Do you know who
know,
a streamer
a bit.
named Nonfon is?
No.
There's a
I've
dude
never heard
named
of that.
Nonfon. Him and Pentuple are like two peas in the
Or
same
Nina.
pod.
What do you
They're
think Nina's
the
audience thinks
opposite
about
ends of the
Pentuple?
same coin.
Yeah, what do you think about Nina's? What do you think Nina's audience thinks of Pentuple?
Oh, they definitely hate me.
You know what they told me
they-
after? They were like, I can't. They're like, Gibbs, how do you work with that guy all the time? He's a dick. They're like, we like you, Gibbs.
Was she the drunk? She was the drunk girl.
I know.
Yeah.
Because Pentuple said something that made her really, really mad, and then she got quiet for a while because I did click in on the stream, and that is the exact moment.
I don't think I've ever seen Nina actually get quiet.
I do feel bad a little bit. I
Yeah,
crashed out
nobody
there.
knows what you're saying. You're drunk. Shut up.
Actually fight them before they destroyed you.
She usually does she's usually really loud and yelly.
I wanted to hear her.
Last time I was on a panel with her, she was like, Gibbs, you know they're never gonna elect a brown person, Gibbs.
She's. I think I've had 2 interactions with her. And both
I
have
like
gone
her. I think she's
that,
pretty
where we're
funny.
Very just.
Okay.
We just didn't mesh very well.
Oh,
Do you remember when I told you that I
I
have a
like
chatter
Nina
that
personally.
comes in and asks me about a political figure and asks me if I'm sweeping for them?
Sure.
The username is Kadarius Stoney. Today they typed, is the topic for the women's panel Harry Sisson? Be honest, I hate liars and bigots. Okay, tell me what you think about his jawline next, Kadarius Stoney, because I'm waiting for that. You always compliment his jawline after and then say I'm sweeping for him. I don't even know who that is. Does anyone know who Harry Sisson
Yes.
is? Because I don't know.
I only
Oh, sure.
I even know who the chatter that you're talking
Why do
about.
you keep coming here and asking me this? I don't know who this
I only
is.
found
He
out
does
who
the
it was
same
last
thing in my
week.
chat.
Yeah, I only
She-
found out.
the same thing.
She literally has a broom named Harry Sisson behind her. Don't listen. She's a sweeper.
A broom? Hey, yo, Tyler.
Oh yeah,
Hey,
not because she's a
no.
woman. No. But I am expecting a sandwich platter.
Well, kind of, because she's a woman.
I'm
Man,
gonna
wait,
make
why
your
did you say
sandwich
broom?
Very gross.
Honey, the better talking.
Yeah,
I'm totally just kidding.
Because maybe she could sit on it and make us a sweep while she makes a sandwich.
You fucking pussy. I'm the judge of all judges, except for Gibbs. He judges me.
I judge everybody.
You can speak now.
What's that fucking little Mo comedian? He's like, why don't you shove the broom up your ass and make me a sandwich? That way you can sweep while you're doing it.
I don't know. He's talking about a broom. I'm thinking about the last episode of 13 Reasons Why that got deleted. And, you know, it's just, you keep talking shit.
Oh no. Can I be your 14th reason?
Ooh, I can't even make it past 2. It's done after that. 2 years in 1 day is done.
Damn, another veteran suicide.
You're
Look
one
what the
reason I'm
look what the VA is doing.
Like,
See, the VA is failing us.
Yay.
The VA. This is a real world example of the Office of Veterans Affairs failing us right here.
They've really failed.
Penis.
Next, you know what they're going to tell me next? So I've already been called a what's the stolen valor because of my name. Next, they're going to accuse me of being a psyop because we have like people like Chai here on. That's the bet. That's
Well, I would have to have like my gear on to kind of be a psyop, you know. I support joining the military as a man. I do not support it as a woman.
right. Right. Yeah. So anyway, about this opening, you want to give us this opening since you worked so hard on it, or do you want to save it?
I don't know.
I am in
I guess
You
we
can always
I
save
mean,
it.
I
You can
kinda
always
told
save
you
it.
I told you what the open was. Basically, the only thing left in here is to go through the other 4 things, which I guess we could, but I could also just
Yeah,
save them in
I would
case
just
somebody
save it.
challenges me again.
I'm sure. Pardon the Gib eruption. That's pretty good.
I even narrowed it down to 5 from infinity. I had infinity written down, and then I had to narrow it down because it didn't.
I was thinking, get a little giblets and gravy as the name.
Giblets and gravy.
And then like give out the points. The points would be giblets, and and then you'd get gravy time would be the end. Just really embracing the fat boy things. What time is the DEI panel? That is at 7:30 my time.
It's a DEI panel.
This
is marketing.
This is a DEI
this is
panel.
Brilliant marketing.
This is probably the widest panel I've ever had.
Oh wait, we don't celebrate.
What's that supposed to be? I have nothing
Did you
prepped.
just
I'm
racially
stoned.
identify me?
Yes, I did. Did I stutter? If I did, you heard me
We
twice.
claimed you. The whites select
Shy Boy.
with their third pick.
Do I know I identify as a snow bunny demon?
Yeah, you definitely are white then. Sounds like I might not make that joke.
I'm Puerto Rican.
The
Doubt.
racial draft is so funny.
How you doing, Cornholio? The guy ran Cornholio with all that hype in my Discord, and then it smells like it.
Wasn't
We
he
didn't
asking
have
me to debate for like a week?
He's been asking to debate for like 3 weeks, and I finally got you to agree to one with this guy because he's like been like, if Gibbs won't do it, pentuple, then I'll like get me pentuple, and I'm like, okay, fine. And the guy's gone on other channels before, and then now.
Yeah, the first topic you wanted to debate, I just wasn't interested in debating.
Yeah, same.
He was like,
Got
let's
asked
debate
too.
why billionaires, although it's not that much better of a topic than our Democrats hypocrites, I'll admit, but
Yeah, but
he was
I picked the
billionaires are a global security threat. It was just like, we're not gonna, like, how do we even debate this? Your worldview is so fucking different than mine. Like, I don't know how we even meet that. With this one, I was like, I think we can at least hunker down on like maybe 5 different things and decide whether they're hypocritical or
We've
not.
had
That
the
seems like
billionaires
little
as
more
a
concrete
world
than-
security threat debate already. We've already had that as a debate topic here.
Well, I mean, the premise is just like dumb. Are billionaires a global security threat? Obviously, like not like just because they're billionaires. Billionaires can be. Billionaires can use their money for nefarious things, but it's like it's not because they're billionaires. It's not like you become a billionaire and like, oh, your business grew too big, you're bad now. Like, how does that work? And by the way, when we talk about global security threat, billionaires are the only reasons that we are like at our societies at this scale that we have global security threats at all. Like, we don't get this modern world without billionaires. We don't develop all of this technology without billionaires and this market that we live in.
Like what if I
there is
became
no, world
I won't
without billionaires?
I won't. But what if I became a billionaire because of this beef price stuff, right? Like I didn't implement any of this. I just was in place, and I had like the grain. Like I'm grain independent, and some of my neighbors are old.
Right.
And they aren't grain independent. That they would have to like probably either downsize or sell off. And I was like, I'm not taking advantage of anybody. I'm just ready for the market to be like there, right? Like, would that make me somehow a world security threat if I was suddenly a billionaire from cattle? The answer is yes. I would be
Makes no sense.
I would be a world security threat, but like the rest of them would probably not be. I'm buying an island and we're
Gibbs is a
developing
threat,
nukes.
not because he's a billionaire, but because he is him.
Yeah, I'm going to be building nukes on my little island. Right.
I mean, it's like, are billionaires more capable of being a global security threat? That's probably true. Like, I don't think I have the same capability of presenting a security threat, on any level as any billionaire, just because that's what access to money is. But it's like, I don't know. I'm not going to get as laid as LeBron James could. Like, because he's got access to groupies and he's a celebrity and he's rich and famous and he can take them everywhere and stuff. And I'm just a guy who has a job. I'm like a regular dude. I'm not like, it's like he's in a position where he could do bad, but he's not bad because he's in that position. And to assume that because you're a billionaire, you're bad is just like, it's like completely nonsensical. Is someone bad when they make it to like $10 million as a businessman? Like, is it worse that they're at 20 now? Like, oh, their business is succeeding even more. Now they're at $50 million net worth. When does it turn into a bad thing that their business is growing? It doesn't inherently turn bad. Maybe it turns bad because they start doing nefarious things, but that's very separate from like becoming a billionaire. Which, by the way, is like, it's a scalable thing. It's not like, I don't know. You can't become a billionaire without like an insane level of assets.
Instantly a bad person for winning the lottery.
Interesting point. If you just were given the money, would it be more likely that?
What if you inherit?
Do you think a lottery winner would be worse with their money than, say, someone who is like a business owner who has assets of that value?
Yes, it's statistically provable that they are worse with their money.
Well, they're worse with their money as in they're more irresponsible when they lose their money. But like, do you think they would do more damage than somebody who has like 500 billion in
Well,
assets?
so the argument is this, right? It
Or
depends.
500 million,
It depends on how you define damage, right, or how you want to do the cost benefit analysis, right?
Or whatever a global security threat would
so as a
be,
global
like,
security threat, probably not, right? Because they're probably not capable of like mentally capable of being able to become a threat via the lotto, right? Like they're not gonna be able to like get the lotto
probably don't
money.
have connections. Or
Yeah, they don't have the
anything.
connections. They don't have the know-how. They don't have the business sense, the diplomatic skills, yada yada. Like, and then they're probably going to lose a lot of that money for frivolous purchases, which is going to stimulate the economy. So yeah, they might actually be better for the average person, but they're going to be worse for themselves and the direct family because that shit tears up families and all sorts of good shit. As opposed to like a billionaire, they're going to have the connections and the know-how and whatever. I don't know. It's really an interesting subject. Chai, was that a cherry blossom on your hand? Tree? Is that what that is?
Yeah. You
Nice.
want to know what's funny about that too? Because I didn't plan this.
Oh my god! It matches the Arizona iced tea can. Who wrote? Did the artist draw that, or did you draw? Like take
The
them?
artist drew it.
He did that on
We
purpose.
did it flower. No, we did it flower by flower. I watched him like put it together, and then he printed it out and then wrapped it. And then it just happens to look like the logo on my favorite tea.
Yeah, it just happens.
Pretty sick.
It does. It does.
It just happens. We all believe
Hey,
you,
I
Chai.
believe it.
We all
What do you
believe
think about?
Done eventually.
What do you think about Elon's life theory that the most like ironic or funny thing that can happen will happen? Do you think that's just because Elon's living a life that is like so meme worthy, or do you think that that's actually
it's just
reality?
Murphy's law. That's been a thing. All he's saying is Murphy's law is true. The worst.
Murphy's law.
You know what Murphy's law is?
I may have heard of it, but I'm not. I don't have it.
Yeah,
in
don't
my
worry. It's not.
recall box.
It's not some scientific thing that you should know. It's fucking It's a drinking thing from like the Irish. Murphy's law is that anything that can go wrong will go wrong.
Oh right, okay.
He
Yeah.
just changed a word.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, basically just changed it to ironic.
Isn't it ironic? Isn't it IRONITIO?
Everybody, this is the first right wing panel, and Tyler's not even right wing. He's like, this is what's crazy is like I get told.
Do you think I'm right wing, Gibbs? Is that what you're saying? Because technically, I
No, I don't even think you are.
That means right.
This is what's crazy. All right, I got to be honest. I on the panel, I unironically think I'm the most right wing person here, right? Like, and I've always been, and that's for my economic and my neocon stances, right? But like on social issues, I'm either like super libertarian or like I just don't give a shit. And I don't know how to quantify that as like right or left leaning, but like I just don't care, right? Like what you do in your own home is none of my business, right? Like I don't. If you're trans,
You don't let them boys kiss each other.
cool. Let them. Let them. If they want to do that, they want to have gay orgies in their house. I don't give a fuck. Like too fuck. If they want to have heroin, do heroin. I mean, it starts off with them playing baseball. So but like what I'm saying.
Hey yo,
So, like, what I'm saying is, I don't give a shit. But, like, when I look at this, they call Tyler right wing now. He's not. He's not at all. Like, zero. They call me as far right wing. And I'm like, bro, I'm like far right wing economics and maybe military shit. But I'm like center right at best, right? Like, Chai, she's a normie when it comes to politics. But she's, like, I would think you're maybe center right. Or like centrist, and you're MAGA, you're center right too. But they call you and me, but they think we're fucking like next to fucking Nick Fuentes.
well, I'm definitely not Nick Fuentes, but I'm probably, I don't know. I'm definitely socially and culturally more right wing. Like I would overturn gay marriage.
Sure, I mean you have more of the Christian slant than I do. I think I have more of the.
That's true.
Economic.
But although I also actually that Christian stance probably does provide the basis for my marriage thing, but it doesn't for abortion. I think I would be anti-abortion equally even if I was atheist, based on my like reasoning and logic, the way I think about it.
Sure,
but not trying to derail.
I mean, we're just just riffing now at this point.
I don't know.
Yeah, sorry, I don't have shit.
Yeah,
well,
Tyler fails in the non-prepared panels.
I'm sorry.
Tyler's only left wing in the sense of like taking out, I guess, like the modern scale of politics. Because I think what's happening right now is that there's a wing of the fringe left that is getting like almost literally removed from the mainstream as we speak. Like
don't
we already
think
did that
so.
with like the very far alt-right like types like Nick Fuentes.
No.
I think that's like how the far left is going to end up.
They're getting
There's going to be a
stronger.
point where like I don't know about that. You
They
really
lost
think
4
like,
seats
okay.
out of their 8. They like got cut
Yeah,
in half.
but the people that have
Here's the
stayed
thing.
have like so this is what's happening is they're getting rid of their weak, their chaff, and the ones that are surviving are like becoming more entrenched and powerful. Like Hassan's the biggest he's ever been. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like AOC's the biggest she's ever been.
Yeah, she took pronouns out of her bio. She stopped talking about $15 an hour wages, Medicare for all, dropped
but she
all
still
of her
believes
stances,
she still believes
and
all
became.
that.
She pulled a Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio was a Tea Party candidate that came in as a fringe check on spending of the Republicans, and 5 years later, he's such an establishment guy that he gets a 99-0 vote in the Senate to become the Secretary of State. She's doing that route where she goes in as an extremist and moderates over time as she moves up through the scale. She's got her eyes on the New
until
York
she
Senate.
gets to the top, and then she pushes her bullshit.
I
Yeah.
think there's this presumption that the Democrats assume that the cultural pendulum is going to automatically swing back towards them, but they've lost a ton of voters over the last election cycle. And I don't think there's more people that saw them lose and decided to go rush to the aid of the Democratic Party than people who may have even supported them in that election, saw the embarrassing, unpredictable loss, and got totally recalibrated politically. I think there's a lot of people that have actually left even since the election from that loss. I don't think there's a lot of people that are like, oh, like I'm going to go run to the aid of this party. I think that we're seeing the loudest of the people that were going to always be Democrat. Like these people that are talking about like attacking Teslas and stuff. Like these are people that are never going to be on our side. Like they're not. And honestly, do we think that this Tesla stuff is going to be better for them? It might indicate right now, like, oh, people are really mad at Tesla. But what happens in 2026 when we're like, hey, remember when they were destroying fucking Teslas, how annoying that shit is? It makes much better political ads for us than them. So I don't think that they're going to, I don't think that they're recovering, and I don't think they're going to recover
I don't think they're
automatically. And I
recovering.
think what actually terrifies me of their recovery path would be if they all started moving like Gavin Newsom, who still isn't even necessarily moving in the right way, but he's at least like, you know, maybe we are wrong about the trans and sports things.
No,
like maybe,
Fetterman.
like,
Fetterman
we are
is
going to recalibrate on some
Fetterman
issues.
is the one that's come to Jesus, I think. Like
Fetterman is there's no Fetterman isn't.
he's not a threat though, but he's the one that's come to
He's
Jesus.
not too serious. He's not serious enough. I don't see him as a threat. And
Yeah, he's
if
not.
Fetterman is the future of the Democratic Party, that's the Democratic Party I want to like be opposing with. You know what I mean? Like in some ways, the Democratic Party recovering is like only going to happen, in my opinion, only
Well,
going to
to
happen
me-
in a way that
to me-
actually benefits us. They're
So-
going to have to be reasonable and less insufferable.
Well, this is interesting. To me, so I actually turned down a third debate this week, but this is something interesting. To me, it feels like the left, you know, especially on Twitch poll and like in like mainstream media has done something, has doubled down on the manufacturing stuff, right? And I don't think they think they can, like, okay, so you and I are conservative. Other than like when we plan a show, like, do we ever have the same topic for our own individual shit?
I don't think so.
No, right, because it's organic. It's issues are important to you. It's just, all right. So I turned down a panel, but I was supposed to do 3 panels, and I'm doing one tomorrow this week on Trump third term. And
Right.
Piers Morgan, who's center lefty, he's kind of like Tyler here. Like where he's like, people are calling him right wing because he's not just like whatever, but he's really a center. He also just did a panel on Trump third term. This is my thing is Trump just played y'all. He didn't have the legal theory for this, and all we're doing is sitting here debating his theory. and now y'all have developed the legal theory for him, and now he's just going to pick it from these panels, and people high up the chain are going to make it happen. Like, you think that's exactly what he's done? Like,
I have a different theory for why he's trolling the third term narrative. I think it could be to counter the narrative that the Democrats were trying to push, that his supporters no longer support what he's doing, that they're abandoning Trump, or they're getting something they didn't vote for. When you have, say, oh, you know, maybe I'll run for a third term, and then all his supporters are like, yeah, we'd support him for a third term. There like couldn't be a clear indication that obviously they're still supporting him right now. And I would say I don't think that there's a legal way for Trump to get a third term. I don't think you can interpret it as saying it meant 2 consecutive terms. I don't think that this is going to happen without an amendment.
Pisco thinks he could.
Maybe.
The closest way
Huh?
he could third
Pisco
term
says he
right
thinks Trump can
now
run for a
is
third.
I think
How?
the closest way he
I didn't
can
watch
get
his
to that
video
is
yet.
by raising his son to be the next fucking president down the road. That's the Trump third term.
Yeah, but that would be like Bush got another term basically, like with his son. That's not. I hear what you're saying for sure, but like, and in some ways, like, there's nothing wrong with, say, JD Vance runs in 2028 and is like, I'm going to make Donald Trump my chief of staff. He's going to be in the room for everything. It's like,
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
that's allowed. You're allowed to be the chief of staff. You're allowed to be.
Well, then he's third
the
in
room
line.
or a
Then he's
special
third in
government
line,
employee.
right?
Yeah, that's
I mean, he probably
great.
wouldn't be chief of staff, but he would be like, well, I don't think he could be. That's interesting actually, because the requirements to be vice president are the same as president.
Yeah,
but
so he could be
say
third.
Trump was the secretary of state. Yeah, could he be third in line?
Yeah, why not?
Well, that would be like a technicality.
And
I mean,
see,
you're right,
now
he
what we're
would-
doing, we're sitting here
that would-
talking this shit out, and people are sitting here figuring out this is exactly why, and he's starting it now. So in 4 years, someone's already probably sued about it.
Well, this theory requires him to get confirmed as the secretary of state by the Senate.
But I
Which
mean,
would be
that-
like we'd already have a 60 majority
But-
in the
but
Senate
this
to
is a
do
little
that,
bit
and
off
then
what I'm
at that
saying,
point-
though. But like my point is back to like before we go back down this rabbit hole, but like, real quick, 'cause it's interesting. I would like to figure that
Yeah.
out. But like my point that I was making overall before I fucking went down the rabbit hole was four. So that's four left, or tangibly left panels that are talking about this within a week, and it's like it's almost like they all have like the same talking points, and I think
It's
the
just like
average.
Signalgate.
Yeah, and they all think that they can just like bully everybody. Like, look, we're gonna say the same thing on the mainstream and the Twitch and like Twitch poll on YouTube and all this, and y'all are gonna buy it. When I think the average person, when they look at conservatives, is like, this is somebody that's talking about shit that matters to them, right? Like, it's not like manufactured.
Part of that, part of it's audience capture. Like, we already beat this signal chat thing to death. That thing was already starting to look like IKEA meatballs by the end of the week, so they had to move on to something else. And so this is the only other big thing in the news that they could easily comprehend and push out to people, because the rest takes effort to read bills, executive orders, to actually look at the implications of tariff policy and such. So it's just lazy people looking for the next easy headline, really, I feel like.
I have one interesting theory, Gibbs. Maybe the only way, because I think it will take a constitutional amendment, but maybe there's a way to get this constitutional amendment through. What if the Democrats decide that they genuinely don't think they have anyone else except for Barack Obama? And we end up with Donald Trump versus Barack Obama in 2028. That could be one way that he gets to run, but it's hard to imagine how he does it without Obama getting back in the fray. But then again, do you think Obama would even jump in at this point? Because if Obama loses to Trump, his legacy is cooked, dude.
Yeah,
There's no
I think
fucking bringing.
Obama
You're
would
done.
rather take a chiller. Like, there's already so much shit that's being said about him as it is. Like, he should just chill.
Yeah, I don't think Obama would win anyway, but if he was like their best option, he definitely would have done better than Kamala, I think, for example.
Yeah.
But
Also, I
then
just
again-
think that halfway through, like, if Kamala started off at the beginning, like, I still wouldn't have voted for her, but I think she would have had a better chance. And the fact that they rug pulled really quick in the middle, and it's just like, we weren't supporting her this entire time. We were supporting someone else. We don't even really know too much about what she would have said at these events that he's been attending. Who are we, like, voting for? We don't. What is this?
Yeah.
Like, it's just really confusing. And why would we vote for that? Your party sounds wishy-washy now.
Yeah,
it was everyone
Wait,
called
the
it a gaffe
Secretary of
when
State thing, though. If the president and the vice president were to step down and he was the secretary of the state, would that make him the president?
yes.
I mean, in theory, right? But like, is there some sort of like argument that maybe it skips over him because he's ineligible?
Well, wouldn't
Maybe
he?
there's
Hold on,
some
wouldn't he have to
way
be? Because
argue that.
he'd have to be confirmed by the Senate, right? Like, and part of that
No.
confirmation,
Don't you if the president
because he's a
dies
cabinet
or
member.
is otherwise removed?
No, but
and
'cause
then the
the-
vice president
to-
immediately is sworn in, right?
No,
and then
to-
that would
to-
apply to the Secretary of State.
To be the Secretary of State, don't you? It's not a cabinet member that has to be sworn.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, so for him to be the Secretary of State, he'd have to get confirmed by the Senate, which is
And
already
I
like
think
we
that
have to
would
be so far ahead to do
wouldn't
that.
that determine his eligibility? Because if they confirm him, that would be the statement on his eligibility for it. Because if they
For
confirm
Secretary
him,
of State.
yeah. So if they confirm for Secretary of State, that would confirm his eligibility for the third term. Because their confirmation process would be like determine if he can legally become the Secretary of
Don't-
State, and because once he's appointed, he takes that power, right? Wouldn't that be the
I don't know
argument
if that
there?
follows.
I mean,
Based on the 12th Amendment, though, you are not eligible to be the vice president if you're not eligible to be president. So he probably
But you're
get passed
eligible to be
over.
the Secretary of State.
Sure,
and
but he
that's
probably
where
get
the
passed
question-
over for the promotion because he's ineligible to move up, so they probably skip him.
But what based on
Well,
what? Because if
yeah,
there's
why
no
would he skip
basis
him?
for that? Then I
The way
do
the
think
12th
you could
Amendment's
argue
worded,
that.
Well, this is
Well,
what I
the
think. This
12th
is what I
Amendment's
think would
working.
happen. I think this is what would
That's
happen.
true. That is what we need to
Here's
look
my
at.
here's my theory, right? Is he would be Secretary of State, right? And then Vice President steps up, President dies, or whatever. And then he would become the vice president, and someone would challenge that, and then that's what they would have to determine in the court. But in the interim, he would be the acting VP, right? Until somebody challenged it. Wouldn't that be the theory? Because it's never happened before.
Challenged immediately anyway. We already know that.
Yeah, but they're not going to be able to put an injunction on him becoming the vice president, would they? If somebody, like, you can't not. Could you do that? Could they put an injunction on the VP, like someone becoming the VP?
Well, wait, becoming the VP.
So, okay,
As in-
president dies. Trump is the Secretary of State. He's already been confirmed. However, okay, so the guy dies. Trump is supposed to step in. Everybody's supposed to get promoted. One's going to get sworn in. Instead of skipping him over, they would have to challenge that. Right, he would probably just step in the interim until that went to the courts and the courts decided. But he would still be the acting VP until the courts did it, unless someone put like an injunction on it. Right?
What this is saying is no person, it says in the last line of the 12th Amendment, no person constitutionally ineligible for the office of president shall be eligible of the vice president of the United States. So what would happen based on this amendment is if nobody was eligible, it would go to a Senate vote. And they would pick who the vice president is.
Well, hold on. It would go to the fourth person. Wouldn't it just go down the line?
No, what it's saying here is...
You're saying if there's nobody eligible in that whole line.
Yeah, based on this amendment, I don't know where eligibility falls in that context that you're talking about, but based on this, if there's nobody able to take the spot, then 2/3 of the Senate gets to vote, and they put the person in. So... That's what 12 said.
Well, hold on. What if they both die? Like immediately, like they get taken out in a plane crash, or then that's because
he's on hold, Gibbs.
Yeah, I don't think that's how that works because it would go down to like the next one. That's what the whole premise of that show, Designated Survivor, is, right? Where the Secretary of Education becomes president.
Ooh,
it says no person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice.
Designated.
Yeah,
I don't know that this would the way that this is written would block somebody from being essentially promoted into it from the line of secession.
You're right.
But this is such a weird thing. Why are we like if we're this is not how I would want Trump to get a third term anyway, is like some weird runaround like this. I would actually want him to serve just a third term. But
I mean, what if they were all up front about this is what we're doing?
I mean, it's just like I don't know. Is it necessary? Do you think? Perhaps it is. Maybe.
I don't think it's necessary. I think he's gonna be too old by that point. Honestly, he's gonna be 86.
I mean, the only reason I would want Trump to stay in is if they just continue to completely obstruct his agenda. You know, like they just continue to fucking delay everything we're trying to do. Because I believe in the things we're trying to do. So I don't see it as like necessary right now because it's like, look, there's the things we want to do. We've identified them. I think Trump's done a lot. We've identified Vance as somebody who can carry this movement forward after Trump steps down from it. I trust Vance as of today. Hopefully that doesn't change. But like, I just don't see why a third term would be necessary unless we're like, look, like there's really like we have to keep him around because they keep fucking like this corrupt system is still just fighting so hard. So I mean, I don't really want it right now, but they're going to be the ones who talk me into it. But right now, my understanding of the amendment, he can't run for president again. I think it's an interesting theory whether he could be the Secretary of State and then move up, because I do think the way the 22nd Amendment is written, it would not apply. It doesn't read that it would block like Barack Obama. If he was Obama's Secretary of State, or Biden's Secretary of State, like Obama, this would have applied to Obama. But I don't know. I think it's... I think if Trump actually believes he's going to serve a third term, he must think something so monumental is going to happen that like we're going to pass an amendment, which is like, you know, weirder things have happened. I mean, he literally survived a fucking bullet by a millimeter.
I think the well done steak is going to get him. That's what. Yeah, that's
catch up on the wall.
He's going to choke on some He's going to be chewing that tough bullshit, and it's going to get him.
It's the Russia collusion that's going to take him down this time. It's
Tessie thinks Trump is senile already.
Yeah, if you voted for Biden, you're not allowed to have judgment on this issue anymore.
He didn't
give input.
He didn't vote for Biden.
Yeah, because he's Canadian.
He's Canadian.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's funny. It's like the Democrats saw the arguments that we won on, and they're like, "We'll just use that." He's senile, and it's like, no,
Gibbs, I
You know,
posted
it
you a
doesn't
few
work
stories.
because we said it. It worked because here's the thing. Actually, we had been saying Biden was senile for 4 years. That really meant nothing because, like, of course, your opponents are going to criticize you left and right. That's why it means nothing when the only people that cared about Signalgate were people who already hated Pete Hegseth anyway. No surprise there. But
I don't know about that.
with Biden,
That one broke into the mainstream a bit.
Yeah, that one hurt a little.
well,
but
what do you mean
it
broke
wasn't-
into the
it wasn't-
mainstream? Do you think there were Trump supporters freaking out about the Signalgate thing?
no, but I
No,
think
but
independent
Republicans
voters
didn't like it.
I mean, independent voters.
But that's what I'm
probably-
saying. Independence. I don't know. I think that they probably overplayed their card, even if I
Here,
agreed with
I'll
you.
send you the poll on it. It wasn't
But
good.
I mean,
don't you
I don't
fucking
think it-
send me a poll. I don't fucking like polls.
I
Fuck
don't.
off with your polls.
I don't think
send me
it.
that.
I don't think it was necessarily like not a non-mover. I think that it's just like a short-term issue. I don't think in like 5 years, like when we're up for re-election or Republicans
Right.
up for like maybe at midterms it might come up, but it's 3 years from now and we're talking about the next
Yeah.
president. Nobody's gonna give two fucks about Signalgate.
Well, back to the major point I was making
Amen.
was like
Polls are for shippers.
it didn't matter that people thought Biden was senile until his supporters thought it, right? Until they were the ones who were like, yeah, he's senile, we have to replace him. It was like when we were the ones saying it didn't matter because like you expect us to not like what he's doing. You expect us to
Yeah.
like want to make him look bad, paint him bad. So like it's very telling. What I look for genuinely, like when I see these stories, is like, are people like me, like Sadie, like the people that are in, like in my MAGA headquarters group, I would say, like, are we going to be convinced by this? Because there are times where we're like, oh, we disagree with that. I don't like that. A lot of MAGA doesn't like the vaccine, but that was a big Trump push. Like there are, nuances and stuff there, but this was just like it's.
What do you
it's very
do you
telling
think?
when
All right,
the
here, let's
only
ask
people
you
that
this:
care.
do you think Trump ran on no new wars or not? Because that seems to be a debate lately.
No new wars. He ran on being an anti-war president for sure. Yes.
I don't think so either.
I watch a lot of his speeches. He said way more times we're going to bomb the shit out of them than I don't want any new wars.
Well, I wouldn't say that like you being anti-war
brings up
means you
fuck
can't
around and
engage in
find
war.
out.
Yeah, he said.
But I
he said
treat
that.
him as anti-war in the sense he wants to end wars. He wants to make them come to completion. He doesn't want to extend them. When we say the bomb the shit out of them, that maybe is coming from his sense of urgency of trying to end something, I would argue. Like, I do see him, even in those cases, as the president that isn't trying to engage in war for the purpose
see him more
of
as like the fuck
economic
around.
reasons.
I see him more as like fuck around and find out. Like Chai was
wanna
saying.
find out.
Like,
Like,
if-
if you're gonna come into this and you want to do this shit, that's fine. But I don't want this shit to keep happening. So if you continue to keep doing this shit, fuck around and find out.
Yeah, I kind of equated him to like, but even with the trade wars, this is kind of his mentality. Is like, all right, we both got pistols, and we're both shooting at each other. And he goes, fine, you want to play chicken? Let's play fucking chicken. I mean it. I hope we don't have to, but I mean it. And what I think is going to happen is I'm going to keep shooting. And when you keep shooting, my bet is that you run out of ammo first. And I'm going to have a couple more rounds in the chamber. And guess what? That means I win. And I get what I want eventually. So, like, that's kind of the way I see it. He's like playing hardball, hoping they'll come to the table. And when they don't,
We'll do a long game.
yeah, it's time for ass whipping, though. Like, like Trump's known for being petty. Like, if you fuck up, like, don't fuck up, because then he's going to, like, go out of his way to fuck you, kind of thing. That's been a known thing about Trump for years. That's why he's friends with the McMahons.
That's why I felt comfortable if I were to voting for him over Kamala, because like at least I know that mentality is kind of there. I would not trust her with the like foreign leaders and actually standing her ground and speaking in a way that they would actually respect and listen to be honest.
She's a DA. I feel like she'd probably been fine for that, but like, yeah, I can see why you would think that.
Everything that I've seen of her, like, it just doesn't look good. And like, if they can see that, why would they respect her either?
I mean,
think there has
maybe.
to be a certain thing about public image when you want to be a woman as the president of the United States interacting with foreign countries. You have to be careful. There's different values that immediately they will look at you and scoff. Like, if that's what you want, you have to try to find a way to make it work.
Yeah, I mean, she's pretty tough though, right? You don't think she's like not tough? Like, you don't think she could be like an
my impression of her is that she wants twerking at Like, important
Based.
events
I'm in for that.
and like they giggle hee hee ha ha when she's nervous and she drinks at political events and like I just don't.
Wait, hold on.
Who hasn't twerked once or twice at an event?
Hold on. We don't. Let's hold on. We don't want. We
Guys,
don't.
Time and
We don't like.
fucking
We don't like
She was
twerking.
so in over her
We
head.
don't like
You can
drinking.
see-
Oh,
Fuck down, bro.
I don't
If you do
trust
that
a
in
politician
private
that I
and
can't
it
drink
gets
with.
fucking listen, okay, if you do that shit in your private and get leaked, whatever. If you're just twerking in your house, you having some drink with friends, no big deal. But in an event, bro, come on. What are you doing?
Hold on. Wait, I don't know if I trust any
What are you
politician that we're not
doing?
drinking around. Like that's sus,
Hey,
bro.
Trump doesn't drink. You don't trust Trump?
No,
Trump doesn't drink.
I don't trust him
He
at
only
all.
drinks Diet Coke.
I don't trust that motherfucker as far as I can throw him. Like I'm texting. I don't trust any of these bastards. I just he currently aligns with what Papa Gibbs wants. I can see what's coming, and we making moves based on that.
Who's Margaret Thatcher?
Yeah, she's
Some woman from Britain.
yeah, not important.
Yeah. Some Euro lady.
Yeah,
Boring.
Could say Angela
Why
Merkel.
they respect her? Why is he joking?
She was like a hard ass during like the Cold War.
She was a popular female leader.
Yeah, she's kind of like known for being a hard ass. I would have gone with like Queen Elizabeth or something, someone base that like conquered shit. But no, we got to go with Margaret Thatcher.
I will say, do you think Kamala would have been a visibly like more of an anti-war president just because she wouldn't even be like engaging with this? She'd just be like
Yeah.
letting it go
Yeah,
on
she
like it
just
had been
wouldn't
before.
engage.
Like we wouldn't be having all these meetings with all the White House and all the reporters and all them like trying to figure out how to make a deal. She would just be like, "My team's working on it."
We're loving these guys. Live, laugh,
Our team's like she literally would be essentially what Biden was, which is like a spokesperson. It's like that's basically what they had was a spokesperson. They didn't have like a president. They had like it was funny if people worried about the oligarchy.
I noticed.
You guys had a president say he didn't want to step down, and then 2 days later he tweeted it. Who did that? What oligarchy you got going on in there that he says, "I'm not dropping out. I'm running for president," and then 2 days later, bing, fucking tweet alert. Oh, Kamala's gonna be great.
Yeah, did we even know if he wrote it?
That was the moment I knew we were in the timeline where Trump won. I think we all knew as soon as they were like, "We're pulling Biden out." We were like, "You're fucked, dude. There's no way these people can defend it."
Like what I think Kamala thought when she found out she was the next person to go up.
Jackpot.
Oh fuck! I'm the motherfucking like runner up to the president. Oh shit! Let's cheers another wine glass or something. Like that's the mentality I think like entered my brain because I haven't seen her before this at all. So when I see what she shows after coming forward, and I don't know anything prior, I'm just like, who are you?
I love
that. Act like this?
I love
Why
the
are you
non-debatable
person they're
opinion.
pulling?
It proves everything I say right. Like I'm like, this is what the normies think, bro. Like it's. God, I love America.
I'm glad that my normie opinion can contribute because I don't know some of the words you say. I kind of understand them, but I'm just glad that my words help too.
Wow, guys, I did not use that big a word. But I'll tell you this: you want to know?
More pentuple. You don't really use that big a word.
You know when I knew we was gonna win? Let me tell you when Papa Gibbs knew we was gonna win was that Biden-Trump debate. The minute that happened, and I was about 30, 45 minutes in. And I was like, all Biden has to do is just pick somebody decent. And Biden looked like he was fucking lost. And I was like, and I remember like I remember me and like Lactoid were in the same channels, like Wick and them. And Wick's just like, yeah, it's great. And he's like, yeah, I get him. And me and Lactoid are just like, oh, that's the moment I knew. It was.
Ellen just posted in general. Oh, I forgot. Well, it's 15 minutes until the all women's panel. Would you like to get your fucking panties pulled up and come on the show? You
No,
little
it's
pussy?
like 45 minutes, but no, it's too late.
Oh, it's in 45 minutes. Yeah, it's too late, buddy. You can come on the.
It's
all
been an
women's
hour and
panel.
15.
Yeah.
Stop being mean. He didn't show up. He wasted my time. I was excited. He got my hopes up all because he can't keep accountability.
I'm not gonna lie, he wasted my fucking time too, and it's kind of shitty.
I agree. It makes me sad. I had a chance of actually liking Ellen. Now I just hate whoever that person is. I've never.
I was mad about Democrats all day today, and I'm normally always mad about Democrats.
I'm gonna say the N-word.
Every time I see Ellen from now on in any chats, because we do have some chats we type together, I'm just going to at them and be like, you never showed up to Gibbs' panel. I was going to be a judge on what the fuck. And I'm only going to say that repeatedly.
Elbozo. Elbozo, bro.
I'm that type of person. You did not show up to this event, and I wanted you to. Like,
I wonder if Bozo the Clown is happy that he still is fucking be remembered in 2025 via the El Bozo meme.
I don't know, but Temple, you better never not show up to a show I'm on.
Dude, I'm always here.
Yeah, Pin's a regular.
There was one hesitation I gave Gibbs, and I lost my spot within like an hour because another right winger swooped it up.
Damn, and you learn quick. You're like, fuck, he has other friends.
No, I was like, oh shit, like, can I do this one? And then he was like, I got someone. I was like, all right, fuck it. But most of the time I respond immediately because if I don't have anything already, like, yeah, fuck it, I'll just commit to it, and that'll be the thing I work around.
No, he's not coming on. He fucking didn't show up on time. And wait, we've been here an hour, fucking 15 minutes over here with our dick in our hands, bro. Like, it's
You
some
want to let
baby
him on
bullshit.
to save face? That way we might be able to reschedule
No,
or no?
I don't want to let him. I don't give two fucks.
If all he got is, oh, I forgot. Is that really what he said in Discord?
Yeah, then he texted me in private just now and said, oh shit, I forgot.
Come on, buddy.
Listen, we run a professional ship right around here, boys. I got on 30 minutes early and was over here having a dance and groove because I set the wrong time. So I had to bullshit for 30 minutes. Like I don't want to hear none of this.
Oh, yeah, you did say the wrong time. I thought you just told me a half hour earlier because I'm a woman and you wanted me to be ready.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
I thought that. I thought you told me 30 minutes in advance because you thought I couldn't be time accountable, but I was ready waiting for you for a half hour of my day that you wasted.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't care about your time though because you're a woman.
Gibbs
I know
his
you
fault
don't
now.
care about my time because I'm a woman.
Yeah.
It always comes back.
Yeah,
God
don't you gotta be quicker than that. Listen, Modi's real good at roasting, and I'm pretty decent at roasting.
No,
I've
you know
got,
what, Gibbs? It's fine.
got real
Maybe
fast
if I
at the
was more
one-liners back and
liberal
forth.
and took a different path in my life, I could find a way for you to respect me more. But unfortunately, for me, I'm very conservative.
That's impossible. That's why becoming men is so appealing to y'all, because then you think you can earn our respect as men, but no. You're still just a
I
woman.
will tie up you as Chad Bunny.
Chad Bunny, bro.
Chad Bunny's coming to town, brother. I'm gonna get the snapback. I'm gonna draw on the little stubble. I'm gonna be grabbing my chin and hitting up the ladies. It's gonna be nice.
Yeah, no, he can't come on. Fuck that shit. FTP. We live that motto right here. You know what that means? Fuck that puto. Uh-oh. Oh, buddy.
Ellen's not even gonna type in the chat. He knows he'll get roasted.
Cooking them, boys. So how's everybody's day today? Everybody had good? Guess what? No hobos, and the HOA still hasn't cleared out the hobo den. Somebody's getting bitched at the HOA meeting this month. Let me tell you. I'm about to go run for president of this shit. I'm like, yeah, I've called fucking cops about the hobos 3-4 times. I'm trying to, with some, I'm at home all day working. I know some of y'all got children. Y'all want the hobos looking in on y'all's fucking houses at night? Because I just let them get a full frontal of Papa Gibbs the other night because they were peeping in. You know, like, y'all want that happening? Vote Gibbs, HOA president.
Sold.
Yeah.
I'm done.
I'm
on board. When they say Elon donated $300 million this cycle, this is like, because I had actually some numbers I wrote down from today I was looking at, but there's like super PACs, and then there's like individual donations and stuff like that. And then there's what's happening with the money. And then there was this thing, Grok was telling me all about this today. It's called dark money. It's from nonprofits, and they don't require the same disclosures as other donations. And in dark money, the largest pile was actually Democrats from what's called the 1630 Fund Super PAC.
Of course there is.
$410
of course it is.
million in it.
I don't know. Hold on.
And
I don't know
Musk's
why.
PAC had 291.
I don't know why you.
PAC,
I don't know why
Musk.
you're surprised about this. Let me tell you. This is the thing, right? Okay. Maybe you're actually a purist. I'm not. I admit openly that if I was I'm a corrupt individual. I wanted what's best for Gibbs, right? What Elon's doing is he's putting out the reason why it's not dark. He's saying, "Hey, this is the money I'm spending, and let's just hand them out to XYZ." And he's just openly saying it out there, and all of us, a lot of us, at least in my contingent, are like, "Wow, finally someone just calling a spade," just like Trump has been doing. He's the same guy who walked in there and says, "Hillary's like, this guy doesn't pay no taxes," and he's like, "That's because I use the tax code you wrote." But they're just calling a spade paid, and we're seeing it. Versus the Dems over here going, look, he spent all this money. He's openly saying he's going to spend the money for this. When in reality, they're doing this shit, the dark money that we all know about. They're using these NGOs and nonprofits, and they're funneling the money in to the USAID, and now we have direct evidence of them doing this shit from Elon and Doge, and they're going to sit here and go, look at Elon. I have the audacity to say, look at Elon spending all this money in these places. It's just fucking hypocrisy, and that's why I wanted this to be the topic today. Not saying that I would have gone on any of these rants, but I would have.
Well, someone in chat said, can we agree that money shouldn't be in politics like this? And like when it comes to voting, it's not, right? But I guess part of the question is like, do you want should money be involved in politics at all? It's like, it's hard to imagine how it isn't. But when you have a system, right, and this system has an economy in it, and we're voting on how to make decisions that affect like this domestic economy and all of that stuff, I do think there actually is a place for money in that system. You want the money that exists in that system to have some influence because that's what is going to be affected, right? I don't think we should have a voting system. That means like if you have way more money that's affected by these decisions that you get more of a vote. But I do think that generally speaking, there is some sort of demand for inclusion of money in this process of decision making. Now, that doesn't mean I want fraud and corruption and bribery and other stuff like that. But like if somebody owns a business with 100,000 employees in your state, right? Like maybe that person should have a seat at the table more than one of the workers that he employs, right? Like there are stakes involved in a lot of these decisions. I don't think that it's like inherently bad that money's in politics, but it has to be done carefully because obviously like it opens doors to bribery, fraud, just general corruption and stuff like that. So I don't know how the best way to implement it is, but to say like, oh, should money not be involved in politics? Well, it's like kind of saying like, should we understand that like there's a scale to a lot of different, like there's the family unit. We have to make decisions that are going to be the best for your citizens and like their family unit, that you also have to make decisions that are going to like recognize that bigger businesses exist, that like the scale of business is different for different industries. And I think a lot of the way that that's reflected is through money. But honestly, I think maybe it isn't necessarily just the money, but what is the money being spent on? We're looking at like advertising, essentially like propaganda. Maybe there's ways to address how the money is spent to like better address this issue of like people using money in nefarious ways. But I mean, what is most campaign money spent on? I mean, probably advertising, getting the word out, events, campaign events and stuff like that, right? What is inherently bad about funding their events? I don't think there's necessarily something bad about that, but if you're funding like $100 million ad campaign in a state, that's where the money influence is like it's like very visible, right? Maybe there's an issue there.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with all that. I just think that it's capitalist society. Money's gonna be involved. Don't bitch about money being involved and then turn around and be like, Elon's doing this, and then he's saying, yeah, I'm doing this, and then be like, wow, poo-poo. But hold on. What I'm saying is like, they're like, wow, we don't want money in politics. And we go, okay. And then they go, look at Elon. Elon just told us he's putting money into politics. And we're like, yeah, he did. Maybe we're fans, maybe we're not. And then they go, we can't believe he's doing that. The outrage. And then we turn around and it's, oh, well, actually who's giving the most money is dark money, left-wing nonprofit groups and NGOs. And then it's like, well, y'all just lying, bold-faced hypocrites, and it took one Google search to figure out who gave the most, or a Grok now, or you know what I'm saying? Like when you said dark money, maybe that's new to you. I mean, I've known that thing has been a thing for decades. Like everybody has known. I feel like if you've been a fan of politics, that's like a major thing. The dark money in politics. It's like I don't even know how many articles Newsweek or Time Magazine have wrote on dark money in politics, but it's got to be umpteen million at this point. I mean, back me up here, Tyler. Dark money in politics. Dark money in politics.
I'm a fan.
No,
First Amendment.
Well, no, but I'm saying it's been a thing for decades. People have been talking about on one side.
Oh,
yeah. And I'm not bashing you because we find out new shit all the time. Just to make clear, Pin. If you didn't know that, right? Like what was soft power was the one all the time. It's just it's the hypocrisy that gets me. Don't say we hate money and then be like, by the way, we're secretly doing that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's like it's funny. It's funny to me because people think they're not going to get caught, and then when they do get caught, they're like, "Why aren't people believing our bullshit no more?" You know.
At the same time, if that's the name of the game, you could be against steroid use in football and understand the practical reality that, like, if you don't take steroids, you ain't going to be a fucking lineman in the NFL just based on how it is. You can still think it's bad and want to change it from the inside while still accessing it.
No, I would argue the opposite. If you take steroids, your career is going to be way shorter as a lineman. Specifically, maybe other field positions. But
I should have taken steroids. Fuck.
Yeah, I just got on peptides, and my fucking like health has dramatically improved. Like, I'm down 17 pounds as of today in like less than a month and a half. And with like very little change, my shit, my fucking joints are better than they've been. And like, I'm like, I should have done this years ago. Like, you know?
It's funny. When I was in college playing sports, every school I went to, someone, opened the door, and I was like, "No, fuck no, dude, hell no." And now I'm like,
yeah, I mean, I would probably
I wouldn't have gotten injured.
Maybe if I'd probably
trade my balls for injury.
Maybe I'll go freeze some sperm, and then I'll go start get on the juice. You know what I'm saying?
True.
Be like shredded, like yes, come to TwitchCon. What happened? How did Gibbs get so shredded? I'm like, clean living.
Sparky went the opposite. He said, "I want all pro athletes on steroids. I want peak human exceptionalism." But that's like if you can openly do steroids, it's not like that's another level. That's going to be like steroids on steroids. If you let people openly do steroids, because right now they're trying to hide it and pretend they're not.
What do you think? Hold on. What do you think the military
I'm
does?
taking all the supplements. Like,
hold on. What do you think the military?
They are going to kill each other. UFC fights will be to the death.
I mean, hold on. Like you say that, but the military is already giving like our people performance enhancers. Like via the vitamins, they're giving them vitamins. They're giving them amphetamines. Like they got these people on all sorts of cocktails.
Are they giving them stuff that pro athletes couldn't take?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I don't know.
I would. There's no way. Like I would think that they would be able to. Like if you tested for like a hair follicle test and you have amphetamines in your system, there's no way they would let you compete. Maybe they have like exceptions because they have had like military guys fight in pro combat that I bet they like don't give whatever to. But I think the average soldier would probably fail a UFC drug test.
I would definitely need a lot of meth to get in the ring like that. I always watch UFC and I'm like, fuck no. Like, this just doesn't look like a fun sport. Like both of them have to be like in serious recovery for like a month after it's over. I'm like, why would you? When I'm done playing baseball, like my back and legs are sore. That's fine. I don't want to be like fucking nursing scars and fucking kidney fucking bruises and shit. Are you you guys in the although you didn't used to wrestle or something?
Yeah, I was all state in basketball and football in high school, and then I walked on to the A&M wrestling team and got a scholarship after losing 175 pounds and competed at 149, and then after that I did MMA and went 3-3 as a pro. I fought at 155, at 170, and 185, and I beat Mike Jackson twice. And if you know who Mike Jackson is, that's the guy that knocked out CM Punk and just won his last fight in the UFC. So I could have been in the UFC, and I would have been way more poor. But thank God for small miracles. It's funny that that's how that works out. Like, you know. It's true. You can, if you don't believe me, there's lots of videos and photos and shit like all over my socials. You can go.
What time is your outnumbered panel?
Like 30 minutes. So I'm just bullshitting him.
Oh, okay, word. No, you're good. I thought you were in 2 minutes.
No. Once again, Chai is early when she said that.
Yeah, I'm just here. I'm hanging out. I'm working on like a streamer friends Discord while I chill and just talk to you guys and listen.
Nice.
Who's going to be in the next panel? Well, some people have dropped because they're sick. Because I guess everybody's sick because of the weather. But we have Katya and Buckaroo and wrong room. And you, Chai, is going to be there. And then Mel is going to be there. And
Ellen DeGenerate's gonna be there.
No, Nellinger's not gonna be there. And then maybe Debate Queen. We will see. We will see. It'll be good. It'll be several women, and I hope it's about 5. That would be perfect. That's what I don't mind. That's why I overstock these rooms, because it's usually like 2 or 3 people will not be able to make it when you do these consistent shows. So it's like, you know, you know what I'm saying? Like when you have like a weekly show that's like the same kind of thing. Oh, Bisky, that's why you're here, to meet new people. You know? We lift new streamers up and other streamers up. We like to collab with people here. So we're all in a share together now. You know?
You know.
Also added a whole bunch of stream together features. It looks like. Or they're about to.
Who's next on the next list? Canada is.
I linked to that story
I
today.
miss
The Senate
I love
voted
you too,
today to say that the emergency powers being used against Canada were unwarranted and denied Trump's request to tariff them any further. Mitch McConnell, Susan Murkowski, the other moderate, and Rand Paul all voted against Trump.
Wait, so it didn't pass or did pass?
Did not pass the Senate.
Mm.
So Canada tariffs are going bye-bye.
Executive order time.
Wait, the tariffs that he was talking about today?
No, those are the reciprocal tariffs. This is something else. This is the specific tariffs on Canada. The Senate pulled up a vote to say that the threat to national security from fentanyl that he was claiming was his reason for it was not enough of a threat to rise to the emergency power use, and took the emergency power clause away from for specifically Canada.
Okay. We just have to annex them another way. That's fine.
Yeah, you could just say it's unfair trade practices.
We will make them bend the knee.
Unfair trade practices is still on the table using the 1974 Trade Act that he's using to do the reciprocal tariffs. So,
also, Testy, that's fake news. You told me you don't do panel. You just come on for shenanigans most of the time. Shenanigans. Yeah, don't let him bamboozle you, Bisky. Don't let him. Testy is our favorite troll. He likes to troll all the chats. He's very entertaining.
Testy's our future American.
Yeah, we love Testy around here, even though he's
Sparky.
Canadian. We should tariff his chat messages out. Charge him like a bit to protect. I wish you could do that per people. If you could like make specific people have to pay a bit or something to message, you get a penny a message. Just to specific people, be like, nope. That'd be good, right? Twitch, listen, give us that feature. Think of all the money we could make. Sorry guys, 1 second here. Can't believe this guy really fucking says he forgot, bro. For like weeks he's been in here like bitching about getting a debate.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't think he forgot.
Dude, this is perfect. I get paid tonight, which means I buy all my stock positions. What perfect fucking timing. Thank you, Donald.
What's the debate? Tonight is women's night after this. So this debate didn't happen. We were going to do one over are the leftists hypocrites? Or no, are the Democrats hypocrites? But the guy didn't show up after bitching about being on the debate panel for like weeks. Because he's a hypocrite. And he like basically been calling out me and Pentuple for weeks now. And I was like, no, you can come on my show and debate somebody in a ranked match. And then he didn't show up. And so that's what happened. But next, in 30 minutes, we're having a women's panel, and we're going to be talking about whatever women want. Because as a conservative, I think I'm the most feminist person on Twitch, and I came to give women spaces where they can bring topics.
I'm not holding anything.
Chai even she got her nails did. She got all the fancy hair and all this, and then this guy didn't even show up. You know, she probably spent
I know. I'm chilling.
20
I'm
minutes
chilling.
getting ready at least, and this guy failed him. At least, you know. You know how long I spent getting ready?
Personal
2 minutes.
space.
Well, I woke up like this.
Well,
I'm being asked weird questions by
No,
the chat.
you
I
can't.
don't know what he's asking me.
He cannot come in this If you don't show up, and I gave him 30 minutes to get here. Like I gave him till I said 20, and I gave him 30. You know, and he still didn't show up.
I'm like 25 later.
So, no, he's going to get an 0-1 record on this shit. And
I
anytime
don't know if you quit a Dota game like this and grief the game like that, you lose 2 records. You get double the loss of MMR. So maybe take an 0-2.
No, he's getting 0-1, and he's getting fucking put on suspension.
Oh, he's on JC status.
JC status, bro. He's got he's not blacklisted, but he's on suspension. Don't fuck with my show. I know that it's not that hard to organize, but it is that hard. I'm having to get 2 judges. We have to work with 4 people's schedules. I have to have 4 people. I have to the other thing is, okay, I want judges that are either are semi-competent. I don't want just a 2x4 over in the other room fucking debating, or judging, right? And then I want them to be able to ask questions or follow along, or if they're not asking questions, at least be able to engage. You know, it helps if they're streamers, because hey, that's another person we could collab with, because guess what? Audience crossover is good. We all want all our audience crossover. We want people to compete. And then, so I got to organize all these things. And then, no, if you're going to sit here and not show up, especially if you're not even somebody that's in the network of people that we work with regularly, you honestly, I don't want to sound like a gatekeeper, but raise the gates, bitch. I'm sorry. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. That's kind of where
No,
I'm.
I think
it's one thing to show up and not agree with someone, and you don't really like the conversation, and that's okay. You'll still engage with them. I know you would, but to just not show up at all, it's just dude, you couldn't even come here and argue and maybe be wrong at all, and we just be okay with that.
Yeah, and a lot of times, last week, right? I did a panel, and people were like, "Oh, Gibbs, you're turning the echo chamber. It's only righties or whatever, right?" That was JC's critique. And then I had a panel, and I had 4 leftists or 3 leftists and me, and I'm like, "Great, this is this is the opposite of what I was thinking was the problem, and I don't want to say it's stressful, but it is politics is stressful. If you're hosting multiple shows a day and it's always serious and you're coming on and then you have to network with people behind the scenes, especially people that necessarily disagree with you on a lot of shit. It can be kind of taxing on your fucking sanity, I've discovered. And I'm a very rage-induced person. I live off rage. That's kind of what I live off of. And so my normal reaction is I just want to scream at these people, and then I have to just push that down and be like, "Ha, yay, man," and so then it infuriates me more. So yeah, I feel it's a struggle to do these, and then I try to moderate these, and I try not to be the guy that's jumping in on all the topics. I don't always succeed, but I try to be semi-fair and balanced, on these things. I mean, or at least fair with acknowledging where I'm coming from. I don't know. Sorry, you got me on a goddamn soapbox there. Not that I have strong feelings about it or anything. Very strong feelings. It's okay. We're building our own community, Kyle. We're building our own network. And
here at Mega headquarters, we ban Democrats instantly. We're not allowing them into our space anymore. This is the echo chamber over here. But
Katya's
it's not
a
an echo
socialist.
chamber. We just exclude the fringe.
Hold on,
left
Katya's not even a
retards, so it's
socialist.
actually not even an echo chamber.
Katya is a
Who?
communist. She openly tells you
Yeah.
she's a commie. What do you mean? She's allowed over there.
Yeah, she's a communist. Aiko is probably pretty close to my politics, maybe a touch left. More, I think he just belongs to the Democratic Party still, but we pretty much line up almost identically on issues. A lot of them. Yeah, there's a few people on the left, and they're non-fun. You're fucking your soulmate, your best friend, your counter, your the opposite end of your coin. Non-fun, your boy, your BFF
I hate
for
that.
E&E.
I think they're about as manly as each other too. Like
Not a
non-fawn,
bit.
non-fawn likes econ, which is kind of nerdy, and Pentuple likes baseball, which is kind of gay. So it's kind of equals out.
True. I don't know. I think baseball's a little more gay than economy.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. I think economy, at least, like you can make money and buy strippers with.
I'd have an easier time calling a dude straight that gets pegged by a woman than watches a lot of baseball.
Bro,
I agree with that statement. Actually,
this is crazy. I should have no-showed tonight.
Shy, what do you think? What do you think? Baseball gay or not? And this, I remember, women like the tight pants.
Oh, she's muted.
Yeah.
I am muted. I like.
Okay, I
soccer.
can answer her. She
I
says
like
yes,
ice
it's hot.
hockey.
Ice hockey, soccer, because baseball's gay.
Yeah, I don't really understand baseball. I don't get the point of it. I'm not having fun watching it or playing it.
Gay.
Only dudes that like other dudes like baseball. So
Even
yeah, I
our
get it.
emo baddies don't like baseball. You see.
Bro, that's so cap.
Now
That's so
Latinas,
sad.
Latinas like baseball, but it's because they look like Metro men in their little tight spandex pants.
Who's
Yep.
the rookie of the year dating? What's her name?
Who
What's her
cares?
name?
That's
She's
right.
really hot.
Who
I actually don't
cares?
know her name. I actually don't know her name. But she's really hot.
I don't know. I don't. The fact that you had to say rookie of the year,
Which
don't
makes it
care.
not gay.
That sounds gay. Watch
No,
out.
wait, a hot girl's gay? Hot girls are gay now?
No, baseball's gay. He's probably
No, but
bi.
wait, so baseball's gay because hot girls date rookie of the year?
No, baseball's gay because it's gay. Just because you found the exception or the one bi guy.
Asian MLB players make more per year compared to most NBA players.
That's true.
Well, Shohei Ohtani does.
Well, no, Japan's National Baseball League pays a shitload of money too. And I don't
No
think
way
there's a
more
cap.
than NBA.
I don't think
Maybe.
I don't think there's a cap, a salary cap. I don't think that's
There shouldn't be a salary cap.
Now that's a debate we should have one night. Should there be salary caps on sports?
I mean, is there a salary cap for the owners? Why are we salary capping the players who are essentially like the entire value of the team?
Because certain owners have more money than others. And you get a situation
Well,
like in soccer
right.
where it's like you have one team that just always wins. Would be the
Oh, I see what you're saying. Because then they would just, if there was no salary cap, they would be. Well,
yeah. So we would have like a Dubai Prince come in, buy the Cowboys, and they are like, Jerry Jones would literally just spend
it
every
would be an
last.
all-star team.
Yeah, he would just literally spend every penny he has to have like, I don't know, the best team, like the best of every player.
We should democratize professional sports and have way more leagues with what's it called in Europe when you lose and you get like ranked into the second tier of the sport. I don't know how soccer it works.
Oh.
Soccer's gay. Why don't we agree on that? But like that would be
Hey.
cool.
Soccer players and baseball players probably get together and have gay orgies and do like
That's
gay
not
stuff
true.
together.
That's
We
not true.
love
I'm a
you,
baseball
Penny.
player, and I can tell you that's
We
not
love you.
true.
Yeah, okay.
Hey,
I'm sorry. You only have
The
sex with
TTS is
baseball
going off.
players.
The TTS is going off, and it says, "We love you, Pin. We love you. Please unban me. Thanks."
Bisky's not banned in my chat. If she was, she wouldn't even be able to chat in yours right now.
No, that's not true. They changed that setting. But if you like ban them, then that's
Did they?
Yeah.
No.
I'm not attacking or gatekeeping gay orgies. I'm just saying
Gatekeeping.
that they're one and the same. Like
No. They're gay.
Baseball
Who
fans,
said
gay
gay
orgies.
Jason? He's banned in my chat.
gay Jason.
What about being in the House of Representatives as a Democratic staffer? Is that gayer than baseball?
That depends. I mean, if a chick's doing it, no.
House Chambers at 8:04 p.m. last July 24th, 23rd, 23. Specifically. I actually don't know when that happened. That sounds about right. It was 2023 when they got caught doing that gay shit.
Did this flip back?
Hey,
This-
I mean,
This flipped back. What in the
it flipped
fuck?
back?
Yeah. When did it flip back? It was
What did it flip
inverted.
back?
It was inverted. And now
Wait.
no, it's still inverted.
Now this is now.
A little had a stone moment there for a moment there.
Or it's at a 1 on my other screen.
Disappointing. Why
All
did
right,
it?
chat spreading slander about me. This has to end. These are rumors. They are not true, and I disavow everyone in chat. using my
Disavow, huh?
name.
Disavow. Oh man, can we talk about beef prices? I'm so
What
excited.
happened with beef prices?
They're high, boys. They're going up. They're flying up.
Why did they kill a bunch of cows for cow flu?
Well, it was because of the grain prices, but now it's because of the tariffs. Oh, buddy.
How are tariffs gonna affect my Chipotle meal?
Your beef is going to be more expensive.
Bro, I'm pulling it up right now. If Chipotle is more expensive than it was yesterday, I'm gonna burn my house down.
Well, stop eating at Chipotle and start eating at Freebirds, first of all. But that's your first
Who
step.
the fuck? Where the fuck is Freebirds?
Freebirds is the better Chipotle. It's all over Texas. It's probably expanding soon. You should buy a franchise out there. It'd be you'd kill Chipotle.
All right, let's see.
I bet they would sell you a franchise or a Fuego. I want to buy a Fuego franchise.
Prices haven't changed yet. Qdoba better than Chipotle. Oh my god, I knew you were fucking dumb. I didn't know you were a fucking retard.
What is Qdoba?
It's like Chipotle if everything at Chipotle was like half the quality.
Wait,
So
Tyler,
Diablos.
Queso is like water.
yeah, I don't, know,
Diablos.
like water.
Yeah, we've all been in Diablos.
I don't even know what is your idea of Bisky? Wait, is Bisky a girl? You said?
Bisky is a Canadian woman.
Okay, bro. Because I always get these people on here, and I imagine what people look like in my head based off their screen names, and my default is like some androgynous dude.
Bisky is I think Sikh woman. So
Nice.
imagine like the
What-
the turban on her head.
One of my good friends is Sikh.
Whatever.
He owns like 5 Marco's fucking pizzas around here. Smart dude. Damn. We can
Bisky,
take.
say something nice about Elon right now. Say something nice about Elon just to be wholesome. Just do it real quick. Say one nice thing about you say he's hot?
That's the only woman on earth that thinks that.
I was gonna say there's a lot of things you could have said. I thought that would
I was not the one I saw
right.
coming. Chai, you co-sign Elon sexy? Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
Is he like 60?
you wouldn't IVF his baby?
No. I think it's very weird that he makes his family through the act of taking a turkey baster, filling it with his cum, and then stabbing it into a woman. I just don't really understand that. I don't know why he can't just have normal sex at the minimum. What is wrong with your family values? You're disgusting. You're really smart, but there's a lot more Teslas I'm taking pictures of at these dealerships lately, and it's not really looking good.
Why? 'Cause
Well, some of
I'd
these
take this
IVF
baby.
babies, I presume, are like women asking
Sorry,
for his
I've met
seed that
Elon
don't
on
actually
Twitter.
care, right?
Quarter
I'm
What's
million,
like are all of these like
$250,000
women?
a year? Come on, $250,000 a year he's paying that one broad just to have his maybe baby? Hell yeah, I'd take that.
Baby.
This maybe baby is crazy. Imagine that kid grows up and finds out he's not Elon's kid, but he has all that money and a successful life and just doesn't have.
We'll see how
But
good he is at
better-
math in a few
but
years.
better genetics. He's got better genetics with Elon's name.
Beast.
The better genetics with Elon's name.
Yeah, that's what I would do. Go. Except there is no better genetics than Papa Gibbs. The
I-
best.
I was under the assumption for no reason at all, but I just thought that a lot of these IVF babies were like women go and they get like to choose like from like a booklet. I guess I don't know how it works. They're like, here, pick a sperm for your baby, and they're like, I'll take the Elon package. Like I didn't think he's actually in these like women's lives trying to like start a family with all of them. I was like, they're just women that want his seed. But maybe not, and maybe not all the cases because. I don't know, but that's Ashley St. Clair. Wasn't there like a leaked text? He said, I want to impregnate you again, which means that if it's not his kid, wouldn't he know based on whether they'd IVF'd or not? or I guess it wasn't IVF. I don't know. But we have tweets from Ashley saying she was going to entrap Elon. Ooh, we got the drama. Hey yo. I would give everyone a hug unless you killed.
I
the
did give
child.
Pitt a
Very
hug.
base.
I was like, hey, papa.
Yeah, Gibbs and I did the whole, dap up fucking when we were in West Virginia.
First
We
thing
did
I
the
was,
gang.
I'm like, come
We're
on, come
bros
in.
now, it's
I'm like, come
official.
give me a hug. Yes, yes.
We sealed our brotherhood with a bro hug dap.
Gotta get it going.
It's sealed. All right, we'll say something nice about Alan Degenerate. I thought he actually made better arguments tonight than he usually does.
Yeah, I keep saying this, and it's like not a joke. The best way to win these elections is just to let the left tell us what they're thinking.
Just show up.
Like they fucking be telling on themselves like too much. Too much. I wonder how the Wick panel's gone today. I was gonna watch it, but I couldn't. I turned it on Twitch. Guess what? I forgot to use that to be on YouTube because the whole homeboys banned. Poor counterpoints. Poor counterpoints. Fuck that boot though. So yeah, I don't know where Pim went. We lost him. I think
he was on today.
I know he was on Wix on YouTube, but not on Twitch.
Yeah, he was on Twitch. I looked at his channel just now. I follow him.
He's back? I thought he was banned.
No, I thought it was just a week or whatever him and Rob both got for the slurs.
See, this is that unbiased banning by Twitch. If I had done that, it would have been a year-long ban. You know what I'm saying? Wick was world frogging. Is it over? Connor got 7 days and is the one who said it 3 times? Bro, did you hear that? Rob got a month.
Maybe it was a month then for both.
Rob got a month. Connor got 7 days.
Oh. Bro, is that Bargain Bin Pisco? What's Bargain Bin Pisco doing there?
No, hell no. This man's much smarter than Pisco. All right, well, I'm going to be transitioning to other thing.
All right, Papa, you be good.
Admiral Gibbs for having me on for the debate show.
Yeah, congratulations on going 2-0 now. You're now 2-0. Just need one more and you can get the contender series.
Someone tell JC.
We need 3 people. We need 4 people with 3 wins, and we got no people with 3 wins yet. So,
perfect.
I just need one more too, man. I just need somebody to.
I'm gonna challenge Tyler for the
come
third.
get it. Come get it, bitch. I'm waiting for you. You fucking coward.
I'm gonna figure out a topic and. Yeah, we'll do that first.
I will shit all over your chest like it's a weird sex act. Come get it.
All right.
I'm over here dumping pennies in, wishing you would. Come on. Come get it, bitch.
Hitler's favorite sex act, by the way, if you didn't know. Speaking of Hitler, there are documents out almost confirming that he's alive. Or was alive. And escaped to Argentina. I posted a photo of one of them.
I heard that.
I sent you the 2-hour long Wendigoon video. He goes through that. That was a dude that just said that there was no proof of it.
Still, the CIA, I think, got stuff too.
Yeah, sorry I was a little salty. I'm pissed off that person didn't show up, and probably should have saved until the stream was over, but I'm going to play video games. What a cocksucker.
Perfect.
Fuck you, Ellen.
Yeah, fuck you, Ellen.
Bastard. All right. This guy, she can't believe he didn't show up. All right. Chai, how you doing? You look so sad.
Hey, sorry, now I'm typing things. I'm doing back-end work for a new friend I made. But I just finished it, actually. Yeah, I just redid her entire Discord. So she had this thing where she went on a fish tank show by accident. You know, like she knew about it, but it wasn't like on the show. It was just on the website. And so she had to lock her Discord down. A lot of her mods left, yada, yada, yada. And I think she's great. So I said, you know what? Let me come in here. We're going to move some things around to protect you, but also leave your Discord open. So when you have new people come in, they're not looking at a blank Discord. That's very discouraging to engage in something like that. So we open up the entire Discord, set a role called Doomer, That way, anyone who fucks around and finds out can get the Doomer roll and be limited to only the Doomer appeal channel. That way, they can just state their case, kind of like a Twitch ban appeal, and maybe Cal will go over it for content if she thinks that it's worth, maybe possibly forgiving you. But yeah, so that's what I've been doing. I've been helping a streamer that's not the best at the tech thing.
You say something interesting there, which is that like people want to see a Discord engaged in, and I've noticed that like this is gonna sound weird when I say it, but I've definitely noticed as my Discord has got more activity, it's gained more activity. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, so like I added a bunch of tabs for the politics stuff, and like I kept posting, and then I like encouraged people to post, and then a few people posted, like I had some people posting like the self promo area, but not really much else. And I had some other few things, and then like because those were consistent, so they like brought people in, and then like people started posting the articles, and people started doing the memes, and it's like slowly, it's like starting like I'm starting to see more activity. And it's definitely, I think you're right about that. Like, people don't want to go into Discord with it, even if it's like well organized, where there's just like nothing happening. They're like, why would I want to start talking in here if like nobody's gonna respond?
You're not jealous of me, are you?
Why would I?
I just pulled this out of nowhere. It's pretty magic.
No, I ate earlier, and I couldn't eat if I wanted to.
I know you're trying to lose weight.
I'm trying to be
Not me.
tiny, boys. Tell you what.
Nah, I think my next big hit. You know those 1,000-pound sisters? I'm going for 5,000-pound hoe.
Did you leave the chat? You left the chat. Shy hates us. Are you not live?
I'm right here. I am live.
No, you left the share together thing.
I was never in it.
Wow, Chai was never in it?
I was never in it.
I sent you like 3 invites. What a hater, bro.
You didn't say it to me. You didn't say Chai, except the invite.
Wow, this girl,
I don't even have my Twitch channel open when I stream. I don't even do the +1 viewer on myself, okay? So I don't even have the website open when you send the request.
That's terrible.
I know.
You're really slacking here.
People usually send me links when they want me to do that.
Wow, bro. Slacking.
Mm-hmm. Oh, here we go. Based. I joined it. Are you happy?
I'm very happy. Let's share the chat.
Alert, alert, alert. What do you expect us to do on this panel tonight? Do you have a goal?
So, yeah, I mean, so it's real simple. We've done one of these now. This will be the second one. We missed last week because I had stuff and things.
Yeah.
And then I guess maybe we missed 2 weeks, but this is the second one. Basically the concept is there's women, and y'all are going to each bring a topic that y'all want to talk about, and then we'll just kind of like go. Like Abby can't come tonight, but she brought we talked about what was it, JFK for like 30 minutes, and then I think Katya brought up one, and then we just kind of just discussed that, and then just moved on, and kind of the conversation flowed in a different shit. It's just like let women talk about whatever. It's a real free form discussion thing. But if we have other topics or somebody's like, oh, I really want to get to mine, then we can do that as well. Like it's I can be like, all right, let's talk about it.
Yeah, it's flexible.
Yeah, it's real it's really simple. I basically copy the format from like Outnumbered, if you ever watched that show. I'm like thinking there's like a lot of these shows that can be done switch to Twitch, like pretty easily. Like I was talking about that part of the interruption. How hard would it be for me to get me and 4 people, and we do each week they get whoever wins gets like a 15 or 10-minute monologue right at the end as declare the winner, and I just go and ding ding ding, give points out however I think had the best. You can use that format for like serious debate. We can use that format for like just like shit talk. You can use that format like what I'm saying. Like it's so flexible, and that's why is nobody doing these things on Twitch.
Some people struggle with more than 2 minutes of monologuing.
Sure. Like I mean, like that. Like I'm just. Okay, when I say that, I mean I'm
15 minutes is a long time.
Right? Yeah. I mean, right. I mean, I'm just throwing.
Go on and on about dumb bullshit for 15.
Yeah, I mean, not 15.
Totally
I mean, I'll probably do like I don't know. Like I said, it's adjustable, right? I just this was my initial run through. Like I haven't sat down and planned it out yet. But like, why is nobody already doing a format like I don't like? Maybe I do some other kind of prize, like a $5 Starbucks gift card. You know what I'm saying?
I like the Kill Tony model that Modi was thinking about. 'Cause I
That
looked the
one,
show up and I thought that was really good.
that's a good one. But here's the thing about the Kill Tony model, right? Is that I have now watched a lot of Kill Tony, and I don't know that his show is adaptable for Twitch. I think it's adaptable for YouTube, unless like you're okay with having like long periods of dog shit. Because the Kill Tony model is you get comics up from local people, and some of them kill, but the only ones you see on the YouTube videos are the good ones. But a lot of times you'll have like people that are just duds, and the next one's a dud, and then you go because I guess the Kill Tony show is like 4 or 5 hours long or something in like real life. Is what I was looking up.
Holy shit, that's so long.
Oh,
So
yeah.
like Modi would have to have like a live stream edition. Modi would have to pretty much have a good following. He has to do other shit before he could do that.
Or you would just have to accept that he's gonna have shit people on there for like long periods of time.
Well, yeah, obviously, yeah, it's one or the other. But I
And,
think
like-
to even get the funny people, like I think you have to like he would have to stage a first like bit of his shows.
I think you would also just have to be consistent. That's why I was like, you have to keep doing the female show. Like he's like, well, I'm gonna run out of girls. I'm like, no, like you haven't. Like every time you said that, we found 5 more, right? And so like my thing is, I'm like, you have to be consistent because once you are consistent, people know to look for you. And then like
And then you have a pool of people to go on
yeah,
the show.
like when I started doing my debate panel on Thursdays, right? Like I initially didn't have the top tier people, right? Like and now like, but even when someone drops out, I have like quality replacements. You know, like I could go get like somebody that's good, like you know, bring him in, right? It's not like I'm just sitting here going, oh shit, let me go call up like my Discord mod to come fill in.
Like you who like hosted shows and shit, just because of how my brain works, I wouldn't even have it involved with my main Discord. I would invite them to a show Discord. That way, I see exactly who comes on my shows and is willing to.
Oh yeah, I have
don't
private
to
chats like that.
down right away. Yeah, that would be my strat because then it's separate. It's not messy, and I'm like, oh, these are the people that like coming on my show. Cool, you know. And then they could like see like, hey, a show's coming up. Maybe I should ask if I can go on, and then they'll just start volunteering because
Yeah. I've done that. I've also been doing lately. I've been doing like I'll have like so Thursday I have like a consistent group, and I really rotate 1 or 2 people. But like I've done a group chat, and then I basically just leave the people in there. We just change the thing from week to week. And then for the other shows, I've been making the group chats, and then like if like we're alternating people, I move people in and out, like just for organizing whatever. And that seems to have been like building chemistry wise at least pretty good because like then people get to know each other. I think that's another thing is people having chemistry together.
That's true, because when you just go on and you don't really know anything, like you could take people a little wrong too, and you could have really owned on them a little better if you knew a little bit more about them and the way they work.
Right, and like there's a difference like when you go on these debate shows, like that are like actual debate shows, and like I don't think there's like I think there are like there's definitely people want that Twitch poll, but I also think that people want like discussion. Like, you know, they want to be able to talk about issues too. Like, sometimes they want the blood sports and they're cool when it happens, but I think they want both. Like, they're like, why can't we serve both items on the menu? You know, like both.
How do I share chat with you?
You go to
Hello.
Howdy. You go to the managed section on there, and I got it. Boom. Now you should be able to.
Yeah, I couldn't click it. You had to do it.
Yeah, I don't know why. Sure, I aren't even able. How's everybody doing tonight?
We all right? How are you?
Living the dream. Living the dream.
Good shit. Oh, my cat always goes crazy at the time that I have panels.
Oh yeah, it's like I know.
She's like yells at me the whole time.
Doesn't yell at me directly, but she climbs on the back of the chair.
Oh yeah, no, my cat just walks right up to me and yells, and then if I don't respond, she grabs my arm. She's just tall enough to reach me. She'll like pat me on the back or grab my arm.
Yeah, one of my cats doesn't even like touch you much. If she wants you to pet her, she just kind of like salutes the Nazis a little bit. Like she'll just go like this with her paw.
My cat has a
in
foot
the air.
My cat only.
Your cat has a foot fetish.
Yes. If you walk up to her with your hand out, she will start walking away from you. But if you extend your leg out, she'll come towards you. And she doesn't like to lay by your top half. Like she'll lay on my chest rarely, like very, very, very rarely. But
There we
normally
go.
she'll lay by my bottom half. And I'm like, do you just not want me to touch you except for like if I can barely reach you enough to scratch your head so I can't pick you up? Like, is
He
this
loves
what
the
we're doing?
toes.
Says like that. She's weird.
My cat only lets me touch her toe beans, and it's nice.
Aw.
I was feeding her treats recently when I was like clipping her toenails, and it worked really well. Like she still meowed at me, but every time I clipped one and gave her a treat.
Ooh, cat time.
Oh hey Mel.
I'm picking her. Cat.
And now I want my cat. Garfield, Boba, come here.
My
Damn
cat's out there.
Here, let's check. Long cat. Long cat.
Boba? That's awesome.
Okay,
There we
I'm
go.
being peer pressured into getting my cat.
My cats would
Yes.
tripping if I did that. Yeah, I'm not doing it, but you know. Oh. All right, we'll give it like 2 minutes here to see if Queen joins, and we'll start.
Yeah, let me find my cat.
I test her. Sometimes I pick her up and I'm like, will she let me do this? She'll have to know how to let me do it eventually. You know, she loves being upside down too, actually. Well, sometimes. I don't think she's gonna like it right now.
I always think it's funny how how different personalities cats can have in the same like household. It's like dramatically different.
Oh,
It's
no,
like little
she isn't
people.
doing it. Yeah, straight up. When I first got her, I was living with a couple other people, and two of them had a cat that was really chill, really kind, like not very needy. And then anytime we tried to give them treats at the same time, Jesse, my cat, would like hold on to your hand and pull the treat closer. And so he would just sit there sadly, like watching her eat the whole treat if we didn't nudge her out of the way.
That's funny.
Oh, precious. Precious.
Just like the
I just
cat
now
that
realized
I
that your chair is cow themed. Mel. It's always been cow themed, huh?
That's so cute.
Yeah, I've had this chair for a couple of years now.
Yeah, that's funny. You all can tell I'm real observant. It's my strong suit.
It's a man quality.
It's a fantastic quality.
One thing that's good about this stream so far is so I got a lamp for, you know, the other side of my setup so I don't look like I'm like weirdly like washed out in the dark.
I like that. That's my
Because usually I just have lighting behind me and then it looks really fucking weird. But I got a nice 1970s brass lamp that's sitting there.
Ooh,
so we're good.
very fun.
What do y'all do about these bulbs? I feel like I need to change these bulbs. Every time I like get a bulb, I feel like it makes me a different glow. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to get like the fluorescent ones because then I feel like I'm dying of it, like a work office light. You know. Then you get like the ones that soft glow. I start turning pink. These are problems, you know. It's like, but I need to go. I don't want to like go buy like all these. What are they called? The photographer light things for the streams. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, those are insane.
Yeah,
those are insane.
I'm not just get a normal ring light.
I do have a normal.
Get like a big get like a big one. You don't have a big one.
I have a big ass one now. Yeah, that's why do you think I'm like
You
one
put
color
behind
now?
your desk. That
Yeah.
goes behind you gotta turn. You have to turn the overhead light off.
Oh no, that's even worse. Then I look like
can't
a
have the
zombie.
light in your face and the
then you
fluorescent
can
lights
see like
above
all the damage on my face, so like that up close and personal. See what we're doing right now is
That's why you just
we're glowing out,
make the
glowing
light-
out
They wear
the.
makeup.
No,
That's why they wear makeup on camera. Why do you think? Why do you think newscasters wear makeup, my friend?
Well, this is why we
They
have
got
the
the bright
glow.
lights.
Yeah, that's why we got the glow. I don't need that. You don't that way you don't see the dents in my. I don't think the makeup's gonna cover up a dent from like that's like yay big over here. That's not good.
No, you'd have to fill that in and then go over it with the
Yeah,
makeup.
we'll go get some clay.
We're gonna go. Oh, Gibbs has a dent in his forehead.
Well,
Not gonna
that's
watch
that's
no
when you
more.
use
we got a few of them actually, but we got like.
Oh, I'm out of here then. Fuck
Yeah.
this. No.
Clearly, that's what I think the things I do, the CTE. You know what I'm saying?
I wish my cat would long boy, but she just doesn't. She's just roly polies.
My cat only recently is letting me do that, and honestly, I'm forcing her to let me harass her. That's because I looked her in the eye. I looked her in the eye, and she was like, "I've got her."
You have to like look them in the eye and then blink at them slowly. That's how they know they can trust you.
Are you live, Mel?
Dominance.
No.
Are you gonna go live?
No.
Oh, you
Okay.
get it. You
I state dominance, and then I like watch, and then I'm like, okay, let's not push it too far because we want her to trust me still. But also, if I want to pick
Yeah.
you up and hug you, you need to let me do that.
Yeah,
Only
exactly,
person
exactly.
you can't freak out on because guess what? I won't abuse you, but you're definitely going in jail.
Like, girl, I control the food. I control the
Air
toys.
jail.
I control the
Air
catnip.
jail.
I'm gonna give this person 30 more seconds, and then we'll start it off here. I just messaged him. And then we'll
This
be
one
good to go.
time, my cat was just kind of being a dick, and I didn't really like it. So I just like kind of hovered over her, like you know how you're like on your knees, but then like you lean forward and you just kind of hover your cat and hug them. And
Yeah.
we were messing around. I don't think she understood I was right above her because I play with her a lot. We play kind of rough. She turns, puts her paw up, and like barely touches the white of my eye.
Oh,
I was like, no, the fuck you did not. And she booked
yeah,
it.
that's
She knew she
wild.
fucked up. She knew it. As soon as she did that, she booked it. And I was like, yeah. Oh, yeah. And then later, she wanted to be all sweet and nice to me. And I'm like, I see how it is. Do you feel bad?
Mhm.
My cats have started
No
like
treats for you.
trying to pet you. It's pretty funny. They'll come like if you like don't pet them, they'll start like petting you. I'm like, what is this?
Yeah, my cat forces me to pet her sometimes.
Yeah, one of my cats is like that. But my little cat, the one you saw earlier, she has this thing where she's so obsessed with laying on my pillow. If I'm sitting in bed, like watching TV, and I like get up to, get a drink of water, use the bathroom, even if I get up to like get like my charger and I'm gone for 1 second, I turn around, she's there. And I have to be like, okay, get out of my spot every single time. Like, are you cold? What the fuck? It's like 77 degrees in here. Why are you cold?
Oh, I'd be
Your
dying.
cat's like a bitch. My
77
cat hates
degrees.
blanket.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
it's as cold as I keep it in my house. 'Cause you
Oh
know what? My
God.
electric bill is $125, and that's the way I'd like it to be until summer.
Yeah.
Oh. I mean,
Dude,
mine's pretty.
Gibbs' house is an ice box. He keeps his shit at 60 degrees.
That sounds great.
We
How
gave
much do you
it
pay
cold.
for electricity?
I think I
You
paid
know,
like
I will
I paid
say,
like 135 last month.
How?
I will say, I do
Because you
personally
don't ever
prefer
change it.
something colder. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
because you
like when
don't
the
ever
AC
change
runs
it and
more.
the AC keeps running and then it just runs more efficiently. People keep fucking up because they keep like fluctuating the AC because they like leave the house or they want to go up a few degrees. That shit raises your bill real bad.
If
But
you
if
have
you
good
set it at a
insulation.
temperature and just leave it, it fucking it's great.
Yeah, it's
But you
kind
have
of
to have
like
good
how
insulation,
starting
'cause
your
if it
car.
leaks out,
What is it?
then
Starting your car
you do-
requires more energy.
I mean, I don't
The
have much insulation
expensive
because
part
it's
of Gibbs'
fucking
electricity bill is him opening the door to go somewhere and shutting it really quick.
yeah,
It's
that's
just the
true.
temperature change.
Let all the
I
cold
mean,
air
it
out,
also
bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, it depends on your AC unit too, because this house I used to live in, among other problems, had an AC unit that was 25 years old, and legit in the summer, the bill would be $435 to just like have it be like 76, 77 in the house.
That's crazy.
My water
It
bill
was insane.
is like I like only like $20, and I like use tons of water. It's crazy. The utility prices are super cheap down here. I don't know. It's great. God bless Texas.
Skyana, come hang out. Skyana, what are you doing?
Skyana is sick. So several people got sick. We'll just go ahead and kick things off.
No.
Several people sick. Sky's sick. Abby's sick. I think Queen might just not be awake yet. But yeah. So like that's it happens. But we got 4 lovely ladies here today to bring that. We're kind enough to bless you with their time to bring up things that they wanted to talk about today and talk about whatever those things
We are blessed.
Yes, they are. They're blessed me with their time because, and here I am, just a wonderful feminist, giving the ladies a place to talk. That's what we're here to do
I
today.
mean, Gibbs, you explained why the other women didn't show up, but you never told me exactly why Modi's not here yet either. Oh,
It's a good one. I'll make sure somebody get a clip of that. We'll send it to him. Ship it.
Why is Pentuple not here? Why is Pentuple not here? I mean, Tyler
Okay,
assigned
see,
him
like,
female
Because
earlier today.
he's got a.
Pentuple not here.
Pentuple was here. He left. He left us. You know.
He needs to come back for the women's panel. I guess.
Come back.
It makes him really uncomfortable.
He plays women's sports, baseball. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway. But yeah, why don't we go around the room and we'll everybody introduce themselves. We'll start with Big Papa Buckaroo. Tell us who you are, what you do. And we'll
I'm
go
Big Papa Buckaroo. I love doing panels. I love yapping. That's what I do. I yap. Professional yapper. Unprofessional yapper, actually. You can find me on YouTube and Twitter and Blue Sky.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Chai.
Hi, I go by Chai Bunny Baby on most platforms. I stream video games, art, but I like to do a lot of variety. I used to go on a lot of shows. I come off very abrasive, but I'm actually really nice. And yeah,
same.
I don't go on like survival shows or dating shows or anything, and I'm kind of bored, so I kind of want to go on panels and try new things.
Sick.
All right. Thank you so much. Mel.
Hi, I'm Mel. I go by Melisi on Twitch. I have just come back to streaming after an almost 2-year hiatus of not having my account. But I mostly stream just chatting, and sometimes gaming. And yeah,
All
come
right.
check me out.
Fantastic. Gotcha.
I'm Premier Katya on both Twitter and Blue Sky. I talk about politics. I'm also the artist for the Weekly Patriot. And yeah, I like to argue about politics and yell at people. And that's why I'm here. I don't stream yet. One day, maybe when I don't feel like shit every day, we'll get there.
I hear that. Every day is pain, said somebody
Yep.
smarter than me or something like that. But all right, yeah, let's open up the floor here. Sorry, I shall bring up who brought something that they want to talk about today. Who's got something for show and tell? What do y'all got? Who wants to go first? Anybody? Any takers?
I didn't end up with a clip. I've got
talking about cats.
Yeah, y'all were just
yeah,
talking
we were
about
talking about
cats.
cats. I've got a couple ideas, honestly.
All right, hit us with one here.
Okay, one of them is honestly, I did mention this before, but more so, the children aren't reading. What's wrong with the children? Something's wrong with them. They're all stupid now. They can't read. Something is wrong. Okay, so part of my topic, or one of my topics, is actually related. But even like professors at like Princeton and Harvard, which are supposed to be some of the elite schools of the nation, are saying that their students like aren't good at reading, can't read like books. There are tons of students that like aren't reading a whole book. They read passages. They like don't read complete books anymore, and they can't even keep their attention on the books if they tried, which I personally think is related to the attention economy. Okay. I think companies are using our attention to fuel their data collection, and it's actually fucking people up. I'm opening
Yeah,
it to the floor now.
I think that a lot of that started with like social media. I read a fact like a long time ago. Steve Jobs and like other big Silicon Valley people would not let their kids have access to iPads until they were 13. So they didn't even let their own children use it. And now we get information in such short bits that our brains have become rewired that way. And it's harder for us to hold that attention. Even in my journalism classes in college, we were told to write in an inverted pyramid where you put all the important information at the beginning of the article because most people don't end up reading the actual full thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
kind of insane.
Yeah, isn't that the standard like writing style though? Like an inverted period.
Yeah.
I feel like
for a news
No.
story.
Yeah, for like a
But for
news.
other things, you keep going. Sorry.
It's kind of like even like in the past for news, I believe it was more of like a when you're in a movie and you're trying to signal that you see a sexy lady, so it's like this, where the information is like at the top in the beginning and then it's restated at the bottom to kind of wrap it all up. But in the middle, obviously, we got stuff that a lot of people skim through. But now it's like we're talking pyramid because nobody's reading the end, which is a legitimate problem.
Yeah, and I think it at least when it comes to books, like I'm thinking of the last few nonfiction books I've read, and all of them have like they're all dense, but they have pretty important information in the middle. I mean, understandably, but then at the end, if you can't tie it all back together, like the narrative of the overall premise is just completely lost. Like even in nonfiction books where you're just getting information, you're not even you're not reading just for narrative's sake. You do miss out on quite a bit if you aren't willing to stick it to the end. And then if you think about things like YouTube, like the best creators have to keep what is the word called when you keep your viewer watching? Like I know like it
Like
yeah
retaining attention. Viewer
retention
retention.
yeah. Like Mr. Beast
There
talks
you
about looking at retention sheets, and then I know like the BuzzFeed guys, the Try guys, they were talking about how they have to like switch the music every 30 seconds or every clip or every not even 30 seconds because people need that additional stimulation of the music changing for each section or they're more likely to click away.
Shot, what were you had your hand up there?
I think part of like kids not reading can also be like the whole new mentality. New. I want new. I don't care about that thing 50 years ago. I don't care about thing 20 years ago. I don't even care about the thing last week. What are you doing next? What's coming out next week? And people don't talk about books. I haven't really heard about a good series that has copied, well, not talk about the author, but the series Harry Potter. I haven't seen that. Where's another Harry Potter series to get the kids interested? So if they're not going back and looking at good reads that have already been made and there's nothing to interest them now, and schools are more focused on electronics as it is, and they have all this new mentality, I don't see why they would want to pick up a book.
Well, I don't know that it's necessarily that, right? Like I think
And there
that
are so many movie adaptations to so many things too. Why wouldn't they just want to go watch a movie?
well, hold on. I think books are still pretty big. I mean, they're not as big as they once were, but authors are like pretty big. Like I mean, like just to disprove you, I like Game of Thrones. Like, I mean, that's like because the novels are so good. I think Joe Abercrombie's first Law trilogy just is about to get a movie adaptation. Like they do these all the time. I think though that you do hit the head on with the always new thing, and I think that Buckaroo mentioned something interesting earlier with the social media aspect of this. I think that the 60-second and like whatever TikTok thing is really hurting people. But even people like my age and a little bit younger, like I can't go out to eat without them having like all like a video on while they're next to you, even if you're like talking to them, and they'll be interacting with you, and I'm not offended, but they'll be talking, but they have to have like another stimulating thing, or like even when I go out, I like to sit and have the TV behind people. Like I'll say that even like that's maybe a lesser extent of that, but you know it helps the ADHD. I'm almost wondering if social media is it causing people to be ADHD, or have those traits. I don't know.
Well, so this is why I brought up the attention economy. Okay, if you look at attention as a commodity that can be owned or like bought by these companies or used in some way, then it's something that it's limited. You run out of that attention. You run out of being able to sit down and look at something for a long period of time if you're constantly having that attention essentially mined by social media, by YouTube, by all of these different means of data collection that see it as more important to keep you on their site than to let you be a person, which is my little soapbox. Sorry, but
There's too much stuff to do.
Yeah,
and
soapboxes. That's what we want. Go ahead, Connie. I'm sorry.
Why people aren't reading and like doing certain things, I think it's like a calculation that people are doing in my head, or at least it is for me, which is why for the majority of the time that I actually read something, even though I read super fast, it's usually going to be like an audiobook situation because there's so much crap that people could be doing that they feel like they'd rather be doing, that unless they can do that at the same time as doing something else, it's like, okay, I'm going to just sit here and read this book. Oh my gosh, can't listen to anything, can't work on anything, can't clean my house, can't do nothing. Oh my gosh, time is moving by. I got this tomorrow, I got this the next day, school, work, this, that, and the third. And I think
that's a good point.
I definitely feel that.
Because you start to feel unproductive. You're like, why am I doing this? Why am I reading this? I could just be listening to this and doing the laundry. Like,
I agree with a lot of that.
I actually love listening to audiobooks while I'm doing other stuff.
I listen to my fiction, like audiobooks, right? Like if I want to read a fiction book, I'll buy the hard copy and then I'll spend the money if I really like it, and I'll spend the money to get the audiobook. And then like that way I can listen to it. But then I'll read my nonfiction. Does that make sense?
I'm the opposite.
I can't do audiobooks.
If I really want to go into a fantasy land, I want to read it. I want to highlight it. I want to mark it up. I want it to be mine. I want to go into a different zone. I can play music while I read a book and I'm still fine because I'm blocking out external sounds at that point and I'm getting lost.
Yeah, I like to read. Don't worry. It depends on the book. If it's like a big book, I definitely prefer to read it first. But sometimes, like if you like know the series has a good voice like reader, where he's gonna
If
do
it's
all the
not Morgan
voices.
Freeman, I'm not about it.
Nah, Morgan Freeman's mids.
Yeah, I did.
Toby
You don't
Longworth,
like
Toby
Morgan
Longworth gang, let's
Freeman?
go, baby. David Attenborough, come on, there's a lot better
That
people
makes
than.
everything so much
Stephen
more
Fry.
exciting to
Yeah, there's a lot.
me.
Yeah, see,
Oh,
that's no one.
Andy Sudeikis, actually,
He's funny.
Andy Sudeikis, he did the Lord of the Rings trilogy. I listened to The Hobbit
Oh man,
and
that's really
all of the
good.
Lord of the Rings through a year ago. Phenomenal, insane. He does every voice that he can. He does the voice of Smaug. He does Gollum, and then he also sings every song that
Does
Tolkien
he
wrote. Every single
really?
one he sings. Yes.
Billy D.
Yes,
Williams, if you like older
tough
stuff,
I did
too.
also
not
does that.
know that. I watched all those
Yeah.
movies for the first time, like within the last 3 months of my life.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you should. I listened to The Hobbit and then The Lord of the Rings all through in one shot, and it's amazing. I actually really like his. I personally really like the landscape descriptions that Tolkien does. They're really, really nice. I like his nature descriptions are my favorite. But yeah, I don't know. It worries me. It actually makes me anxious. The like amount of inundation people expect on their day to day life. You know, it's like everywhere you go is a sports bar, or like TVs everywhere.
Kyle made a good point in chat though.
It's loud.
Well, Kyle made a good point in chat. Mel, you could probably attest to this. Is manga and anime is more popular than ever, and like there's a lot of reading in that. I mean, Mel, what you have like sites you're ready for the next One Piece the minute it comes out, right? Like,
I mean, manga doesn't have as much reading as like just a
Yeah,
full
it's
blown novel. I
very
do agree.
visually
Yeah.
stimulating. And you're getting like you're not reading like full pages like you would like in a normal book.
but it's like a
there's not
comic
that
book,
much.
It's
right?
an ADHD
Well,
version
hold
of
on. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's like a comic.
ADHD version. I mean, visual novels have been around for a long time. I think it's still like
Yeah, I think
good
it's reading.
for reading.
Oh,
Yeah, you're definitely still
it is reading.
Like,
But,
I
like,
mean, if I pulled out,
That's
But
all
you're not getting
pictures.
in as much information as you would off of like an actual book.
no,
Like,
hold
Yeah,
on.
let's
I
look
don't
at
know
the
if
amount
I.
of like
It's you're
just
reading
text that's
mostly
there.
dialogue.
Yeah, but hold on. I don't know if I agree with that. Right? This is this
your
is
storytelling in
this
your
is a
mind
graphic
rather than
novel,
reading
right?
the
And
story.
it came out one page at a time, right? Yeah, sure, one page is not that much, but like when you have like 1,000 pages,
Okay, but
you know.
okay, but let's compare this to literally any.
Any
Let's
Okay,
compare this
yeah, compared to
to.
like this, it's probably the same. It's like a 1 hour read.
Let's look at. No. Let's look at it. Okay,
Not even
this is
close.
how thick this is. This is how much text is there. This is the comic book.
Well, that's one comic
and
book. That's
this
not the whole
is, like,
series.
Text on book.
Yeah, that's just like one of the
Well,
Invincible things. That's probably one Invincible story arc. That's not all of Invincible, is it?
Of course. Well, no, but my point. I think the point is like the amount of time that it would take you to get through all of it is going to be different. The amount of like the stimulation that you're getting from graphic novels is different from what you're getting from just reading a book, because reading a book, it's all about the text. You know, you have to be able to follow the narrative. You have like there are certain you know, you have to be able to pick up certain things from the text and all of these different things, where with graphic novels it's much more visually stimulating. There's a lot more dialogue comparatively than I'd argue like any other book usually, and they kind of give the imagery to you, which I like. To be clear, I like graphic novels. I think they're beautiful. I love the art of it, but it's just a completely different interaction with the work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that when you read graphic novels and comics, it takes longer than if you were obviously just reading the word on the page. But a lot of people who read them just kind of they glance at the art and this, that, and the third. I'd say it takes me like a similar amount of time to read a page of a graphic novel versus one that has text on it, because I'm like looking, at the details in the art. I'm like, wow, that's so well drawn. I'm like looking at that. Kind of just, I mean, as an artist, just kind of looking at it for like the stylistic decisions and how it conveys the story. and then obviously reading the text. But if we're talking about reading words and like that sort of skill in your mind, which I feel like is a completely different thing than reading a graphic novel, because you have to like kind of, conceptualize things in your head when you're reading just words. It's really kind of a different experience. So yeah, more people are reading graphic novels now, and that kind of stuff is more popular. But I would say that it is kind of a different skill, and it's not a one-to-one, right?
Like regular books I feel like can help attribute to other things you do in life later too, and the skills that you need to enter into like adult worlds and stuff. Like I don't really think a graphic novel experience is going to help you as much as like actually reading a book.
Depends on the book and
Well,
depends on the
hold on.
graphic
And I guess
novel.
Hold
If
on.
you're
I
gonna
agree.
do an aggregate,
I agree. It
maybe.
depends on the book and the
Yeah, it
yeah.
depends on the
Well, okay.
creator
Well,
too.
like
But
on
if
that
you want
note,
to be a
what
graphic
about
artist and
audiobooks?
that's your thing.
So we brought up audiobooks earlier.
No,
Do you think audiobooks have the same impact? Because I don't think that reading and understanding it is the same as listening to somebody. Like I thought, like maybe we all learn differently. I still think there's something different there, though, right?
I agree. It's different, but it's still like mainly focused on your language, your ability to process language, right?
Like a learning
Versus
style.
just yeah. Well, I'm just trying to think. Like, I actually I don't know the neurology of it, but I'm pretty sure if you're like hearing words and you have to process the words themselves, it would probably be similar to at least how you're reading words and you have to process those words versus processing images.
It is very similar. It's just like obviously when you're reading something on text, there's kind of like an overlap of like your visual
Yeah,
processing and your language processing, but
it is better to read it. Yeah.
yeah, and then but you're still getting that language processing, and like you're still hearing usually more complex dialogue, or not even dialogue, complex like wording, more words that you might not necessarily hear in everyday life, or some stuff you might have to Google to be like, what the hell does that mean? And then in those sorts of experiences, I think like you are learning new things, you're learning to conceptualize things, you're learning kind of about passively about story structure and the like. I feel like I have a different perspective because I'm also working on a novel that one day maybe I'll finish. But, as a writer, I don't read as much nowadays, but I'll stop
I
talking.
feel that though. I feel because I gotta be
No, I'm
honest.
listening. Yeah.
I definitely recently have like switched to listening to more audiobooks than reading them. Right. I like definitely all my whole life I prefer reading them, and still when something's like a big book, I want to prefer reading it first. Right. But like for my day to day, if it's like mid, like I like sandbox universe kind of thing, so I like Warhammer, right, or Star Wars. So if it's like a book that's like in the universe and I still want to like know all the stuff, I'll audiobook it. But if it's like, the Siege of Terra, right? Or some like crazy shit, I never read. I think there is something though, because when I read it, it's like I like hear the music. I hear the guys talking, I hear the battle, I see the battle. Like I have it in my mind's eye. And then but when I hear it, I'm just like I maybe have the image of a character. I don't like have the full I don't know. It's just there's something that's different to me, I think. I feel like maybe why, at least fiction wise. I don't know when I'm doing like nonfiction though. I definitely don't learn it as good listening compared to reading it. I feel like I don't know. It's like you can't draw on that as like I can't be like, oh, this source here. Like you can't like pull that
Mm,
page up. In my memory. Like I think
yeah.
that's something.
You know how earlier we were talking about the whole like can't think about just doing the book thing and like do your laundry while listening to the book? I
Mhm.
understand why adults may not read as much. We have a lot to do. Like personally, I don't really read much as an adult. I listen to stuff while I work because I need something to occupy my mind and then I have to be busy when I'm not at work. And I can't just sit there and mentally take that relaxation in my head. I have to go on a day out, somewhere nice, on a vacation
Ooh.
type mentality to actually get in the mindset of reading. And to draw this back into kids, I think, parents are the example. So maybe because parents are so busy and parents are so like stressed doing all these other things, they forget that like, oh snap, like reading is important. I need to make sure they know to read. Like I'm not reading, so they're not seeing me read. So unless they have a personal interest in it or their friends might, they're probably not going to want to read either.
That's a good point. I feel like the reading in my brother's 15.
Sorry.
I think he's 15. My brother's 15 and he's on the spectrum. He's very close to my dad. And my dad still like books to him sometimes. He'll like actively ask my dad to read him books. But this is something they've done for his whole life is they would sit down, he would pick a book out, and my dad would just read it to him while he's like doing something else. And I do agree. I think reading does have to be modeled to some extent by parents, and it can be really hard when you feel like you don't have time to yourself anyway. So how are you going to sit down and read?
My mom takes my little brothers to the library. She's read to my little brothers. She's a big reader. So that definitely
Yeah,
was
there you
passed on to
go.
me when I was a kid, and she does that with my little brothers. She limits their like screen time, which is important. But also I think it's important to note that people have different like or like learning
Learning
styles.
style.
Yeah, so like for me, I can't do audiobooks. I'm a visual tactile learner, so I have to be able to like
Mhm.
read it in front of me. Like even when I watch TV, Gibbs hates it when I
I
come
love
over, but I
subtitles.
have to have subtitles. Yes.
I
I'm
fucking
also
love
like deaf,
subtitles.
but I
Drives me
have to have
Yeah.
crazy.
subtitles
Oh,
on
yeah, go ahead.
because
Sorry.
if
Yeah,
I'm
I
just listening to a show, I can always hear the dialogue clearly. Like,
I actually completely agree. I couldn't do most audiobooks. I actually only recently started because somebody was like, "Trust me, I'll buy you the audiobook. You will listen to it." And I ended up enjoying it, but then I also downloaded a couple that I hated, that I couldn't stand at all. Um, and it's weird because I do Gibbs, you said you can't do like I think you said no nonfiction audiobooks,
I
if
mean,
I
not
remember.
always, but like
Well,
generally, yeah,
not
like
a rule,
90,
but yeah,
yeah, like nine, like I have a few
my
that I've done. Like, if like I wanted to listen to it, I needed to get through it quick. Like, I'll do the audiobook, right? But like, if I
mhm.
can, I'll do the reading on it because it sticks better.
Yeah, I'm currently listening to The Selfish Gene, Richard Dawkins, and I'm actually like challenging myself to listen to it first. And then I bought the book, the physical copy, so that I can go through it again and like highlight and underline because he makes so many like nonfiction books are always making like fucking references to everything, this, that, the other thing. And I always feel like I'm gonna miss out on it anyway. But um that's what I'm trying now is listening through first and then going through it again or going through and reading it again. But I found when I was listening to even when I was working at because I while working at UPS, that's like what I did the whole time. Almost the whole time I was just like listening to nonstop audiobooks, which probably annoyed my coworkers because I would just come up and tell them random shit about
You
it.
you don't.
Like Tolkien loves the gaping. Tolkien loves the word gaping. It was
I
like
love that.
very uncomfortable
Oh.
so many times.
That's
Yeah,
an
he used
interesting
it
one
so
to
many. He'd be
love.
like, he stood there gaping. Look at that gaping hole. It was like, bro, calm down.
Oh.
I don't
Oh,
need to
the
hear
gaping
this so much.
hole, huh?
not the gaping hole.
And it
Oh,
got to a point, every time he said it, I went over to my coworkers and I was like, gaping.
He said gaping.
yeah.
You said it again.
There's
Doing
another
your
guy. What's his?
job, like
Is it Dan
working
at?
real nice, and you're just like, again, really?
Yeah,
No, I
exactly.
noticed that with a lot of authors
But
though. They'll like go to the same expressions. Like, what's his name? Dan Admit's is
they
wet
do.
leopard growl, and I'm like, how many times do you use the word wet leopard growl, bro? Like, I didn't even.
It's actually fun to like realize you start to hear the like little the just common phrases certain writers like to use, and it's my favorite. Once you pick up on it, you hear it everywhere. You're like, oh my god, this man needs a new editor. Like it's every other sentence it feels like, but it is fun to find. But I found I was like taking notes while I was listening to these like nonfiction books. It got to a point where I had these load sheets which are literally just diagrams of where like all the boxes go in the truck, and then on the back of
That
them in the crayon, I'm like
that's an
scribbling notes
interesting
frantically.
cultural development. I
You
think
said
you're touching on.
load
Like,
sheets?
no. So like
Yeah.
you're touching on something really interesting. I think is that like
Let
there's
me see
this
if I can
like
find
as these
one.
like universes grow, I think that like people really want to be involved in these. Like look at One Piece, like look at Star Wars, look at like all these like universes, right? People like are writing like right now. There's a book written from a doctor's perspective in Star Wars that just came out, and it's like the rise and fall of the Empire,
Ooh.
right? And the guy's like he's like an in-universe doctor giving like a dissertation on like why the Empire rose and fell, right? And like there's like in 40K, there's like anthology
anthologies where people want to have like in-universe perspectives or like people like writing about like how the war battles are going. And I think there's this like kind of like new, I don't know, thing with tech where people like want this like, I don't know what I'm describing here, kind of like what you're describing, like in a format like produced. They want like official like acknowledgement of all the note taking aspect of like these big universes. I think that's kind of cool. Like it's the era of the nerd. That the age of the jock is over.
Nerds will inherit the earth. Okay,
Yeah.
this has always been true, and it always will be. Nerds are fucking reading the books in the first place. So, but yeah, like this is I agree.
I
This
don't
is a
know if
load
you're my
sheet I was
kind of
referencing.
nerd, but my kind of nerd has
And
all
the
the
note.
highlighters and colored pens to color code everything. That's my brand of nerd.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
That's why I like
And
hard copy books instead of digital books because I want to mark it up. I hate the
yeah,
idea of
yeah.
the library too. I want to watch it grow.
Yeah, I was talking to somebody about trying to, just a friend and I, like both reading a book and then writing in the margins, like writing our own little, like giving our own annotations and then giving the books to each other and then reading them again.
It's
Doesn't
like
it?
you're reading them with them.
That sounds like something
I
Katya
feel like
over
that
here
is
would do
fun.
for sure. I see
That
you
takes a lot
annotating
of
the sides.
self-control because think about it. Like, say you and I were doing that, I'd be reading it and be like,
I
oh
knew
my
it.
god, I can't wait to tell her about
When
it.
I
But
have
I'm
the
like,
time.
fuck, I just have to write it down on the margins. Like, I have to
Yeah,
wait.
exactly.
And then the moment you guys are both done each other's books, it's like, oh my god, this is what we've been working towards.
Yes, exactly.
That
I
sounds
really
fun.
want to do that.
Maybe I'll be
The
in
only
like the
problem
book
is,
club one day when I'm like old.
I did that
yeah, we
right
just
before,
mail the
like,
book.
started doing like annotations and stuff when I was when I was reading House of Leaves, and then I eventually kind of fell off with that because it's like a book you have to. But I would if I did more like actual book reading. Like that was one I was not about to do on audiobook for obvious fucking reasons. That if you don't know, that book is written all sorts of Willy Wonka, and you have to read the text. For it to
Oh,
make sense. But another thing I wanted to bring up as far as like to quote George W. Bush,
Yeah.
is our children learning?
I love George W.
He has the best quotes.
He's so
Good
good.
old, is our children learning?
Hey, listen.
the best
Maybe
painting.
If he could be
her will be
president,
able to pass
anybody
the
could be
literacy
president. You know.
True.
Big fan of the boy
Okay.
Bush.
But,
What an
but
inspiration.
yeah, aside from if you teach your child to read, then he or her will be able to pass a literacy test. Besides that, we've got one thing that I've heard or I've read or I've seen in articles is that kids often don't go to school with the same reading skills they did in the past. So teachers are kind of forced to work backwards, and they aren't able to instill this kind of like reading like type like routine with kids when half the class doesn't know how to read yet. So that's, I feel like, is kind of a barrier.
Who do you think?
Sure, like if reading comprehension is failing, like writing comprehension has to be even worse. Because I know, like when I was
What
in,
about cursive?
well, they don't even teach it anymore in schools. It's not required to, which is
How do
kind
you
of
sign
crazy
your
to me too,
name?
because it's like the Declaration of Independence is written in cursive. Like people need to know how to be able to read it.
That's also so
So
valid.
yeah, I
You're
mean
teaching the
older
future
texts are all
generation
in
that they don't
cursive.
need to learn anything history-wise because they got it. The people who know how to read cursive will just read it. Here, why
Well,
don't we
I
put
think
it
it's
in a
Hold on.
text
Cursive's not
format
the same as
for you?
Old English.
interesting you say.
Can you read Old English? I don't think anybody here can read. Maybe one of the
What do you
something that
mean?
I.
Why can't you read
I'd have
Old
to get my
English?
husband for that.
Bro, Old English, like is some of the some of the
Alright, we look
older
up
Old
Old
English
English.
is crazy, like hard reading. Like it doesn't even look like the same
Old
language.
English.
Mhm.
Right.
It is. It's interesting you say that because I think it also touches a little bit on. There's this. There's a series. I don't know the name of it, but essentially just like we're slowly getting all of our information from like secondary, third, fourth, fifth sources instead of actually looking at source materials. So when you're talking about like the Declaration of Independence, not knowing how to read, not knowing how to read cursive might not sound like the biggest issue
That's a good
until
point.
like there are only like 10 people who know how to read cursive
Right.
Wait, y'all,
because
everybody here
nobody's
can read
trying it.
cursive, right?
And you just have to,
I can.
yes,
Yeah, I usually
yeah,
write in
for the most
cursive
part.
and I don't need other people to read it. you know.
Yeah.
particularly
What if
easily.
learning
And, like, you just have
entry-level
to trust
cursive
what
in
someone else says.
school, like, what if learning entry-level cursive in school, though, is the gateway drug into wanting to get into Old English cursive? What if they just love handwriting
sure,
so
probably.
much,
That's
and they
definitely happening, I'm
love
sure.
their penmanship so much, they just want to keep going, and that's how they learn
Oh,
how
I
to read
guarantee you that's
different languages
absolutely
and how they
happened.
start to write in that shit.
Yeah,
And then
it
what if they become a language expert, and it's all because we stopped teaching cursive that we don't have any more language experts.
He's
Yeah,
got a
my
good point.
husband is like that. He
Yeah,
writes
you're
pretty much
absolutely.
everything in calligraphy. Like he only writes in
Oh,
calligraphy.
that's so fucking
It
sick.
is-
That's so sick.
Yeah,
My handwriting looks like calligraphy,
Please
but not
have him
because of any
write.
good reason.
Please share some of this calligraphy at some point because I would like to see. I'm actually so interested in calligraphy. I really wanted to learn it. I just didn't have the
Speaking
proper
of that,
tools for a while.
I
Yeah.
have an intro
Oh, nice.
right here that I would like to start on when springtime really comes in.
I have a calligraphy book. It's in my car right now, but I
I-
have a calligraphy book that I want
I
to go
definitely
through.
am feeling
Good skill to
older
have.
because of this now. We got calligraphy sets. I fucking just got a sewing kit I was excited about. Yeah, this is
Bro,
we're
I
getting
was gonna
ancient chat
say,
is what this
you
is.
guys, this is like the nerdiest shit. I found out you can buy on Amazon those like, you know, those like trifold pamphlets, like informational pamphlets, because I got one on poetry. I got one on the DSM-5, and I got two on Excel tricks. Okay,
nice.
no one can
Those are
stop me.
useful.
Hey, you know who
No
else
one
likes
can
those? You know who else
me.
likes those?
Okay.
Hey, do you know who else
They
likes
have them
those?
for language. They have them for anatomy, bro.
You know who else uses those all the time?
Who?
Huh.
Pentuple.
Does he really?
He's got the law ones.
Nerd.
He's got the law
I was
ones,
gonna
bro.
get the law one.
Yeah.
Life. Like,
I was
I'll
gonna
give
get the
you an
law
example.
one. They're
Yeah.
so good.
Oh,
I'll give you an
buddy.
example as
What
to
if
why
what
I
if the
didn't
president
learn
nukes
this.
Chicago is gonna be a fucking 3-snake pamphlet?
Oh my god. And you know, to think, like, most of y'all don't even know that joke that he keeps repeating over and over.
It's
and
very-
I know, that's
it's a
why
very
I
fun
keep
joke.
talking over and over.
It's a great song
What if
now.
the president nuked
Never.
Chicago? Gee, I fucking wonder.
It's a good song.
I don't know. I
And
just
what were
think
you gonna
there are
say?
skills that people like don't really think about that they could save money by learning themselves too, like with calligraphy. Imagine if you get married someday or somebody close to you gets married someday and you just save them so much money because
Yes,
you just were able to get
bro.
your invitations for fucking free by yourself.
Literally, you're reading
There's
my
a coffee
mind.
shop down
That's
the street.
unironically what
Their
I've thought
sign
about
work
before.
looks like it needs updating. Why don't you go up to them and give them your portfolio of your calligraphy and say, "Hey, if you ever need a sign update, here's my number. I'll be freelance, pretty cheap."
Yeah,
Boom.
because I actually love card making. I love making my own. I love paper cutting and making my own cards. I don't think I have any here, but um, because of that, like when you know, when I'm in the mood, when I'm in an artistic mood, I'll just make my friends cards for like Valentine's Day, for their birthdays, for anything. And it's so fun because I'm not buying it. It's like personalized and it's just enjoyable to sit down and, you know, very zen, focus up and just cut some paper.
That's a paper, huh?
Cut
Yeah.
some
I miss
paper.
doing like
Straight
collages.
lines,
in
or is
school.
there some wiggly lines?
Collages?
Like the magazine collages.
Sometimes. Let me see if I
When
can
you had to like
find
go
one of
through the
them.
magazines
Oh
and cut stuff out and like glue them on a
yeah.
piece of paper.
Mine were
Yeah, usually
fantastic
people
works
do
of
that
art.
for ransom letters, Mel.
Huh?
That's true
People
too.
do that with ransom letters.
Are you ransoming people off,
Yeah,
Mel?
but it doesn't have to be like the letters. It could be like pictures and stuff when you build a collage.
Mel's
I
over
like
here
when
in free
people
time
do
doing
junk
saw
art.
notes.
Do you
Oh
not
my
like
god.
junk
I want to
art?
play a game.
Oh, here.
So I write my love letters.
I made a
I
pizza
love
one.
you.
It said I like my Valentine's like I like my pizza.
Hot,
Thick,
thick, and cheesy.
cheesy. The inside said extra sausage. It was just like a stupid joke, but it's really fun. I had one that's like a little ghost. It's just fun to
Have you guys
fucking make
ever heard of
stuff.
like junk art? It's similar to collaging.
Yes, I
Yeah, I
love
think
junk art.
junk art is so fun to watch. Like I would never buy it or make it, but watching it is fun.
Yeah, I feel like
What do you mean by
in
junk art? Because I feel like I might be incorrect as far as what I'm thinking of as junk art.
It's like, okay, so what I have as an example in my brain is this guy will like take a coloring page of like an outline of like a caterpillar, and he'll color it in. It's not like typical colors. Like he'll just color it in however the fuck he feels. It's like an atypical color job. Then he takes shiny stickers and he will sticker them on, and then he'll take different stamps and stamp that on in random places, and then he'll take clippings of different texts and phrases that I guess he thinks looks good with it, and then he'll put them on different pages, and it just keeps layering and layering until he gets a final image.
Sense, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty fun.
It just doesn't really make sense, but I guess it makes sense.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
It's kind of like an internal experience thing, that sort of art. Like I've done that sort of thing, not recently, but like on traditional mediums, but also on digital mediums, and it's really like just kind of like a personal mental experience.
I find it really interesting to watch because like I don't like I want to
Do
understand.
y'all find it like relaxing, like doing the art? Because like I'm very much a person who like I have to like force myself into hobbies sometimes. So I've been trying to do these painting the minis, right? And I keep like forcing it, and I know that I'm gonna keep doing it, but it's like it's almost like it's becoming a chore. Like because it's like you know what I'm saying, as opposed to like when I'm doing it, I'm like not relaxing. Like I think it's because I'm not artistic. That might be the problem. I love art though. I like buying art. It's just like
I also feel like some of it's like finding the right medium for you, and then also for yourself, and then also like having a good motivation. Like I love making art for other people to the extent that I'll focus on like another person while I'm making something. And then I have that motivation of like, well, I'm giving them this, so it better be good. But I also think
pieces that go to a game too. So the end goal is the game.
No, the end goal is not the game. The end goal is to fucking be a douchebag and be like, oh yes, I have way more of these expensive things than you. Check out my cool collection. That's what the goal is.
This isn't what you're. It's not about you having fun painting the things. You have to paint them so they look good as well with all the other. Cool
Yeah, and I want them
things
to look good. Yeah, yeah.
If you sit there and you paint something for the intention of painting and having fun and relaxing, it might be different.
Yeah, but
yes, yeah.
What's the?
You could just be stressing
I don't think I
yourself
understand the
about-
concept.
Well, like if you're really worried about the end product being perfect, you're probably not going to be relaxing while you're doing it.
No, it's not
Or
gonna be
if
perfect.
you're, or even looking good. If you have like a certain standard you're trying to reach, it's going to be different than if you're just doing it because you know it.
No, I mean
makes
it's
you
not
feel
that.
good.
I think they have described it wrong. Like, because like the other night, we're just like I'm one of those people that will spend the money to get the best shit for it or whatever. And like I don't care if it looks bad. You know, it's like it's the process is part of it. I can go back and look at these terrible ones. These are my first ones, right? Like I don't give a shit. Like I'm not one of these people that's gonna be like But like I will say it's like I've found this with other things. Like with when you get a new game and everybody's playing the new game and or something, right? And I'll get in there. Like I've already previously found things that I think were like the avenues that were my expression, but now those things for whatever reason don't exist. So it's like you find new things, and it's like you have to force yourself into them sometimes for a while before they become like your thing. Does that make sense? I don't know. That's kind of what I'm saying. I think that I don't know. It's terrible, but let's go. We've talked about this. This kind of went down a rabbit hole. Who else had something for us today? Anybody got another topic here for us?
Anybody want to talk about tariffs?
Tariffs? You want to talk about tariffs?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Let's talk about tariffs. What do you want to talk about with the tariffs? Go ahead, give us an opening on that.
I'm not a fan of blanket tariffs in general. I think the purpose of tariffs should be to encourage, things that can come back to the U.S. and it makes sense for things to come back to the U.S. to come back to the U.S. as far as manufacturing, as well as, protect American trade. I mean, it's not like I'm not too much of a protectionist, but I understand in certain situations it's necessary. Across the board, though, absolutely the fuck not. Because we get situations why things shouldn't and couldn't be made directly here that now, companies, because they can't just, move their factory in 1 second, they are basically just going to be passing on the cost to consumers, and there's going to be quite a few jobs that people want back that are not going to come back here, and shit's just going to get more expensive for the everyman, which is what they say they'd like to prevent. So that's part of,
Yeah, Abby's gonna
I
be
mean, I
real
guess-
mad. She called in sick now. Like, this is what she's been wanting to fight about. I'm sure. I know it's her little egoist, man. Now she's over here sick. I'm gonna call her out. But yeah, go ahead.
I guess to me, like a part of the big issue is just that it's kind of, it's obvious that it's not lowering the cost for the everyman that is actually their goal, and that's just the sticker they put on it to get everybody to agree with it. It's like the free range chicken of the economic world. Like it's just an empty platitude. It's not actually meant to be a promise, a political promise, I feel.
Like how iCow
Yeah,
is in
join the.
women's
Yeah,
panel now,
let me
we
just.
respect it. We love it.
We love iCow. Yeah, iCow. Did you know we're
We
doing the
love
women's
iCow.
panel, or did you think this was the Thursday thing? Yeah.
Oh, sorry. No, I meant to go somewhere else. All right, bye.
Look, not later, Papa. You be good. We love iCow. iCow's good
yeah.
people. We
We
love him.
do.
He's the best.
Yes.
Yeah, no, he's good people. All right, yeah. So
But-
where were we? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just feel like it's an empty platitude. I don't actually think that's what they wanted. I think it's a lie, really, that they use to get the idea across, get it supported by the average person.
Thoughts of the rest of y'all? Mel, do you have any thoughts on the tariffs
I mean, I agree.
with everything they're saying?
They
Okay,
say things to like placate the general public, but like it's all bullshit.
Chai, what are your
It's just in the
thoughts?
same.
Oh,
I heard something about the fact that like tariffs and like okay, so I'm a normal person. I'm not into politics. I honestly don't
sure.
know
I'll
much about
I'll
it.
fight everybody
But-
after you. Don't worry.
But-
I'll
but
fight the
did
girls. It's fine.
hear Tariffs and Chat GPT and government in the same sentence recently, and is that like can we talk about that? Is that a thing? Are we using Chat GPT to figure out fucking government?
We can
stuff?
come back. We can come back to that. That's a good topic. You'll hold on
I'm
to
not
that.
using
Little bit.
ChatGPT.
Hold
at
on, yeah.
all.
Well, hold on. Well, that's a whole different thing, actually. That is a whole
Well,
controversy. Yeah, we'll come back to
Yeah,
that. But yeah,
there are issues about possible ChatGPT
Yeah.
involvement.
yeah. But you have a tariff opinion, Chai? It's okay if you don't, because
I
I'm
don't
about
even know
to.
what a tariff really is. It's
That's
like a
fair.
tax
Let
on
me tell you
foreign
something,
direct
girls.
foreign
I
right?
gotta tell you. I gotta tell
It's
you.
a tax that companies have to pay to get their shit into a certain country.
Yeah.
So American tariffs would
Exports.
go on to
So
yeah, and it's supposed to be
that the
paid.
consumer will take it, but then they're gonna upcharge their product $1 or $2 to pay for that tariff. So now we're actually paying the tariff instead of the
Yes, exactly.
So there's a
People will
reason.
lie and say other countries will pay it, which I don't know how that would happen.
I don't know. I
but-
just
Fine,
want to
we'll pay
fix
the
my
tariff.
economy. I shouldn't be not able to afford to live on my own. I make plenty of money, and for some reason, I still can't get my own apartment by myself. And it just is what it is.
Well,
I don't want to move into the
I'll
middle
tell
of
you-
fucking
I'll tell you what it is, what it
Nebraska to be
is.
able to buy an affordable home.
There's a reason I bought the Pope's hat. It's for these moments right here where Papa Gibbs, your political prophet, gets to say, I told you so again. Everything's working as planned. Beef prices are flying up. I'm going to be a cattle baron. I voted how I wanted to vote. That was the best interest of me. And it came true again.
Are the prices flying
Hallelujah.
up so you'll be able to pay actual workers?
I
that
pay my
aren't
people that work for me. You
illegally-
make listen. You work for me. You make above market share price like payment. I guarantee it. Listen,
Let's say
I have
congratulations.
very low turnover rate. Very low. It's very good.
Gibbs is very
Very good.
motivated by self-interest. By the
Turnover-
way, he's nice to his employees. That's more self-interest.
It's true. It's true. Like, do you know how? Like honestly, I think like the average company, so average sales company that does like B2B sales, their turnover rate is like 80%. Mine's like 30%, which is still high but that's B2B sales, right? But for my leather company, my turnover rate is like, I don't even know the last person I fired or like had quit. Like, and then we usually hire like family members from them, and so like those are all the Guatemalans that we help get citizenship and whatnot, and they're all paid like $40K a year plus benefits. And shit.
You are helping them get citizenship?
Fuck yeah! Because who do you think is gonna vote for me in that local area when I run for office? All them bastards.
No, I'm in support as long as you guys are helping them get
Yeah,
citizenship.
they're gonna vote for
They're
Papa.
They're hardworking brothers.
Listen,
I'm happy on that
I'm
front.
just saying the Dims had the right idea, but we're gonna do it the legal way, and we're probably gonna reap the reward. But yeah, I mean, like you pay them good, and then they don't turn over. Do you know how like most businesses have like I don't know 8% turnover rate, and they spend like 30% of their budget replacing people? That's terrible. That's terrible.
Yeah.
Pay your people, and they don't have to worry about it.
I know I bring everything. I was just gonna say I bring everything back to UPS just because it was like such a shocking work experience. But their turnover rate is insane. I don't know the numbers on it, but like I personally watched like easily 5 or 6 people like come and go in the year.
Do they have a
Like people
90-day
walked out on their
probationary?
shift.
Oh.
There's no probation period. And on top of that, so the training and the way they figure out if you're okay to work there, I applied and then instantly got an email that said welcome to UPS. Like literally in response to my
They're
application,
hungry.
it was just like welcome to UPS. And then we got like a day of training and that was it.
Yeah, I'd
So
immediately red flag that. I'd be like, "What?
What
You
year
didn't
was
even?"
that?
like 2 years ago.
Mm, yeah,
So it was
that
right
point I
after COVID.
understand that. Yeah, they were probably hurting for people at the moment. Yeah,
They
this is kind of random, but you said you have a leather company. Like, what kind of leather?
We do like high end exotics, like leathers, and it's like I'll even get like endangered animals, but all the stuff like goes like conservation. They usually get it from like graveyards or like they do it from like places, whatever.
Interesting.
It's pretty cool. So I feel like I get to do a good deed for the environment,
Was it like
and I
corsets
get it.
and stuff?
I can be anything. We've done cars. We've
is
done
it just wholesale leather?
no. I do like exotic customs. So like you would get like say you wanted like hats were the big one for a while, but now we've been doing more specialized items. But like say you wanted like a suit jacket like this one, right? And I wanted to do like lizard skin liner, which I think I am gonna do lizard skin for this one. And as you take out the liner and we'll put like lizard skin on the inside, or then like or we do like Italian lamb skin or something. Italian lamb skin's cheap as fuck. But then you get like there's different tiers. There's like tier 1, tier 2. It's real boring stuff, but anything can be leather. I got like a year and a half like waiting list on this shit. Like it's just like pure profit. We got like 300% to 600%
Yeah,
margins.
especially if you're making stuff like made specifically for
Yeah,
the piece.
and like it's all like there's only like one direct guy really in my like in all of the nation that fits my like price point. That's like my direct like I can't even talk competition, whatever the word is and it's Don. God, yeah, thank you, Jesus Christ, and it's Don P. And Don P's so far ahead of me that like I just me getting the scraps of him, I'm fucking yeah. And he's like the famous guy that does all the rappers. I had like Chance the Rapper orders like the famous guy. I always tell people that ordered something from us and paid like $15K for like I don't know a hat that we like dipped in.
That is cool.
Yeah, we dipped like a stingray in gold, and then we made that one, and then we made a matching one with like a boa or something dipped in 18 karat gold. It's pretty cool.
I forgot rich people get wild shit.
Yeah, they just want some. Yeah, and our motto for a while when I had my old business partner was one of none, because like you would get whatever, like you could no one else would get the same one as you because it's all custom things, and so people would either bring the items or we buy the item that they want and then we like custom the shit out of it. And we do some pretty crazy shit. Like for this Corvette, we did like 4 different like animals. We did like on the interior, it was like just the head part, it was like stingray, and then like the middle part, it had like the lizard, and then for like the like covers, it was like frog, and that shit got real outrageously expensive. And then like all the floorboards were like Italian leather.
It literally was all the tiniest animals too.
Yeah, yeah, it was
like, could I have all of this in frog skin, please?
yeah, the seats and like the mats, I think, and then like just the like things ended up being like 55K or something is what he spent.
This just makes me think of like
curious because yeah, because see, my husband also makes hats for rich people, but the only leather part of it is usually the sweatband, and yeah, he's just been looking
I do all
this
this shit.
shit.
Yeah, I can put them on some of my suppliers if you like remind me later. I mean, honestly, you can get most
I'll
of them
DM you. It's
online.
Yeah.
It's not that hard. Like I'm not gonna give them my good ones. Because you know, but yeah, I can put them like something like they have like pretty good wholesale ones. It's really just the expertise I'm selling, you know, and my expertise is Guatemalan ladies. That's the secret. Yeah,
You are not making leather out of these individuals.
No,
they're
they're the seamstresses. They're fantastic.
Okay, ooh, that's
Fantastic. Yeah. No, we're not doing no Ed Gein kind of thing or whatever. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Then again, maybe I'll get a Netflix special after me if I did that, right? You know.
Oh.
You don't want a
that
fancy
is
lampshade?
No.
Or a special belt?
No,
the nipple belt? Oh no.
Oh, this just reminds me that like when you said frog skin, it just reminds me that there's like that whole idea that rich people at some point just want trash that's really fancy looking.
This one guy spent
Like-
$22,000 on a flat bill Cowboys hat. We got we got a Stingray, and then we had to get special holographic paint, and then we got crushed industrial diamonds and like worked it into the paint, and then we coated this over this, and that was just the top, and so just the bill itself was like, for me to produce was probably like, I don't know. It was like $6,600 just to produce, and then I think I only made like $8,000 on that one because it was so ridiculous. And then for the back, we had to get platinum. And I don't know if you know anything about platinum, but there's only like platinum is kind of expensive, and say there's only like enough platinum to fill like a certain amount of Olympic swimming pools, a couple of them, right? And like so we got he wanted all platinum for like all the little rings on the strap back. I wish I had a strap back here to show y'all. I don't have one within grabbing distance, and like so you would like punch all the holes, so all the holes, there's like about 8 of them were in this, and then you wanted like some kind of fucking like poison dark frog, which we had to fucking like special order and get treated so it didn't kill anybody, right? And like turn like whatever, and like as the skin, it was some crazy shit. And like people are like, oh well, how'd you make enough money to do something else? I'm like, bro, like yeah, I'll take the time to get all that, I'll put the money up. They put like a third down, and then this is how I do it. So they'll put a third down, then we'll get started, because even if they lose, they'll cover most of the cost. But like a lot of it is just like going and outsourcing this random shit and like knowing a guy, like kind of thing, right? And I'm very much the know a guy kind of guy, and then having someone that's like good enough at the seamstress to make it look professional, and you just charge outrageous margins because they do stupid shit like that all the time. Like Randy Johnson, you know, the baseball player that hit the bird from the Diamondbacks with the ball. We made like Diamondback commemorative hats from that date from the ones he was wearing. We got like 2 commemorative like official hats from that like game or whatever that were like signed by him, and we like incorporated the signature in, like cut that part out and put it onto the hat itself, and then put like crazy like rattlesnake skin and shit on there. People just want wild shit when I guess you have the money. Like I get it. It's pretty cool. It's good. And I'm like the Walmart of like this shit. Like there's like guys way bigger.
I got the frog skin car shit.
Well, it wasn't the whole car. It was just the knobs and like the steering wheel and shit with the frog skin.
It wasn't the exterior.
It's
bro, you know how expensive that would have been? That would have been like
It's
250K if it had been all frog skin. Like that easy.
I just never looked at a frog and thought, damn, I wish I could peel that bitch.
They're cool. They got cool colors and patterns, bro.
Just
Some of them are
strange
big. Like the bullfrog's like this big, bro. Like, you know.
True. I think there's different like when making I guess products and stuff for the richens. I feel like there's 2 different types of people. Like there's the people who just get like the tacky, expensive looking stuff that has like crazy, you know, like different materials and stuff. And then you have the really picky types that you obviously see more of them in Europe, who are, you know, really into like traditional style and like, you know, a lot of that stuff.
I get
and
both.
Then it's more about like, yeah, you can't get creative at all. Yeah.
Yeah, I would probably, I feel like I would be like on either end of the spectrum, but I wouldn't be in the middle. Like I would want, if I had something like historical fashion, for example, when people do historical fashion and it's like accurate, they go down to like every tiny little piece, then it's like, yeah, I would want that shit to be accurate. I would be a picky bitch about every single thing. Like, I'm sorry, what kind of fabric is that?
I think that's worth it though, more than whatever Gibbs just made for that guy. I don't know what that
Frog
is.
skin car? I agree.
But like
Frog skin diamond encrusted car?
Like that's a part of history. You're bringing it back. Like it has like a meaning. Like what the fuck is this hat about? I don't get that. I think that's worth the value.
Yeah, I wish my husband was here honestly, because he at this point is like a dye chemistry expert, and he basically reproduced a type of silk for top hats that hasn't been made for 60 years.
Ooh,
and it took him 5 years of research. So yeah, at this point, like he knows like everybody in like the like vintage like menswear scene. And yeah, you get people who are very particular, and that's kind of like at this point you probably should be.
Yeah, like that's super cool to bring something back like that. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's took a lot, and it's taken a lot of getting black dye spilled on things in the house that I wish were not had things spilled on it. And a lot of cleaning and a lot of use of chemicals. So many chemicals.
Especially the older it gets, like until you get to like beetle wings or some wild shit. But before that, like I was just thinking about the period of time where we were just like putting poison in shit. We were like, look, this poison, great color. This other poison, great color.
Were we
This other
really
one,
doing that?
top tier. Like the
Have you
best,
ever
the best
smelled
green.
like
Was that
98%
before?
vinegar? Do you know what
That
98%
sounds like it
vinegar smells like?
burns.
It burns like hell.
Yeah, I wouldn't assume.
Oh
It's pretty
my
acidic, right? Like,
Why were we using
Yeah.
poisons? Did we not know how to make
So-
other ink yet?
We just didn't know. Some of it was like we just didn't know it was
So
poison.
what was green?
Arsenic.
It's called Shields green, and it was a specific color of green that was made with arsenic. Really
Mhm.
big in the Victorian times, but then obviously, like, a synthetic dye became bigger. We got past that, and people were realizing, hey, whoa, people are like,
You're
not
like,
doing
I
too
get
well.
sick every time I go into the front room. I wonder why. They made a ton of wallpaper out of it specifically, and it's like this one specific color of green. And they were like, when it first came out, everybody was blown away. They were like, "This is the brightest green. This is such a green green."
the uranium one.
I love this green.
No. It's called Shields green. It's the green from arsenic, but it was so green compared to all the greens that had been created in the past that everybody was like, fuck, we need to
Nice.
get on top of this. And so they made tons of wallpaper out of it. That was like a big thing, is making wallpaper. And so people were getting like unironically sick, just like sitting in their living room, and they couldn't figure out why. And it's like, babe, you're poisoning yourself.
Yeah, it was
Turn
the
it
dresses
down.
made out of it that were super bad as
Oh
well.
yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah, I have a hat now.
That's so insane. I like the hat.
Do you think there's
And
still
then-
things that we ingest that are poisonous, specifically as Americans,
Absolutely.
that other countries don't ingest?
Oh, absolutely. I think about this all the time. Like, what stuff are we just surrounding ourselves with that someday in the future we're going to be like, by the way, that gave us cancer. That's actually really bad.
Yep.
Like, turns out
microplastic.
humans can totally live to 200 years old. We've just been eating plastic so much, or like we've just been doing all this wild stuff and poisoning ourselves. Like, it really does feel like that. I mean, even like, different dye colors are being like taken off of the approved dyes, but it just makes me think like maybe we should go back to beetle wings. Maybe it was better when we were just putting straight bugs in our food, more bugs in our food, more bugs in our
I
food.
mean, I think there's a natural bugs though, right? It's not like I think there's something to be said for the cockroach got in the grist mill, as opposed to we're going to use
A little bit.
atrophylalinase or something.
There are certain color. True. There are like certain colors. I think it's. Let me make sure I'm like carnauba wax that comes from. Yeah, that comes from like beetle. Like there's a coloring that would come from beetle wings, if I remember correctly.
That's sus, bro. I don't
Let me
want to
find
be
it.
that. That can't be good
I
for
think
you.
Nerds Candy uses like beetles.
I mean, right, like honestly, like the art of natural dyeing has usually like in a lot of situations been lost, except for
Yeah.
like people who do like hippie shit by themselves. Because for the
Sadly,
most part,
I
for
think it's sad.
actual like chemistry, we're gonna be using synthetics. To the point where you're looking at a few experts, a lot of whom do not use the internet. And yeah.
Yeah, that I appreciate the potency of some of the colors that you can get from synthetics, and just that you can have like much more predictable products, you can have more predictable like interactions between the colors and all of that. But yeah, what if that shit's killing us? I mean, I don't think it is. But what if it is? What if one day we find out it gave like half of the population cancer? I'm just
Yeah, what are we gonna do?
turning myself into a Luddite.
Don't use it. No more shampoo. It gave everybody cancer.
Yeah, no more phones. They're giving
Well, I
everybody.
just think about the fact that like I could go to McDonald's here and buy the same thing that I would buy in a different country, and for some reason, if I were to
Ours
live
has,
off of that same thing for a month, I'd be heavier in America. Like, what is that?
Because they put more bullshit in it.
No,
Well,
a
it's
lot of
also
Way
people
more
say
ingredients
that
in the
it's because
McDonald's
we-
fries here than there is in the UK.
It's partially that, yes, but then a lot of like stuff gets blamed on what's in the food, but then when we look at people's habits in other countries, people are walking more, people are going on public transit, people aren't driving everywhere like they are in the US. And because you
Yeah.
just walk from your house to your car to the fucking Walmart and to work and then back in the car, right? You aren't getting that exercise unless it's intentional. And a lot of people, you know, unless they either make it a habit or we're talking about willpower, they don't get as active as they should.
Yeah.
When
I do
in
agree.
Europe and a lot of places, people have to do it to, you know, they have to walk to the grocery store, they walk to work, they walk to this, they ride their bike. And they aren't going to get hit by a car doing it like in a lot of places
Yeah.
here.
I was looking at a picture recently, and it's like an American city versus all these other cities, and it's just there's a lot of infrastructure that's built requiring cars. I mean, a lot of it's not built for walking.
But
It's not
there's,
built.
but it's just like the
I didn't
aspect of
even
like the
grow
like
up.
we're also like spacier than Europe, like right? Like I mean, like just look at Texas, like it's bigger than a lot of the countries as a whole, just the state, right?
Well, yeah, but I
if
would
I like
argue.
if I say 2 hours away, that's a day trip for most people in Texas. I drive on average most days at least 2 hours, like normally, right? And that's even on like when I'm not going during traffic, whatever. But if I told that to somebody that lived in like Jersey, like or like New York, where everything's like 10 minutes from each other, they're like, "That's crazy," right? Like you know,
Well, so wouldn't you agree that a part would you agree that a part of that is because we've built the infrastructure for driving in the first place?
We
Like
didn't
if
even
you
have
weren't
public transport
expected to
growing up.
drive that far, yeah, if you weren't expected to drive that far in the first place, then they might build some of this shit closer.
Case study
Like
as
my
well. Here's the
Walmart.
thing.
Sorry,
Sorry.
really quick. My nearest Walmart, literally 20-minute drive growing up. You could not get there any other way. You have to drive, and that's your closest grocery store. How long is that of a walk?
Here's
Yeah.
the thing though, right? Like I'm gonna give, for example, a case study. A lot of this is chicken before the egg, but then some cases are egg
Yeah.
before the chicken. Like we're talking about my case study that I'd like to give is in the like Tampa and St. Pete area in Florida. What used to be there would be streetcar suburbs where people to get downtown they would go on the streetcar and they'd have to walk a couple blocks, maybe like half a mile, like to get from these suburbs to the streetcar, then go downtown. Now that was torn up, you know, at the mainly like at the behest of, you know, car companies that purchased rail lines just to shut them down. And now we have a highway that is extremely dangerous and you have to sit there because like there's constant traffic and they're like, maybe one more lane. Maybe if we add another lane to 275 it'll be okay.
That's always what it is. It's like we just need another lane, you guys. That's it.
And it's like we had something that was helpful for that area that is now like gone bye-bye. And it wasn't like people were right next to everything or walking everywhere. It was a combination of like walking, streetcar, driving, and the like that we don't see anymore. Like with this we don't see medium distance transit and we
Like if
don't
I want to
see
go to Philly,
medium
I
density
drive
housing.
yeah, like if I want to go to Philly, I would drive from where I live to go to where the nearest like track is, park my car there because I don't want to deal with driving in Philly.
but you'll
I don't
say
wanna deal
that
with
I
paying
could
for
take a
parking. And when
Greyhound.
I get on the transit or whatever it's called, I've taken public transportation twice in my life, so I don't know the verbiage. And then you get there, I'm so serious. If it's not a school bus, I haven't gone
Girl,
on it.
where do you live?
Subway. I lived in the middle of Lower Delaware most of my life.
Okay. Okay.
In the middle of nowhere, no service, nothing, back roads.
Yeah. I think
So
a part of
I
the
don't want
problem.
to deal with the city, so I would get on public transport to get into the city to not deal with the parking aspect.
Yeah.
Right.
That
And I
sounds
mean, I
terrible.
do.
It's helpful because when you have to park, everybody's driving, everybody's parking. This is why I will shill for fucking congestion pricing until I
That is
die.
awful.
But like,
Congestion pricing.
oh, absolutely, because
Congestion
what you
what?
gotta have is
Pricey.
you have to discourage driving where you shouldn't be driving and you don't have to drive.
Who's got
Because when
money to
more
pay
people-
congestion pricing tolls?
Oh, do
Who
you
has
mean
money to pay
people
for
that get in
parking
their
in New York
car to
City,
drive
for
5
example?
Oh,
Are
New
you
York City is
high?
bad, yeah, but I mean, like,
Yeah, I
That
will
was
say
what I was saying,
parking,
by the way.
but
parking
New
in
York City is a
Seattle
prime
is
example of what I'm
like,
talking about. Everything's so small. Like, you can walk like 10 blocks, right? I can't walk 30 miles to like
well,
the
no,
place I need
they
to go
don't just
to.
walk 10 blocks. They take the subway because they have public
Love the
transportation
subway in New York
infrastructure.
City.
That's like something that's, you know, not having access to subways and stuff like that. It's actually a shame, especially on the West Coast.
That's still it's
they're like
13 to 16 miles though. It's not like we're talking cross town in Houston. Like, I don't think that's
Like,
a
if you're
fair.
getting in your car to walk, to
imagine
drive a block
imagine
or
if
two
in
to the gas
Houston.
station for a soda, you could have walked for the soda, really.
To the
True.
soda?
And I mean,
Sure.
imagine if in Houston, I mean, I don't know anything about Houston. There was just one big through line that was just even just one line that was going all day, every day. You'd probably have a lot less people that are driving all the way across if they could take public transportation.
I don't know. I don't know. That's
And
maybe
also less drunk drivers. I just have to say, so many less drunk drivers if you just have public transportation.
less
think a
truck
lot of
drivers.
this
You
is
think?
You have to have
Yes,
friends
they'd just
or
be drunk
parents.
subwayers.
I
and
feel like you
more
have to have friends or
social
parents that are
confusion.
into the subway too, though, because me personally, I'm scared going there alone. I don't want to do that. I need somebody to be with me. So if you have someone that shows you how public transportation works, I couldn't even read a public transportation map now.
Okay,
I
well that
don't
shit's just
know.
insane. That shit is a little insane to read though. That's reasonable. I agree with the point I think Katya was about to say.
Sorry, I cut you off.
But
If I don't
no,
get it out, I
that's
forget.
not
So I'm sorry, Katya.
that's not a judgment. Yeah, that's not a judgment. I just also want to
A lot of judgment.
All I was going to say was
point her out.
social
I
cohesion
interrupt
as
everybody.
well, right? A lot of people are antisocial because they don't get the chance to interact with people on a day-to-day, minute-to-minute basis, and then talking to people that you don't immediately know ahead of time becomes taboo, becomes weird, becomes abnormal behavior, when in the past it absolutely was not. And then we have situations where people are not connected to their fellow human being, where people are super lonely, where people don't meet people, where people are, having trouble having friends, having relationships, right?
The future
Partially
is doomed.
because the social
Sorry.
cohesion is gone bye-bye,
I
partially.
I feel like if
absolutely
I
agree.
felt safe going on public transportation, I'd be more open to it. But the idea of the general populace scares me as who I am as a person. I don't feel safe by myself doing these things because I don't have faith in the general humanity. I believe people can be good, they could be bad, but at the same time, that is where I'm at with it too. It's about safety and privacy for me in a way too. I like knowing in my car I am safe.
Well, you're safe
I
unless you hit something or somebody hits
Safe,
you, then
quote
you're not
unquote
safe.
yeah,
safe,
I
So,
think
as
this
personal
goes
bubble, you can't touch me if you want to and your intrusive thoughts. I'm safe.
I think
Yeah,
this just makes me think back to media, back to the problem of modern media. It's generating a lot of fear, a lot of discomfort from the average person, reporting every other crime that occurs. Not to say that we shouldn't know that crime happens or that we shouldn't be educated on, safe and unsafe areas. But there comes a level where it's like, how much of this is me being informed and how much of it is I am giving my attention to this news outlet because they want to generate interaction, generate engagement.
talk about safety and you talk about this is another reason why I said earlier that I will shill for stuff like congestion pricing until the day I die, is because things that make more middle class people that aren't the poorest of the poor, the most desperate of the desperate, use public services, use public transit, use these things. Higher ridership means less crime, more safety, more people there, kind of just raises the bar for
Wait. How does that
accessible.
work? How does that
And
correlation work?
the standard is
Um,
just going to be increased to a certain level if you have
Wait,
more people
hold on. So
using.
you're telling me more people equals less crime? I feel like the opposite would be true. More
Yes.
people equals more crime.
Crime decreased on the New York City subway when ridership increased during the congestion pricing, because the individuals that were using it weren't just the people that were the poorest of the poor. So the overall social environment wasn't one where a lot of behavior was considered acceptable or where police were not enforcing as much as they should be. Because police will enforce more when you get a situation where there are more middle class people, more people that aren't seen as criminals using a service. So it generally just uplifts the public service when more individuals use it, and it's not like a situation like I can give an example. In Chicago where nobody's getting nuked. Oh my fucking god.
Oh, the nukes are coming.
He got in my head for a minute there, but
I don't
there
even know the nuke joke, but
projects
now it's in my mind.
projects back in the day when you're talking 1960s, 70s, 80s, these buildings would be full of individuals that are the poorest of the poor, the most desperate, most crime, and you would get to a point where even the police would be too afraid to enter because they would be killed. And you get in a situation where that becomes what's considered like the social cohesion, what's considered acceptable conduct, and what is how things are. Now, because humans are kind of pack animals, when individuals kind of like cohere in a more acceptable type of behavior, people will follow along with it more than if they're in a situation where it's not the norm to behave that way. People
I
don't
feel like
act individually as much as they do in
Absolutely.
groups.
I mean, just look at Karens, okay? They're raising the standard everywhere, okay? There never was there a time where I thought, damn, we really got to get on top of our shit. When I worked at Spirit Halloween, okay, they screw over all of their employees.
We're big fans of Spirit here.
It's a wild place. But when I worked there, we had this woman come in. She was trying to get like a specific animatronic thing, and we didn't check the box to make sure it was in there, and it wasn't there. Like part of it was missing. But she came back and she complained. And then I was like, you know what, you guys, maybe we should look in the boxes. Okay, that Karen did a justice for us all. And where did she come from? She did not come from the streets. Okay, she came from
why
her
is she a
middle
Karen?
class,
Hold
her
on.
middle class
Why is she a
household,
Karen
okay, and she
if
came
something
to
was actually
complain.
wrong? Hold on. I thought the Karen thing is okay. They're either making a mountain out of a molehill over something like real small, like that's not necessary, or they're like they're not complaining about something that's not real, right? But you're describing something like
I
she had a
agree.
real issue. It sounds like it held
She
them
did. She
accountable.
actually did.
Yeah. So like,
So the reason I called her a Karen at the time is because I literally had no control over whether or not, like, she went to another store and got some, like, there was a whole ordeal about it. But
Instead
in
of just
general,
coming
I think
back to
there's,
the original store and explaining it, that is what makes
yeah,
her Karen. Yeah.
yeah. But it's really just like the idea of a Karen. I'm not really trying to be mean to this specific woman. Like she also had a job she was fulfilling. Like it was for a work event, bro. There's a story, but um my point is just that, you know, if people are living a certain standard of life, which I would argue literally everybody is, like they want that standard to be reinforced in other environments that they're in. And especially people in the middle class and up, I would say that there are people who are willing to make a fuss if they're not being treated appropriately. And once you get to the middle class, there are people who have the time and the means necessary to take these matters up. They're the people who can go to town hall, who can go to county council and like complain to them, you know? So they are the people that the state is, you know, kind of forced to care about on that front. So they are going to get more protection. You're going to see the stuff that people in the middle class interact with are just going to have a certain level, a certain standard that isn't going to be reinforced if it's just people, if it's just like 5 people. Like what kind of city is going to put money into you know, a public transportation infrastructure if like 3 people use it and 2 of them are like, you know, carrying knives, you know? It's just,
I just feel like overall, like, and maybe I'm not right about this. There's a lot of land too that people want. I think more people look forward to the idea of having a house with land and your own property.
amen.
Not too close. And maybe there are people who are like that.
Amen.
Me personally, when it comes to, we'll use dating for an example. If I met a man and he didn't have a car and he just used public transportation all the time, in my head, I'm like, you don't even have a car? What the fuck is wrong with you? So there's like an expectation of having certain things too in your life. that like it is just mentally
That
instilled in people's brains too. Like, oh, you don't have a car, you're not successful, even though you can get everywhere you want in public transportation. In my head, you don't meet my
that
budget because you don't have the car to pick me up to take me on the date. Expectations.
I think it depends on where you grew up and like kind of how you live, because I feel like if you polled people, maybe somewhere where, you know, you live or you grew up, as you said about like where you grew up versus people like in like New York City, in DC, they might not have that opinion because it's informed by our environment, right? Like I understand that, and I just feel like there should be something for, you know, everybody, and it seems like there are more people who desire medium density housing, affordable housing, the like, that aren't able to get it. And this is something I said on a panel about housing a couple weeks ago. One big problem that I've seen as somebody who's kind of like, I work in the real estate industry and like home sales industry, right? Is that a lot of people, they look back to the past where people were able to afford a home, like, you know, white picket fence type shit, back
from the
in the
Sears
day, but they
catalog.
aren't now. Right. And then you look at, for example, where those homes from back then were, and you go there and those homes are obviously expensive because the homes that were the outskirts of the town and the suburbs back then are now closer to the center of the city. These are expensive areas. But you look at the homes themselves, these were like 800, 900, 1,000 square feet. Now you talk about the average now, you're talking 2,200, 2,300 square feet. And because people have this desire for not only having your own house, but having your own house that is double the size of in the past, they're like, oh man, can't afford this. And it's like, yeah, I wonder why.
Do you think
Yeah,
that
yeah.
Airbnb played into the housing market being difficult because they buy cheap houses, flip them, and then rent them for Airbnbs and stuff? Like, do you think that mentality has fucked us too?
I think that
Wait.
Airbnbs have, because like Airbnb, like if you're in an area with a lot of Airbnb, people are trying to get profit out of a home. Therefore, because it's a business investment, people were willing to pay more for it, especially when like kind of in the heyday of Airbnb. So it would press the overall value of homes to a point where regular people were not affording this shit.
Because
And
we
it
want to
wouldn't
buy
make
the
sense
fixer
if you're
upper
just going to live
before it's
there.
fixed up. Like that, we want to be the
Straight
ones
up, like
fixing it.
why isn't is air are Airbnbs or like people who buy houses for business purposes, is there any zoning law on that at all? Like, why is
I've heard
zoning
of
law
some
fucking over?
places. Well,
Because I
I've
was
heard
gonna
a
say,
lot of
like, we
companies
have
will
issue
buy
with
out a lot of property and then just not use it.
yeah. So that's where for a while there was a period of time where in Seattle proper, we had like the largest amount of vacant housing in the nation, like per capita, because people would just buy apartments, buy houses, and keep them for Airbnb. There were also issues of just stuff being like extremely overpriced. You know, similar to I think places like San Francisco. Um, we have issues where a lot of the people who work in the city actually can't live there. So it's kind of similar to what Katya was talking about. Um, you know, my family moved pretty far out from the city, but because so many people were moving to work in the city, like they couldn't afford to live there, so they all moved to similar areas. And then suddenly, all the housing around us is more expensive, and they're building like 12 new developments because they have to make up for the housing that isn't provided within city limits. It's insane.
And that makes sense for kind of like, so I like, I'm gonna use a personal anecdote. Then because you get places that are built on the outskirts and aren't like cities and like areas and developments that are not formed naturally, you get situations like where I live. I don't live in a city, I live in a census designated place that is not incorporated, but it's really big for an unincorporated place. It's like 60,000 people. And basically, we have one road with 5 subdivisions and like a strip mall, and that is it. And everything closes at 6 p.m., 7 p.m. Maybe like Publix is open till 10, and that's all
That
you
sounds
get.
horrible.
Yeah, and then if you want to go somewhere else, you're driving 30, 45 minutes
Chad, why you
and
complain about it?
working,
Chad,
like-
you're in bed by 10 every
About
night.
that, the last place that I lived before this, like, could I drive 30, 40 minutes and be around
Amen.
a
24-hour
lot more
Walmarts.
stuff? Yes, but in my, like, 30-minute drive, all you have is a gas station, a vape shop, and a grocery store. And maybe a couple different fast food options because you're right next to the highway where they take the exit off to get a break.
That's the real reason society's declining.
Yeah.
No more 24-hour Walmarts. I can't go watch the Mennonites at 4 a.m.,
I
bro.
don't
Like,
even have
what?
24-hour
What is
gym
happening?
back, bro. Why
I-
can't I go to the gym
You
24
mentioned-
They
hours
have
a
them.
day?
24
There's
you
a lot of
can,
24-hour
Bro.
gyms.
we do have 24-hour gyms, at least down here.
My gyms aren't
You-
24 hours yet. Like, still,
Yeah.
You
like,
mentioned-
why? For what reason? Do you not have
Planet
somebody
Fitness
to
is
stand
24 hours
there and
everywhere, I
watch
think.
it?
Yeah, Planet Fitness,
24 hours everywhere.
You
Crunch Fitness too. It's a new one.
I think
you
Crunch Fitness is
mentioned
local.
really far.
unincorporated, living in an unincorporated area. I also live.
Like
It's just a city. It's like within county limits, but it's not actually a part of any of the official cities. So it's just
county services,
unincorporated.
you want- yeah.
Yeah.
but it
So
falls
you're like
under that, like, closest region in a way.
well, so it falls under because it's still within the county. The county limits are, like just drawn on the map, and then we just get services from the county. So instead of like city police, we would get county police
Yeah, you get
or
sheriff.
county sheriffs. Yeah.
But a lot of the
Um,
time, stuff like public services, right? Like garbage pickup, like water, like this,
It
that,
is-
and the third. You like in my area, you have that through your HOA because otherwise people have to pay
HOAs.
private. Because
yeah, in
there
my
is
area-
no city services for here at all.
Yeah, I'm not
crazy.
actually sure exactly how it's set up here because our HOA, like what was non-existent, like doesn't. I don't know what's going on with the neighborhood HOA. They're. I
My
genuinely
cousins-
don't think it exists.
so-
I don't know how, but it doesn't. But we get city provided stuff. I think it's just for the closest addresses. But I looked up according to Google AI. So I don't know how many, but
Well,
it looks like we've got like well over 100,000 in unincorporated areas in my county alone. It actually says like over 300,000, which I don't know.
I think maybe that's a total for like the area in which you live because there are so many areas.
It
that
said
are-
800 that like over 800, 900,000 for my area. That's what I mean is like I'm not kidding when I say we have so many developments growing in my area. Like there have been like at least 5 or 6 new streets built just within like 2 or 3 miles of where I live. Like at least 4 neighborhoods within like 3 miles where I live. It's wild to see it. I mean, it kind of is active gentrification. I've watched all of the local hotels changed all of their coloring. They were beige, now they're all gray, black, muted colorings, like square. And that's just kind of the new thing. And it just started happening in my area versus the other cities.
Side note, did you notice that
This
a lot of the
would-
McDonald's don't have play places anymore?
I know, damn.
It's really
Mhm.
sad.
Probably
End of an
They're
era.
not even
after COVID.
colorful. They're all like boring and
They
gray.
advertise the
Oh,
big
like
ones that
they
have
do.
them now. Like they advertise like McDonald's,
do,
the
yeah.
play place, and like
Be able to
like
have themed McDonald's.
yeah.
Do you have themed McDonald's?
Yeah,
over
we had
there?
the we or the McDonald's would do the theme and they would like change the decor. Yeah, I remember
There
that
used
was
to
the
be
thing.
a Beatles
guys
themed
remember-
McDonald's in my area back in the day before franchises were like no more.
Do you guys remember by any chance when the Simpsons movie came out and all the 7-Elevens or tons of 7-Elevens turned into themed 7-Elevens?
Pizza
do
Pizza
remember.
Hut
And they sold
Pizza-
the Duff beers.
Yes.
about that.
Oh, it was so good.
Pizza Hut, Taco Bell, KFC did that for Star Wars, and you'd go in and they would have like that. But I can't remember the Fat Twi'lek's name. He would be up there, the thing, the senator, and he would be up there floating on his thing. And then they had like the pod race. They'd have like a cardboard pod race thing that was 3D in the room. And they had an arcade. What happened to like the arcades at Pizza Hut? I mean, who goes to a Pizza Hut and sits down
I don't
anymore?
know, but you just reminded that my KFC and my Taco Bell broke up recently and then moved to another location next to each other like friends, but they're still broken up, and it makes me sad every time I pass it. I'm like, I just wanted to get my soft taco and my popcorn chicken at the same exact time. What
Bro,
is this?
the stores where they had all three. Do you remember the ones they had all three? The KFC, Pizza Hut, Taco Bell
I don't think
combos.
I had the Pizza Hut added in there
Pizza
ever.
Hut.
They have
I
like
thought that was
KFC,
separate.
Taco Bell, and Long John Silver's.
Oh,
Yeah.
Long John Silver, bro. How are they still in business?
I
That's
like
what I
Long
want to know.
John Silver.
I don't know.
Oh, it's
Pizza
Mel.
Hut and Salad Works need to collab because, like, I know they have their own salads, but they should just collab.
Mel's keeping Long John Silver's in business just by herself.
No,
I
like as
haven't
we-
eaten there in a long time, but I fuck with them. The hush puppies are good.
The hush puppy's
Yeah,
the
true.
worst
I
part.
tried Hush Puppies for the first time, like last.
Oh
month.
God. So, oh my, you're such a Yankee.
Where do you live
I
now?
wanted to make them, and they offered them at this place I went to eat, and it was delicious. They were like crunchy
Where-
little delicious warm bites.
My puppies are good. Where do you live now? If you don't mind my
I live
asking.
in northern Delaware. I didn't go far.
Northern Delaware. Yeah, that is not far at all.
I drove 2 hours and said this is good enough.
True.
That is a
Happens
shame.
to us.
I spent a lot of my formative years in just out of Philly, but
How far do you live
should-
from the place that you were born? Like, how far have we gone from where we were born at? Because you got
Oh my
2
gosh.
hours.
An hour.
I've actually moved so many times too in my life. Right now. No, you guys can keep talking. I'm looking it up.
I got
moved like 6
15
times.
minutes. 15 minutes. I have
That's
not
how far
lived
you
less
are
than
from
10
where you were born.
Yep.
15 minutes.
Yep.
Well, at least you're near a
Holy shit.
hospital. That's nice. Wait,
If I
right?
drove
Near a
18
Yeah,
hours.
I mean, like, it's
were
not like
birthed in
any
a
of us are gonna
hospital,
want to go
right?
back to that hospital anymore, considering, like my father also died there, which sucks, but
Oh,
but it's all good. We got other hospitals here. But
I don't
yeah,
like going
the
to
one perk
hospitals
of all
in
the old
general.
people need hospitals.
I'm a dentist type of lady. I don't really like the doctor, but the dentist is cool.
The dentist.
you don't like the
Dentist as a kid, but I
doctor
hate it
who
as an
just
adult
talks to you, but you like the dentist where they shove their fingers in your
love
mouth
the
and like
dentist.
put
When
metal
you're
things
going-
in there.
So I'm not gonna have no bad news at the dentist. I promise you. That's not something I get at the dentist. It's a.
You ever
great
been told you need
time.
a root canal? Bro,
No, my
that's
teeth
bad
are
news.
perfectly smooth and clean when I'm done. Sometimes they give me a new toothbrush. I know my new dentist. He gave me a free teeth whitening kit when I
Okay.
left because he's my
That is cool.
cousin.
I've
But
been-
I love the dentist. When I go to the doctors, that's when
So
they
you're
want to look at
biased.
places
You're
that I don't
biased on your
wanna go
dentist
to.
takes, is what you're telling me. Your
I'm not
pro
gonna-
dentist take is extremely
I've had-
biased.
She's
I've had
anti-dentite,
my entire
anti-dentite or
life,
whatever.
Okay? My first dentist, I became
Seinfeld
best friends with his
reference.
son at a certain age, okay? And then my second dentist is my cousin, so I've had great dental experience in my
Oh,
life.
yeah. I don't know if I trust
No,
my
I
cousin to be.
actually- I do
understand
actually
that
take an
having-
issue. I do actually take an issue with the fact that dentists are not a part of modern healthcare, only because dentists fought to not be a part of it because they wanted more money. Okay, fuck dentists.
The greedy
Your
dentists. The
My
greedy
cousin-
dentists.
Okay, my cousin
understand not
doesn't
having-
charge me. I'm just like Gibbs
Oh,
in this
congrats. We
situation.
all
I
need cousins.
benefit, and it's not my problem that you don't benefit because you don't have a cousin that's a dentist that
Yeah.
doesn't charge you
Whatever.
copay.
My
Maybe
my
you should have
middle
more
school
family members.
geometry teacher was a dentist, and he was also addicted to OxyContin, and he would be like high in class, and that's why I got super behind in math when I was in school.
That's crazy
That's
because
rude. Do
you know
have any
dentists
Those
are like
guys
the,
are laughing.
I could never be a dentist because dentists are the only people who can
Papa
legally
or
prescribe
Papa?
cocaine. Like I would be dead instantly. I'd be
God bless.
I'd be
Yeah,
dead in like
no,
3 weeks. Be a
I
problem.
understand not having fun at the doctor though. I have not had fun at the doctor lately.
I could get
Exactly.
tattoos all day, but the second you want to take something out of my body, we have a problem.
Yeah, I get
Yeah.
that.
Like I could donate blood even, but even like the part like I get donating blood. I could do that every now and then if I'm in the mood for it. But my coworker was telling me about donating plasma and I wanted to fucking throw up and the blood doesn't even really fully leave your body all the way and go anywhere. It just goes
They
right
use a
back
machine where they put it back in. Yeah.
It makes me fucking sick to think about. Like I just don't even ugh. It's like when you were an emo kid at one
Brother,
point in your life
ooh.
and then somebody talks about being
Oh.
emo and your wrists start hurting.
Yeah, we all have.
What?
that
Get
moment.
that?
What?
No,
It's okay.
no, I've
don't
never had
worry.
that
It's
happen.
alright. It's alright. No, it's fine. You just obviously
I get the
it,
joke,
you know?
but
You had a pretty easy life as a child.
They're not hard.
It's
They're not
fine.
hard.
Your
They
life
don't
was
get it.
easy.
Oh, I
yeah,
get it.
I mean I get it. I just
Yeah.
I'm too based for it. You know what I'm saying? We ain't letting nothing hurt.
Yeah,
I just hurt naturally.
Yeah, I mean, For me, it's like I always have bad experiences with people trying to draw blood for me because I don't know, my veins are like the world's tiniest veins in the world. Like I
And
guess
you've
I
had
haven't
a lot
grown
of
since I
people
was
miss
like
it.
yeah, they miss it every time. Like literally, like I had an MRI the other week
You
because
probably leave with a bruise this big.
not that. You know what it is like, for example, when I had that MRI, they had to put contrast in my vein, and they gave me Valium, so I was like asleep, half
What is that?
asleep, and then they pulled me out of the machine.
That's that
It's
thing they put on your mouth, right? The face mask.
benzodiazepine. No, that you take it as a pill for
Oh.
the MRI, which because that was like an hour and a half MRI because I'm pretty like they're 99% sure that I have epilepsy, but you know that sucks. But because of that, it was like an hour and a half MRI, and I'm like, okay, I need to go to sleep. I'm gonna take these meds that they gave me because like I
Can't
need
lay
to go
here
in
for
the
an
night.
hour and a
I can't
half.
lay here and stare at white while they just hear in the background knock 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 for an hour and a half. I'd die.
Yeah.
So what happened was
That sounds
they
relaxing.
like pull me out of the machine, right? I'm
could fall
mostly
asleep
like
down
I'm half
Yeah,
still
I'd be.
asleep, and they're like, "Okay, we got to give you the contrast." They put it in. Oop, can't find the vein. Oop, can't find the vein. Oop, can't find the other arm.
Oh
Boom,
god.
boom, boom.
That's
They
when I'd be
stick
like,
me
"Can I just
6 or
go
7
home?"
times. I'm like, "Are you done yet? Are you done yet? What do you want me to do? Use a smaller needle, bro. I don't know what to tell you." You
I
know.
just want to go home at
That's
that point.
insane.
It's like, can we try again tomorrow, bro? Like, I'm good. I feel abused.
I feel like I'd sleep like a
Yeah.
baby in an MRI machine.
Like, I would just think at that
I
point, like,
I
you would
do.
know
I
where to
actually just
look too,
fall asleep
right?
every time.
Like, I get having small veins and having them harder to find, but you would just think at that point, after they've dealt with you enough and they know this, they would just get someone who's better at finding small veins.
Yeah,
You'd think.
I was in the hospital like 2 months ago, and they had to get the ultrasound machine to look at my arm to
And find
find
your
the vein
veins.
with the
Oh
MRI
my
or not MRI,
god.
What the
the
hell?
ultrasound machine.
That's
They
wild.
used to do it because they had put when I was in the ambulance because I had go ambulance. It was the whole thing. They put the
She's
like
got a
little
bigger
tube
cat than I
boy
do.
like right here, so I couldn't bend my arm at all because it would hurt like a bitch. I'm
Oh,
like, can
it's
you
the
put it
worst when
somewhere
they do that.
else? And they're like, okay, we'll put it somewhere else. Stick, 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 stick. Oops, oops, oops. Anyways, we need to get the machine in here. I'm like, I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind. Let me out of here. That
Like,
was
come on,
shit
I
though
can't be the
too.
first person up in this hospital with small veins. Like, do you just stab everyone like this?
They do, by the way.
Yeah, they always
Between
use me to
that,
practice on. Every time they go, can we have the like whatever person do it? They're like, you have really easy ones. I'm like, sure. And then they still miss 5 times. I'm like, fantastic.
Yeah, I'm lucky. They never miss on me. Straight up
Yeah,
They never
easy,
miss on
easy
me
as
either. I
pie.
never had
they are
that.
always literally
Had
like, this is
someone
the
miss
person's
one
first
time.
time. Is that cool with you? I'm like,
Oh, no.
thanks. I like, but you have a high pain tolerance, right? Like, why do you say, oh, it's in your chart? I'm like, oh no, great.
Fuck, bro. Why are you targeting me?
Yeah, they just
Well,
let him
Yeah,
go.
don't they practice on
for
each
me,
other? Don't they practice in school?
I mean, I'd rather them practice on me than and like know what they're doing when I need surgery later than like you know, someone that's like going in there and they need this like, oh god, I nicked him and they're anemic. You know, like I'm like me, I'm just gonna be like annoyed, you know. Whatever.
I mean,
yeah, see,
this has kind of been the topic where I've ended up having to like get on phlebotomists and doctors and the like for kind of like honestly violating my medical consent because I've told these people like over and over again. I've had situations where I go, "Hey, you have to use the baby needle to get like blood from me. You have to use the tiniest one. It won't work otherwise." And they use needle, 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 and I'm like, "Okay, why isn't it working?" And they're like, "Well, you're an adult, so I figured I know you said to use the small one, but I just used the big one." I'm like, "That's why you had to stick me 5 times, bro. I told you." And then I like generally have to be like, "Okay, can you please like go with my consent now because I do not consent to the huge needle that you're gonna have to stab me 50 times."
yeah,
Yeah,
You
that's
know.
insane.
that's awful.
You'd think they would just put it in your notes at that point.
Yeah, honestly.
You'd think.
Oh yeah, no.
Is that a Maine Coon? It's just Maine Coon. Your cat.
No, she's just big cat.
Yeah.
That's a
Big
fucking
furry
cat,
cat.
Big fluffy cat.
bro.
Yeah, that cat might actually be bigger than my cats, I feel like. Maybe not bigger than my
How big is your
the mom cat.
cat? Like, how much do your cats weigh? They're chonky.
Well, Garfield is like 16 pounds, and they said he was not overweight. And Boba's like
Boba's
13.
definitely overweight, bro.
They said she was fine. They said she was right at the
A little bit
threshold.
round.
Yeah, but she's flirty. You like grab her, it's a lot of fluff.
Bro, she's fat too.
Yeah.
She's fat and fluffy.
I'm gonna get my big cat, my Valentine.
What's crazy is she's like the one running around like crazy. Like Garfield's the one that lays around all day. And he's not even that
She's
fat.
like 13 pounds, although I feel like she might have gained another pound.
Leo,
I have
the
no idea.
mama cat was like way bigger. Like when she was like, not before she got old, but she got old, she got fat. But when she was like young, she was like a 20-pound cat, like already. Like she was a big cat.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they.
Yeah, she was
I
massive.
adopted my cat.
She was like
When I adopted
18.
my
I
cat,
don't
they
know.
said
She was
she
a heavy
was
cat.
young.
She was a lot bigger than them.
I got
But-
my Valentina. She's like 14, 15 pounds.
Oh,
She is
beautiful
a
baby.
Siberian cat, and she
Nice.
could probably stand to gain a little bit weight because she's not that fat. It's mainly just muscle.
I've actually thought about if there are there even cat DNA tests at all,
Yeah.
or only dog DNA
I think
tests.
there are.
Yeah. You can get them.
I might get my cat DNA tested.
Sometimes the vets will do them, like with all their other little thing. If you just like ask them, it's like $5 or something.
Ooh, yeah, I might do that because everybody asks me about her, but she was a stray. But we have an issue of like stray cats in our area, so I have no idea if she's just.
I think that's an issue nationwide. The stray cats would just show up on the ranch sometimes back in the day. I think the coyotes got them though eventually, but like yeah, they show up everywhere.
Yeah, lately
Yeah.
they've been doing, I think, neuter and release in a lot of places because
Mhm.
obviously, like, if you've got one cat daddy who's having a bunch of babies, that's not helpful because you get so many stray cats, so many ferals. But you know,
Yeah, yeah.
do you have indoor cats or outdoor cats, y'all?
Mine are
Indoor only.
Mine are both. Indoor, outdoor.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine are indoor only. Because I'm like, I don't want them to get hit by a car. And in my area, it's super easy for that to happen. And I made sure, like, I got my cats in the shelter. They're not declawed, made sure not to declaw, like, didn't declaw them because I think it's super cruel. And you know what? I don't understand why people did that to begin with, because every time I go over to somebody's house and their cats are declawed, they're, like, so much more, like, on edge, kind of violent, because they're used to not having any defenses. It's kind of like, ugh, you know?
I haven't noticed that, but
One of
yeah,
my
I think
cats
it's pretty
was
cruel.
declawed.
Yeah.
It is cruel. But the cat we have that was declawed was my great grandma's cat. So they had gotten him
Happened
declawed
fast,
so
what are you
he
gonna
couldn't
do?
scratch her. He's very
Yeah, my
sweet.
grandmother got her cats declawed for similar reason because she would get like scratched by them. But they're also pretty chill, those cats, at least.
But yeah, I would never get
Yeah.
any of my cats to claw ever. Like, even if I'm an old man, I'm like, I'm
Yeah,
just gonna
same.
bleed or not have cats.
Yeah, my
Same.
cats don't scratch at all, so
I would never do that to my cats.
Yeah, it's also like when people like get their dog's ears cropped or like tails like
I hate
I'm like,
that.
why? Like, it's one thing
Yeah.
you buy your dog and it's already had that done, right? Like, you didn't have any
Yeah.
control. But like, I don't know, I don't know.
And
like,
it's just for aesthetic. For those, it's even worse because it's literally just aesthetic. It's like what?
one type of case that I slightly
Yeah.
understand it as not being aesthetic is with the biggest of the big dogs where their tail is like breaking. Cause like so
yeah, but
my
they still do it when it's a
father-in-law has-
puppy, right?
My father-in-law has a dog. Yeah, they did. They got her when her tail was docked, but oh my gosh, imagine if it wasn't. Because this dog, she is a South African Mastiff. She's about
Ugh.
180 pounds. She's gigantic. Like she stands on her back legs. She's taller than me. So she's like over 6 feet tall. Like she's the biggest dog I've ever seen in my life. That fucking dog. Yeah, with like a long tail. Oh my gosh, shit would be broken. Like it would be insane. Cause that dog can like shove like fully grown people on the ground by accident. But you know, like other than that sort of situation, which I feel like I mean generally if you get a breed like that, they already like people just automatically do that crap. It's like purely aesthetic. And a lot of the cases, like it does like affect how the dog is able to communicate with other animals, and that's kind of really super crappy because their body language is inhibited, but you know. I've probably
Yeah.
been talking too much on this panel. My apologies.
Oh
You
no,
haven't.
not at
Oh
all.
yeah, I think you're
I'm
fine.
listening to what you're saying to think of what I want to say back to you because honestly, like I didn't know what topics you guys would want to talk about, so I'm just
You
trying
know,
to think of
you
what
know
to
who's been
say
talking
based
too
on what
much?
you're
Mel.
saying.
Mel has been talking to us this whole
I'm
panel.
playing Baldur's
Yeah,
Gate.
well, that's why.
I'm playing
I'm
Baldur's
not
Gate right now.
I knew it. I knew it. I said that in the chat. I guarantee she's playing Baldur's Gate. She got hooked.
Dude,
playing
I've
Baldur's
been
Gate.
spending the last like 30 minutes on this one fucking fight that I'm about to fail, and I have to go back on the load, and I'm just like,
Oh,
this is actually
knew you
really
were
hard.
I
playing
warned
so
you about that
many.
shit, didn't I? I told you that was gonna happen.
Fucking I might bring the difficulty down.
Yeah, that's exactly. I literally
someone-
told you this was the problem I was on the Rogue Trader. It's the exact situation. It's like the save is like too far
You
back.
spend like so much
Yeah,
time.
and you're like, oh, and then I
on a
switched. I went in
fight.
with the wrong character for the boss fight. There's no save before that, and I'm like, I don't want to spend 100 times doing this just because it's one
I
character
did
difference.
save right before the fight, but like I have to figure out how to beat this fight. Sometimes you just gotta have better positioning. But yeah.
Yeah, I
well,
warned
I
you.
came here with the intentions of being a backseater a little bit because I just want to see how the flow goes before I engage fully. So you are 100% valid in main charactering a little.
Yeah, yeah. Whatever she
You
said.
never have to apologize for talking too much if you're in a panel with me. I have to
Yeah.
say, if I'm here, you don't ever have to apologize. I should apologize, but
Listen,
I
I'll mute you. I'll mute
won't.
people if it's too bad.
Conversation that's fun to engage with. You guys are very
Yeah,
fun
I'm
to
used to
engage with.
that.
Like I don't.
I have to mute people all the time. I'm like, you're muted.
I
You're
have enjoyed
muted.
this.
I just like talking to people, and I think that every time I go in these panels, it's a lot of interesting conversations. And you know what? It's super cool to finally talk to more chicks as well, because oh my gosh, so many of the politics panels are sausage
Yup.
fest.
Yep.
I'm so glad there's 5 beautiful women in this call right now.
Thank you. Yeah.
God bless.
Exactly.
I admit I have the longest hair. It's wonderful. Yeah.
Aw, cute.
Gibbs, I just noticed you have a picture of Donald Trump behind you, but it's like on a
It's a book.
I have 3. I got new books, by the way. I got more. I got more of them. We're gonna put lights on them. I think.
He has every Trump book.
I did. I bought all the Trump
whole
books except for
cover.
like one that
I
he
thought
like.
you printed out a picture of him and just stuck it.
Nah,
there
we
or
got him, bro. I'm gonna fix the
That
change up
would
my.
be worrisome.
No, I'm gonna change. Yeah, we're gonna fucking start doing like the Putin and Kim Jong Un thing, where you can have them in the photo in the home, a shrine to
Yeah.
Trump.
You're gonna have one of each.
But
You're
that
gonna
would
have
be
a
really
Kim
funny
Jong-un,
to make, just as a
Putin one, and
meme.
a Trump one.
The only
bro.
thing I have in my house that's Trump related is my mom got a gag Trump clock, and every time that it goes off on the hour, it says, "Let's make America great again." And I
No
love it.
way.
Bro, that would be
my
hilarious. Get
God.
like a painting of Trump, like a fancy one, put it up, like have like a little shrine built for the stream. Oh yeah, that's now we're cooking, bro. That would be funny.
So many like random, like kind of questionable, like items in books and the like that I have that are not behind me; they're to the side of me. For historical reasons, I could do a show and tell, honestly, because I have so many of them. But
This is the
for
first
now,
questionable thing I can pull out really quickly.
Put out wands.
Yeah, I could grab a
Ooh.
wand at will.
Yeah,
Lumos.
I bet you can grab a wand that will count it.
Avada Gibbs!
You know what I have? This isn't questionable. It's a Tito's vodka sweater that came on a bottle of vodka I bought years ago.
That's
But
awesome.
it's a sweater or vodka.
You can put
I
it
have
on your
my
Tito's.
teeny itsy bitsy Soviet flag.
Oh my god. We went from
Soviet death flag.
ultimate capitalism
I
to
had a
communism in
black
one
bar.
movement.
I have this weird wooden bust of Mussolini.
Oh.
Nice.
Yeah, we got
I
Mussolini
have
busts.
two copies of Mao's Red Book.
I have Mouse Red Book.
Nice.
I have Mouse Red Book somewhere over
Um,
here.
She's got a travel copy and a home copy.
Yeah, I got the
I
Communist
have-
Manifesto somewhere over here. I think.
Albert Speer's memoirs, annotated.
I might be on the other side.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Didn't Grimes post with the Communist Manifesto for at one point?
This one? Oklahoma City bombing. I have like a lot of random like mass related books because I have moments
Well,
where I like to learn about things.
So
But-
I had a lot of like politics books that are like pretty questionable. Like I have like the Anarchist Cookbook. I have like Mein Kampf. I have all the like major ones because when you're in college for it, like if you have to take the classes, they make you get some of these
Well,
books.
yeah, I have 2 copies of this too.
Oh
Second,
yeah,
third rate memoirs.
there you go.
I recently saw this video about this
Right back.
guy. I think maybe
The
it was
Republic.
Intense Critical Moist or something like that. I don't know. He
Oh my
does this video
gosh, love
where he
him.
goes around buying these like essentially abandoned and not paid shipping warehouse thingies or whatever, shipping containers. And he opens it and it looked like a bunch of comic stuff and stuff at first, but when you get deeper into it, there's like a shit ton of Nazi propaganda.
Oh yeah, there's a ton of that shit all over the place, all sorts of
I just
stuff.
thought that was so weird. I was like, who the fuck's out here hiding their Nazi propaganda? And their
What's
shipping
the
containers?
racist
do
one
they
that's
keep it for at
everybody
that
shares on
point?
Twitter? That's pretty funny. We were talking about this in one of these group chats the other day. They do like political cartoons. They're like white.
Will be Stone Toss?
Yeah, Stone Toss. They like kind of put some pretty sussy shit, right? They're like one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, and also like I didn't know that like fucking Moist Critical is doing that nowadays.
Or
I
is
don't
it
know.
Moist Critical? I don't know. Maybe his
He's
name is I
so many
Penguin on
fucking
YouTube.
things.
Isn't
Yeah,
that
Penguin
what that
Zero,
is?
yeah.
Yeah, that was one of his videos, and I was like, this is interesting. Like, what?
So I actually I met him in real life 2 times by accident. Cause so years
Where?
ago he did a thing where he was in this weird competition with Belle Delphine years ago to collect the most sex toys. And at the time I was working in adult retail in the same city that he lives in. So he just rolled up to my place of work 2 separate times and I'm like, no fucking way. Cause I had watched him since I was like 12.
I know
And
you
I'm like,
can't
what
really
the
like
fuck?
tell us, but like, they were probably big purchases, huh? Did you stock him up?
I don't know because like here's the thing, like at the time I was kind of like doing like stocking and stuff and I was just
You were
like
just
kind of
like,
towards the
"Moist
back.
So you
and
don't
I'm
know
like,
what he
"What's
bought?"
up, bro?"
Moist Critical's
I
here.
don't. Yeah, I wasn't working register at that point.
She's like, damn it!
But it was
I would have got him
freaking
signed the
wild.
receipt.
I would have just
Kept the
stared at him and
receipt.
been like, I guess I'll look out for the next YouTube video.
Yeah, I was like, wow, you know what? People joke about him being short. He is short in real life. But, you know, I don't know, maybe I'm just tall, but you know. It was very, very funny seeing like the individual that you had like watched on YouTube for like at that point probably like 8 or 9 years on and off.
You're
Just like in
"You're
person, it's
here."
like
Is
like
this
bro,
like
you
an
are in front of me.
inappropriate time to ask you for an autograph while you're standing next to the dildos?
I mean,
Oh, that's funny.
Could I buy
I had
a
no
dildo
shame
and
at that
have
point.
you
I had to
sign
stand
it?
next to dildos for freaking 8 hours a day.
That's also a good point. That's also a good point. Well, here,
I feel like at that point I would ask him, if I buy one of our dildos right now, would you sign it just so I could say you signed a dildo that I put on my shelf?
Wait, what on earth did I just come back to?
Apparently, Moist Critical was doing some kind of Belle Delphine contest to have the most sex toys, and Katya was
Oh
working
yeah,
at
I
a
do
adult
remember that.
store.
Yeah, and I
I'm like,
met
is
him
that a
like
weird
twice
time to
in
ask for an autograph? I feel like you might do it.
Oh, bro, you should
you
have. That would have been
should.
so sick.
I should
I
have
used to,
done
I
that.
used to work.
It would have been
I used
days.
to work at an adult
And
at
then
a
you could hold it up
an
as a
adult sex
trophy
You
and
did
be
too?
like,
Oh my
this dildo was
gosh.
part of the day that Moist Critical bought dildos.
Based. Should
Well-
have done
Sell it
that.
for money.
I got free shout out.
would've
Moist
been
Critical.
sick.
I don't even know who that is, but that's great.
It's cool.
Yeah, that's good. All right,
He
on
started
that.
doing like
Moist
gameplay
Critical?
videos and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, now
It's
he
okay.
does like everything.
It's okay.
You've
It
seen memes about him. Even if you haven't seen him, you've seen memes about him at least
If
once
you've
or
heard
twice.
the words "he's pulling his cock out," then you've that's like the biggest meme.
Yeah,
It's just him
describe him,
shouting
but the
he's pulling his
description of
cock
I don't
out.
Moist
know,
Critical is pretty stereo.
I
like,
will
it's
literally
pretty
post
common.
this meme and
You
fucking
can't really
Yeah,
describe
post
him
some of
in
the
just,
group
like,
chats.
not
I don't
describe
know.
who, you know, the people.
But here on that note, let's round it up here. Why don't we give out some shout outs here? Why don't we go in the same order as earlier? Tell everybody where to find y'all. We'll get this going next week again. Maybe we'll have more topics. This is pretty fun, right? Everybody like the free form. I like some of the less serious, like with the serious, right? Like, I think it's a good mix. Yeah, we like good.
Mhm.
Okay, cool. All right,
I've done a lot of TikTok. I've been on a Look, I'm learning a lot of TikTok drama. Okay, we will be in the know, and I
Good.
promise you, none of it's serious.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll continue this. But go ahead and give us a shout out. So, we'll start with Buckaroo. Why don't you tell us where everything find you? I just like slurred all that. Don't know what I was saying. Why don't you just give us all your info.
Hi, I'm Big Papa Buckaroo. You can find me at Big Papa Buckaroo on Blue Sky, Twitter, YouTube, where I will be posting eventually, soon-ish. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Chai?
Hi, my name is Chai Bunny Baby on most platforms. My head is currently stuck on giving Buckaroo a reference on a huge, awesome drama I've been following on TikTok. I'm very silly, goofy, funny. I like
Ooh,
to do
hell
weird
yeah.
things on my stream.
What drama
I
is
think
it?
I'm only attractive when I sit still with my mouth shut, but that's because Gibbs makes me think women can't be funny, even though I know I'm funny, and he's gaslighting me this entire time. But yeah, if you
God.
want to come see me dance on my stream, very horribly, very stereotypically white girl, I do that a lot with a triple panel window capture on myself, and I also have angel wings 5 feet away. If that's not enough info to get you to like me, that's okay. Keep hating me.
Fantastic.
Hell yeah.
All right, Mel.
Malisi, it has been a pleasure. You guys can find me on Twitch. Hi, Icy. Um, yeah, I stream like once a week now, so it's usually on Thursdays. Drop a follow if you feel like it. If not, it's been good.
Fantastic. And Katya.
Premier Katya. Yep, I go on panels and do politics stuff. And I'm also Premier Katya on X and Blue Sky, so say hi there. And yep,
All
thanks
right.
for inviting me.
Yeah. Thanks for coming on, everybody. I appreciate. We're going to leave the water guy, I think. And when I say
Ooh,
hi,
okay.
we'll be good to go.
Hello, leave the water cry.
Yeah,
We love Life Day.
Yeah, he's good people. And bye, everybody. Woo!
Bye.